Becalmed. Earth dates 2652 to 2653. 35. The hospital felt unearthly. Sigmund strode down the corridor. Unfamiliar stimuli assailed him. Medicinal odours, hushed tones, pale walls and floor, the better to spot traces of dirt or... He chose not to think what else. His skin crawled. "I've almost died a couple times," Sigmund thought. Both times an autodoc handled it. People didn't end up in hospitals unless they were seriously ill. Like Carlos. There was conversation coming from Carlos's room. Laughter. That sounded encouraging. Sigmund tapped on the doorframe. "Good of you to join us," Feather said. She'd been pricklier than ever since his interstellar adventure. She knew Tange well why Sigmund refused to use transfer booths, and that he wouldn't discuss Cerberus in front of Carlos. Her dig was just one more way to hassle Sigmund. He ignored it, as he tried to ignore the many tubes and instruments connected to Carlos, afloat in a sleeper field. "You're looking much better." "And a tint of Guardian helps," Carlos's voice rasped, and fluid gurgled in his lungs. "I'm glad that Feather is here." She'd arrived only a few hours before Sigmund. The hospital was in Melbourne, and teleporting beat suborbital hops every time. Carlos had been asleep in a hospital dock under round-the-clock specialist supervision for months. Cloning custom lungs took time. "What's the prognosis?" Sigmund asked. "Good, I'm told." Wheeze. "My own damn fault I'm so sick." "It's Julian Forward's fault," Feather said protectively. That was true enough, and everyone knew it. Never mind, this wasn't the place to be discussing Forward. Carlos knew that too. "What do you mean, Carlos?" Wheeze. "For starters, my so-called perfect genes didn't do much for me. Autodoc spares are supposed to work." "They did for most people." Carlos had nearly died in the autodoc on Hobo Kelly. His body had massively rejected the replacement lungs on board, and he'd burned through all the immunosuppressant meds before they had crossed Neptune's orbit. Only drugging him into near hibernation, his vacuum-seared lungs scarcely working, had kept Carlos alive. "Such a modest genius," Feather patted Carlos's arm. "Your genes are perfect for my taste." Had Feather set her sights on Carlos now? Sigmund wished him luck. "For starters, you said." "Geniuses should know how to prioritize." Wheeze. Carlos ran splayed fingers through his thick black hair. Carlos, at a loss for words. "Medical science hasn't improved much in my lifetime." "I've had ideas for years how autodocs could be made much better." Wheeze. "And had you concentrated on those, rather than cosmological esoterica, Hobo Kelly might have carried an autodoc that could have healed you." "What kind of ideas?" Carlos smiled wanly. "I'm not ready." Wheeze, cough. "Right," Sigmund said. "You're not ready to talk about it." Now Carlos could keep his secrets. They wouldn't get anyone killed. "It's something you can work on once you're out of here. Have you heard when that will be?" "Several more days." Carlos shut his eyes, looking weary. "They're going to pop me into a standard dock soon, now that the new lungs are grown." "We should let you rest," Sigmund decided. "Come on, Feather." Feather nodded. "Take care of yourself. We'll be back to check on you." Leaving Carlos snoring softly, Sigmund and Feather went to the hospital cafeteria. Sigmund bought 2 coffees. "He had a close call," Sigmund said. "Too close." Feather took a sip and grimaced. "You still don't know how I take coffee. No cream. Earth needs to take better care of him. There aren't enough geniuses to go around." Sigmund liked and respected Carlos, but he couldn't yet trust him. Medusa had been busy since Carlos popped up on Jinx. She'd sift through decades of emails, comm calls, transfer booth records, research queries, financial transactions, of Carlos and his closest colleagues, and their closest colleagues, and Sigmund's AI'd had examined and organized millions of records, terabytes of data. The result was an affinity web of enormous scope. Associates and affiliations, friends and relatives and long-ago classmates, fellow investors and former lovers, with ample room for speculation about what the connections, at various removes, of varying types, might mean. The data neither condemned nor exonerated Carlos. At the apex of Earth's aristocracy, it seemed everyone of significance knew everyone else. Then, as Sigmund was looking at Feather, all the pieces came together for him. Carlos had almost died, taking his precious genes with him. He needed a bodyguard. Feather was drawn to Carlos, and Carlos seemed receptive enough to Feather's flirting. Sigmund had a natural spy and an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. First general products, abrupt withdrawal, and then the fertility law unrest. Nessus had left behind an economy in serious trouble. He had returned, it seemed, to worse. Tumbleweeds blew across the tarmac of Mojave Spaceport, between long rows of idled spacecraft. In the days since Aegis' return, very few ships had taken off or landed. The public databases tantalized more than they revealed. UN censors had clamped down on something big. He had to know what. Not to mention he needed to distract himself. The good news was, transfer booth abduction still worked. 2 years, Sangeeta Kudrin said. She was newly dyed and coiffed, wearing a slinky black dress. Abduction had not been in her thoughts. I had dared to hope you were gone for good. It's Nessus, isn't it? Correct. 2 tumultuous years. Nessus wasn't certain, or could not yet be honest with himself, what had brought him back to human space. He was afraid to know why Nike had been so quick to approve his departure. Nessa told himself his return was about duty. He worried endlessly whether it was about guilty secrets, his and Nike's. On the slender reed of such ambiguity rested any hopes of a future with Nike. Unseen behind his one-way mirror, Nessus plucked at his mane. He needed to concentrate on whatever new misfortunes had befallen Earth. I hope to make this brief. Sangeeta said nothing. You prospered during my absence, Nessus went on. Public databases now gave her title as a UN Under-Secretary, no longer a mere deputy. You kidnapped me before for information. Is that why you've taken me now? It is. Nessus squirmed in his nest of cushions. Information about Sigmund Ausfaller. However reluctantly she complied. Once he ascertained what a pirate was, the pieces began to fall into place. The seedy and idle spaceport. Julian Forward's failure to respond to hyperwave messages as Nessus approached Sol system. Ausfaller's failure to follow the clues that 2 years ago had drawn his attention toward the galactic north. Once Sangeeta began, the words tumbled out. And the Jinx government is still demanding answers about Julian Forward, information Ausfaller refuses to give. She leaned forward to whisper, I believe Forward is dead, and that Ausfaller killed him. So Ausfaller is obsessed now, wondering how Forward made neutronium, Essus concluded. Yes, damn you! Haven't you been listening? No one knows much more. Ausfaller simply won't talk. After he ended the pirate attacks, no one, not even the ARM director, would dare challenge Ausfaller to reveal more than he chooses. Nessus pawed thoughtfully at the deck. Julian's piracy had diverted Ausfaller from his hunt. Ausfaller had stopped Julian. Julian, the citizen technology Nessus had provided, the neutronium Julian had made with it, all the evidence had vanished irretrievably down a black hole. "Very good, you may go." Nessus transferred Sanjita to a remote booth. Forward's death did not bother Nessus much. The Jinxian had made his own choice to turn renegade. But the innocent crews of 8 ships? Those lay heavily on Nessus' conscience. A soft chime eventually announced mealtime. Nessus climbed from his nest of pillows and cinched a small bowl of chopped mixed grasses. He nibbled at the greens without interest, his emotions roiling. Relief that Hearth was safe from ARM pursuit. Terror at being alone, so very far from home. Guilt at more deaths. Worry whether the apparent lifting of the siege of Earth would suffice to undo the economic damage. An enervating miasma of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But among the many familiar apprehensions, Nessus sensed an intriguing new idea. Another human community also weighed on his mind. Someone like Sigmund Ausfaller could be extremely valuable to it. 36. A bit of computational legerdemain morphed Medusa's snake-wreathed head. Now a spider with oddly serpentine legs, she scuttles along the impossibly dense fabric of the affinity network that represented Sigmund's ongoing investigations. "Oh, what a tangled web we weave," she concluded. Cute. Feather also participated by hologram, netting from the guest room in Carlos Wu's house. It was night on that side of the world. Carlos was, supposedly, asleep. She shambled about the room, yawning. "I'm tired, Sigmund. Let's get on with it." Fair enough. It was late for her. Here's the bottom line. For a long time, general products funds have driven much of the unrest. Oh, we can't prove it. The laundering was very good. But the correlations between asset transfers from GP, unusual income patterns, tax avoidance, and advocacy for reform are too good not to be meaningful. Carlos likes to say correlation isn't causation. She waved off Sigmund's protest. No, we don't discuss your investigation. He was explaining something about his medical research for a new autodoc. Your investigation. Feather's current dye job suddenly registered. Sigmund couldn't remember ever seeing her skin red. On Hobo Kelly, hadn't Carlos mentioned red was his favourite colour? Feather, the transfers attributable to GP tapered off suddenly. Why? I don't know why. This time Feather made no effort to cover her yawn. Frankly, Sigmund, I don't know why you care. The puppeteers are long gone. The criminals didn't just launder that money. By now they must control it. The unrest continues without their money, Medusa pointed out. Why keep subsidizing the cause once it became self-sustaining? The AI began enumerating non-monetary connections in her network. This is ridiculous, Sigmund, Feather interrupted. We're supposed to be paranoid, but there are limits. Here's a theory for you. A crime syndicate, not the puppeteers, triggered the protests. It's all been a distraction so the ARM wouldn't notice their real plot until it was completed. Bad attitude, red dye, and something else. What else was setting off his alarm bells? Their real plot? He echoed. But, Sigmund, are you really so dense? Feather stopped pacing to glare directly into her communit. Pressure a few bankers to cede control of abandoned GP accounts. Everything else is a smokescreen. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Subverting the transfer booth. Stealing the Elgin futzy marbles. That's so you, Sigmund. Invent alien involvement so you can ignore the injustice half the world now protests. It's a handy excuse for not doing anything about us. Her eyes blazed. Not that there is an us any more. The dye job, the attitude. And now Sigmund realized what had been eluding him. The emptiness of the room. Feather was a slob, yet the guest room was tidy. No, barren. He knew without accessing the senses. Her clutter had moved to Carlos's bedroom. Despite the bright morning sun streaming into his office windows, Sigmund suddenly felt ineffably weary. "We're done here. Get some sleep." He broke the connection. "You didn't give Feather our other news," Medusa said. She was once more a conventional Gorgon. The elaborate affinity web had dissolved into the cyberspace from which it had come. "Consider Feather's only tasking to be protection of Carlos." Sigmund massaged his temples. He told himself he wished them happiness. But given Feather's attitude, he saw no reason to share Medusa's other progress tracing laundered funds, to be reminded condescendingly that correlation isn't causation. The Institute of Knowledge had accepted a large endowment of laundered GP funds just before it cut direct funding to Julian Forward. Julian Forward had taken other laundered GP funds, then laid siege to Sol System. In his bones, Sigmund knew. Hidden puppeteers was still at work. 37. Nature Preserve 1 was a thoroughly citizen world. There was no real danger here, only shame and misery. Baedeker shivered in the cab of his hovering combine. The sounds of howling wind and the unhappy grinding of jammed machinery entered through the open window. Eventually he raised the window, colder, but no wiser than when he had lowered it. It would be easy enough to float back to town. The looming wall of black cloud, riven intermittently with great jagged strokes of lightning, was ample justification. Then, when morning came and the storm had passed, when much of the crop lay in ruin, he would be that much further behind in his quota. Twittering unhappily, he raised the heat setting in his coveralls. The garment was bright orange, Rehabilitation Corps orange, except for the clear, permeable portions that protected his heads. He climbed down from the cab's right side door to the side he had already harvested. He walked, leaning into the wind, crop stubble crunching beneath his booted hooves. Even the lightest expanses of sky overhead were a sullen, featureless grey. A bloody mass clogged the intake, the burrower he had glimpsed in his path. Cursing in minor chords, he popped open an access panel. He disconnected a power to the mechanism and began hacking out the carcass with a pry bar from the combine's toolbox. If the storm held off, he might still get the field harvested today. In this, his new station in life, he had only such tiny successes to appreciate, and them but rarely. The animal remains had lodged deep inside. He chopped and slashed, gore spattering his coveralls, brooding how far in life he had fallen. There was a time, not that long ago, when he had been respected and well rewarded. Deservedly so. He had skills and expertise of vital importance to the Concordance. He had held a position of honor and great responsibility within the General Products Corporation. He ate natural foods from the farm planets, instead of slaving on one and living on synthesized gruel. He wasn't Baedeker then, not until the end of that halcyon era. He called himself Baedeker now, the better to remind himself every day exactly how, and by whose doing, he had been humiliated and banished. The better to concentrate on finding a way back. It began with a scruffy scout named Nessus. Nessus docked an interstellar scoutship due for overhaul and upgrades at the General Products hull factory that orbited Hearth. He teleported aboard with 3 intruders. Scouts, these 3 were also to be considered. That was ludicrous. The important work of scouting belonged only in the jaws of citizens. Other species should not be allowed to enter, let alone tour this factory. Baedeker had protested, but Nessus, for all his unkempt disreputability, had powerful friends. "My name is—" Baedeker began reluctantly. The translator choked on his mellifluous name. "I will be showing you," under protest, "around the facility, my facility." "For today we'll call you Baedeker," Nessus interrupted. That didn't translate back to citizen. Baedeker tried to distract these guests with talk of coming in-cabin upgrades, trivia like adjustable crash couches and finger-friendly keyboards. He offered only vague generalities about the facility's main purpose, the construction of impregnable hulls. The scout, named Eric, would not be dissuaded. He kept pressing for a tour of the fabrication volume. "It is not allowed," Baedeker said. "That region is a controlled vacuum." Eric said, "I'll wear my pressure suit. It's aboard." "It is not allowed," Baedeker repeated, his heads pivoting emphatically left-right, on their neck hinges. In the facility's microgravity conditions, only hoof claws hooked through fabric loops kept him on the deck. "The traces of gas and dust that cling to the outside of your suit would contaminate the process." "I don't understand," another said. "Omar?" "Nessus, you told us only large quantities of antimatter could harm Explorer's hull. How can a bit of dust harm anything?" "What I told you is correct," Nessus answered. "I was speaking of completed hulls. During construction, hulls are fragile." Eric had been attentive, and he was not without a certain cunning. "Extreme sensitivity to gravitational variations. Extreme sensitivity to trace contaminants. It sounds like a very large-scale nanotech process." Baedeker shrieked like a slow-motion boiler explosion. His howl did not translate. Nessus responded in like manner, but longer and even louder, threatening to call Nike himself. In normal tones, as though Baedeker had not spoken, Nessus went on, "General Products Corporation does not often disclose this information. Given what you now know, it is best that you hear the rest. It would be unfortunate if you lost trust in your ship." Then the dining hall rumors were true. The Concordance was turning over a fully equipped interstellar scoutship to such as these, unsupervised. Baedeker was appalled. He resolved, during the upcoming overhaul, to integrate monitoring devices into Explorer's telemetry. He would know what these scouts did, and where they went, and he would control explosives inside their indestructible hull, lest they stray. Nessus had not stopped. "Explorer's hull is impervious to damage. If not, would I have ventured out in it? Still, there is a fact I had not shared. The hull takes its strength from its unique form. It is a single supermolecule grown atom by nanotechnology. During construction, the incomplete hull is unstable. The slightest chemical contamination or unbalanced force can tear it to pieces. That's why there is no artificial gravity here, and why communication here," and his sweeping head gestures suggested the totality of the enormous orbital factory, "uses optical fibers." Caterwauling in outrage, Baedeker stormed out. None but citizens, and few of them, needed to know such details. Nothing good could come of this. He seethed until Nessus and companions took a shuttle to Hearth. He did not calm down until sensors and remote-controlled explosives were hidden aboard Explorer. With a grunt, Baedeker pried loose the last chunk of burrower ribcage. Blood and gobbets of flesh speckled his coveralls. Wind wailed, and he further raised the temperature of the garment before reconnecting power to the intake. Explorer had gone out without citizen supervision, and Baedeker prided himself on his foresight. He monitored its telemetry. He ran samples of surreptitiously reported conversations through a translator. He took comfort in what he overheard. While Nessus scouts bypassed Baedeker's sensors, relayed their communications through a hyperwave buoy, and disabled the detonators, unwatched, they penetrated one of the most secret and secure facilities of the Concordance, located a weapon of great potency, and, dooming Baedeker to this place, destroyed a General Products hull to get the weapon out. And with that weapon, Nessus scouts had extorted a prize of inestimable value from the Concordance. The cab was still warm, and the storm front had stalled. Baedeker resumed harvesting, the combine spewing a steady stream of grains through its towed stepping disc into a distant warehouse. All the chaff, dirt, bits of stalk and leaves, and burrower bits fell back to the ground. The clatter of hailstones finally started Baedeker on the long way back to the barn. Hail could not harm him inside the cab. He twitched nonetheless, while the sturdy fabric of his coveralls frustrated his efforts to pluck at his mane. Turning over a concordant ship was the fundamental error. Nessus error. The safeguards Baedeker had undertaken to install, on his own initiative, had been circumvented. But was that his fault? And how could he be blamed because 3 unsupervised scouts had discovered antimatter somewhere out among the stars? But he was blamed. Scouts were too few to hold accountable, and someone must pay. He could not alter the past. He could not say where. No one could. Vast quantities of antimatter could be found. He couldn't be expected to. Baedeker cut through the self-pity with a strident, double-throated blat of disgust. What can you do? Can anyone disintegrate a General Products hull without using antimatter? To his sudden, utter amazement, Baedeker realized that just possibly he could. 38. Your money has been well spent, Ander said. He was newly returned from Jinx and still feeding his bulked-up weight, including the generous bonus. I don't remember offering a bonus. Sigmund didn't bother adding that 2 kilos of Kobe beef was a bonus. Ander merely smiled and crooked a finger at the woman pushing the dessert cart. The more arrogant, the better the news, Sigmund reminded himself. Once 2 cannolis and a slice of baklava found their way to Ander's end of the table, Sigmund took out his comm unit. Protocol Gamma, he said. Sound suppression, bug suppression, and a translucent holographic screen around the table to stymie lip readers. Red, yellow, and green dots slowly chased one another around its screen. We can talk freely. Free except for that matter of my bonus. Ander blotted his lips with his napkin. I leave that entirely to your discretion. Sigmund waited. Very well, you'll be amused to learn that I caroused our way to success. Ander tipped his head, smiling in fond memory of something. Once one has been accepted, there's pleasure to be had even on West End. You should come back to Jinx with me. Sigmund flinched. Since he had limped home from forward station, near catatonic with the flatlander phobia, the idea of leaving Earth terrified him. He'd been unable to face even the short trip to the Oort cloud, where instantaneous hyperwave radio worked, to spare Ander a far longer voyage. "It sounds like you've already gotten your bonus," Sigmund said. A cannoli disappeared, pastry flakes raining onto the tablecloth. "As directed, I befriended workers employed by Gregory Pelton's project. I concede the process was not without its amusements." "And?" "You suck all the fun out of a story, Sigmund. I was eventually hired, of course. A drinking buddy recommended me. It didn't get me into the inner circle, of course, but I hold a responsible position in the back office. Close enough to the action to know, I think, who the inner circle is." Ander waved his fork. "Yes, I know. You're asking yourself why, if I have a responsible position, I could get away." Murmurs penetrated the sound suppressors, no more intelligible than the snippets that might leak out. Sigmund said, "Stet, how?" "That's the good thing about being middle management, just one transistor in the machine. No one thought anything of it when I said I needed some time off. It's my sister, you see. She got herself arrested in the Flatlander riots." Ander dropped the sudden theatrical voice. "I told them I thought I could get Sis's charges dismissed, but those are the kind of favours one calls in only face-to-face." A waitress came by with fresh coffee. Sigmund waited for her to leave before asking, "So what did you learn that couldn't be put into an encrypted recording?" "Pelton's little secret. The reason he's been planning a big expedition, although, alas, not the coordinates of its destination." Ander leaned forward conspiratorially. "And that secret is?" Sigmund prompted. "Antimatter." A smug grin lit Ander's face. "He found our Fatsy whole world of the stuff." The most unusual world. That "I know something you don't know" smirk on Pelton's face had galled Sigmund for years. Some day soon that smirk would come off. "Ander, you've earned that bonus after all." "Excellent. A bit of celebratory brandy, then?" Ander gestured to the waitress. "Some Surbois Armagnac? The 2588, I think. Sigmund?" He had no one to leave his money to, as Feather was once apt to remind him. The ache when he thought about her and Carlos was another reason to drink. Why not? Ander continued his report, and the challenges of Pelton's hoped-for expedition slowly became clear. No normal ship had the fuel capacity to rendezvous with the fast-moving antimatter system. And once there, then what? Antimatter solar wind had already destroyed a GP hull. Survival required entirely foolproof electromagnetic shields to divert charged antiparticles and equally dependable lasers to target and ionize any neutral antimatter streaming their way. Perhaps enough antimatter couldn't be captured simply from the solar wind. Sigmund let Medusa record Ander's particulars, some specifics and more speculations, about concepts for mining the planet itself. A gravitationally levitated base camp, high-powered lasers to boil off the antimatter surface, the ionized vapors then to be captured in magnetic bottles. "Who knows the location of the system?" Sigmund interrupted. Ander blinked. "Gregory Pelton, of course. On site, Barry Kellerman, Tabitha Ann Wong, Don Kramer, and Melanie Donatello. They're the inner circle. Our buddy Beowulf must know. Like Elephant, he's been there. But I've never seen Bay at the facility." If only he had enough proof to squeeze Pelton. Sigmund couldn't imagine going to the Secretary-General with just Ander's word. It wouldn't work. If he tried, news of the infiltration of an ARM informant might get back to Pelton. And while Pelton remained off-limits, Beowulf was too. Tange, he needed corroboration. "Are the insiders you named all Jinxians? Bay and Pelton aside, that is," Sigmund said. A snifter of aromatic and obscenely expensive brandy sat in front of him, unsampled. "Mostly. Kramer's another Flatlander." "Who in the group is official?" "Jinxian government. No one, I think." Ander grinned. "West End is a very small, close-knit community. That's why it took me so long to get accepted. In the end, being a Flatlander probably helped. Kramer handles personnel matters and errs on the side of caution. He doesn't want anyone from the government or the Institute of Knowledge getting in." There was that name again. It sounded familiar, but Sigmund couldn't place it. "Medusa, what do you have on Don Kramer?" It wasn't Medusa, he asked, of course, merely the subset he could carry around. The rest of her, cut off by the privacy screen, remained on the net. "A long-time business associate of Gregory Pelton," she said. That still sounded familiar. "Any relation to our other investigation?" Ander wasn't involved in the puppeteer hunt. Medusa was subtle enough to catch the hint. "Maybe," she answered. "I can show you on screen, if you like." Ander had also taken the hint. He turned his attention to his brandy, pointedly looking away while Sigmund angled his comm unit so only he could see the screen. "Go ahead," Sigmund said. A tiny representation appeared of Medusa's tangled web. She panned and zoomed until he saw only a corner of the graphical network. A few symbols near Kramer suggested small amounts of GP money. "Correlation is not causation," mocked the voice only he heard. Kramer himself wasn't thought to have gotten GP funds. Because he had enough money of his own, or of Pelton's? Maybe, but Sigmund had another explanation. He knew all about off-limits, Pelton Associates. Maybe Kramer was too dangerous to approach. The problem with an all but omnipresent Aide was coping in those rare instances when she wasn't around. Like years ago, inside the electronically suppressed domain of an exclusive private Manhattan club, Pelton's words came rushing back. "Not me, not my friends, not my associates. There will be no further interest in Diana Guthrie or Beowulf Schaefer or Cheryl Jans or Don Kramer or anyone close to me." Sigmund remembered making a mental note that day to track down who Kramer was. Too much had been going on. The matter had slipped his mind. "Are there other overlaps?" The affinity web expanded to incorporate buddies and co-workers, Ander had mentioned. Most showed only the simple white icon that denoted nothing unusual known. A few icons, all close to the so-called inner circle, showed varying degrees of the purple tinge of suspected puppeteer fundings. Sigmund asked, "Medusa, what's your guess?" Serpents writhed. "We're not the only ones trying to locate the antimatter solar system." Sigmund roamed Central Park, the evening breeze tugging at his suit, fallen leaves swirling about his legs and crunching beneath his shoes. A cop's eye floated overhead, indifferent to his off-key whistling. Almost certainly puppeteers and Jinxians knew no more about Pelton's plans than he did. That left Pelton himself as a threat. Finagle only knew what Pelton planned to do with antimatter. It hardly mattered. If Pelton's purpose was somehow utilitarian and benign, the mere presence in human space of antimatter in large quantities remained unacceptable. Whether Pelton, or a corrupt colleague, or lurking puppeteers took possession, the danger was intolerable. But harvesting antimatter would be difficult indeed. Much could go wrong. This time, Ander travelled to Jinx with his prospects for a bonus quite unambiguous. To earn it, Ander had only to see to it that a few things did go wrong. 39. Not until Achilles had lived among humans and learned to speak interworld did he discover a word to truly describe himself. He was a rebel. Disagreement was rare among citizens. There were differences of opinion, certainly, concerning art, music, fashion. On matters of public policy, the concordance had long consisted of the two great political organizations. Experimentalists championed courses of action that no conservative could ever advocate. But Achilles had seen among humans and Kazinti real politics and true struggles for power. Hearth had neither. Responsibility for Hearth's governance shifted between experimentalists and conservatives only after an overwhelming reversal in popular consensus. Even then the shifts often changed nothing. No matter who was hindmost, managing foreign affairs remained primarily an experimentalist duty, and social justice a conservative role. So how different could the parties be? Achilles dug a forehoof indulgently into the meadow plant that so thickly carpeted the deck. It was a rare hindmost who left Hearth, but the vessel maintained at the ready for him for that remote contingency was luxurious. He thought about the mental flexibility required to leave the home world and adjusted his cynicism. There was a difference between parties. No conservative had ever left Hearth. Achilles awaited the imminent conference in the bustling comfort of the ship's relax room. In the privacy of his thoughts, he sneered at this crew. They thought themselves strong, and yet they ventured little farther than a routine shuttle run to one of the farm worlds. They need never make the jump into hyperspace. This trip took them only barely outside the singularity for a hyperwave consultation with Nessus. Once, before knowing the word, Achilles had hoped Nessus was a fellow rebel. Now Achilles knew Nessus was only a screw-up. Crew came and went, fluting and warbling to one another. A few apologized for disturbing Achilles' thoughts. Most did not bother or took no note of him. He ignored them all. On the relax room's main viewer, one star blazed far brighter than the rest. Giver of Life, it was called, and so it once had been. Its expansion into a red giant had nearly extinguished all life. Only moving Hearth itself had saved the herd, while driving many permanently catatonic. Now they fled the slow-motion death not of a sun, but of a whole galaxy. He stared at Giver of Life, remembering a walk on the beach, a communion with, he had believed, a kindred spirit. A great red spark had hung low on the horizon, 1,000 reflections glittering on the waves. Exploring has its rewards, Achilles said. That includes unparalleled privacy here on Hearth. It was a partial truth. Pastoral reservations such as this also encouraged scouts to keep their disturbing, manic-depressive selves away from their well-adjusted betters. A protégé cantered at Achilles' side, sand flying from his hooves. The young one still toyed with his choice of scout name, favouring for now the obscure centaur name of Nessus. I could get used to this. But you won't, Achilles thought. You'll spend most of your life off-world with little enough companionship, even from your fellow misfits, and for nothing. Unless you join with me, that is. A beautiful setting. They ambled along the shore, warm waves easing up the shallow slope to swirl about their hooves. To their left, Towering arcologies ringed the beach and blocked out the sky. To their right, to seaward, the view was entirely different. Stars sparkled above ocean swells that extended to the horizon. Achilles let the vista speak for him. "It's very peaceful," Nessus finally said. "When I graduate and ship out, I shall remember this as part of what we protect." "And yet," Achilles said. He paused to stare out to sea. He always did. It was best that he not seem to be recruiting. "Never mind." Nessus chanted delicately, with harmonics of trust and respect. "Yet what?" Achilles swept his gaze across the sea. "Look how empty it is. We're told the planet is full. That's why so few are permitted brides." "Surely it is full," Nessus replied. The answer was swift and orthodox, as he had been taught, but puzzled undertones sounded through. His confusion was predictable enough. At this point in their training, scouts were at their most vulnerable. Loners and misfits all, they saw the possibility within their grasp, some for the first time in their lives, to belong. Most would do anything for acceptance into the fraternity of explorers. Now was the moment, with deftness and skill, to recruit Nessus into another community. Several young allies watched from a distance, awaiting the signal to greet their newest fellow. Achilles stopped walking. He straightened a neck, pointing out the brightest star in the sky. "Giver of life, it nurtured us. Then, when we were ready, it did what good fathers must. It encouraged its offspring, us, to take responsibility for ourselves." Nessus was mute for a long time, struggling with the metaphor. "Our stern parent, to leave Hearth in its natural orbit, would have meant incineration, extinction." Achilles raised his head and assumed a confident, wide-legged stance. "The simplest course would have been to move Hearth very gradually as Giver of Life expanded. Next simplest would have been to move Hearth immediately to its final distant orbit and ring the planet with artificial suns. But what was done? The oceans were seeded with genetically engineered, infrared, photosynthesizing plankton, the student said. At the rim of the solar system, away from the danger, our sky became dark. The herd did more than relocate far from danger, Achilles clarified. This is the history we're not taught. Our world was at risk before the sun showed its first instabilities. Hearth was baking in the waste heat of 500 billion occupants and their industry. As they resumed their stroll, Achilles brushed flanks with the young scout. In the teeming arcologies and pedestrian malls, such casual contact was unavoidable, reassuring but impersonal. Here on the empty beach, the touching was freighted with meaning. We freed ourselves of heat as a limit on our population. In a few generations, the number of citizens doubled. They walked on in thoughtful silence. There were consequences, Nessus finally said. It is said that many went mad. So some had, but almost exclusively among conservatives. That ancient history would matter more to Nessus than to most of his recruits. Achilles had studied the would-be scout's file. He came from a long line of conservatives. But the world is surely full now, Nessus went on, isn't it? A wave crashed onto a pile of surf-smoothed rocks, splashing them both with spray. Achilles locked eyes with his protégé. Not the ocean floor. Most of the world's surface is ocean. Of 1,000,000,000 citizens, all but a few lived in stacked cubicles, deep in the bowels of vast structures, the very air they breathed, replenished by filters, bonded to stepping discs. What sky they saw they experienced by holovision or by teleporting elsewhere. How would their lives change if those boxes lay under the sea? Achilles now poured out his vision of the ocean floor covered in arcologies, built of impervious hull material. Surely Hearth could support 2, even 3 trillion more citizens. More young ones waited nearby, all previously initiated. Achilles had honed the process. First the approach, overwhelming and eager to please protégé with his charisma. Individual attention from a high official at the academy was usually enough. Then the warm welcome from a few peers. Finally, the group assembly, bonding the recruit, a lonely misfit as every scout trainee was, into Achilles' growing sect. The initiates he had designated sidled closer, eager to perform their parts. Vesta, tall and live, with his booming contralto voices, Clotho of the dancing green eyes and striking russet patches, Nyx of the boldly striped coat. As they approached, Achilles rhapsodized about their wondrous future, his voices thrumming with enthusiasm. And Nessus recoiled. "I don't understand. What of such arcology's waste heat, bubbling up from the seabed?" A nervous whinny escaped him. "The oceans remain the lungs of the world." "Plankton was genetically engineered once." Annoyed undertones crept into Achilles' voices. Had they not just discussed that? And his disciples might hear Nessus' impertinence. "The plankton can be re-engineered, if need be, for greater heat tolerance." "I see." Nessus tugged at his earnestly plain mane, the reflex putting the lie to his tentative words. "In theory, that is." Nyx edged closer. "Respectfully, sir, I had begun to wonder about the implications of disturbing seabed methane clathrates." "Methane clathrates?" Achilles snapped back, warbling in anger. "What is this trivia?" "Methane trapped in ice in the ocean floor sediments," Clotho said. "How would its release affect—" "Silence!" Achilles trilled, his undertones demanding immediate obedience. "I know what they are," he lied. None of this mattered. His true interest wasn't trillions more theoretical citizens. Of course there were questions and unpredictable implications. All that mattered was that a single arcology be deployed to the ocean floor as an experiment. Such a test would require a cadre of volunteers. Scouts were the obvious source, as soon as enough had pledged their loyalty. And surely the research population must include a harem house of potential brides. He would be their hindmost, master of the ocean floor, commanding them all. Now 4 trainees buzzed around him, discussing uncertainties. Higher up the sandy slope others milled about, confused by the delay. "Leave us," Achilles thundered at Nessus. "I have no patience for your juvenile failure of imagination." Achilles had to deal with the swelling murmurs all around. In his mind he was already the hindmost of a seabed arcology. There must be respect for his authority. Nessus had introduced doubt. Like a pebble rolling downhill, the disturbance grew. Unable to still the cacophony, Achilles ordered the cadets back to their dormitory. Soon after, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs reorganized the Scout Academy, and so he was first sent to Kazin. A communicator trilled discreetly from a pocket of Achilles' decorative sash. "Achilles," he answered softly. "You are summoned to the hindmost suite," a resonant contralto said. "We have established hyperwave communications with Nessus. The conference begins momentarily." Dismounting from his padded bench, Achilles pivoted heads and looked himself briefly in the eyes. Some disciples remained true. It warmed Achilles' heart that loyal, pliant Vesta now headed clandestine directorate. 40. Ian Gerard hunched over his little kid table, lips pursed in concentration. He laboured away on his electronic tablet with a stylus gripped in his chubby fist. Sigmund sat beside Andrea on the sofa in her LA apartment. She was dye-free, scrubbed clean for space. Until last night he'd had no idea she was blonde. Guilt didn't remove so easily. It was plain on her face as she watched her son sketch. Amid that guilt of abandonment bubbled hints of excitement. This would be her first long-range mission. Sigmund stood for a better perspective on Ian's art. He saw two sort of stick figures, their arms and legs emerging directly from enormous heads, separated by a triangle of similar height. "Who are they, champ?" Sigmund asked. Ian glanced up. "Mummy, and you." Andrea chortled at his double-take. "Just because you're here, Sigmund." Not because he had spent the night, or any childish expectations thereof. "Who's who, Ian?" he asked. Ian pointed. "This is you in black, silly. Mummy wears colours." Andrea laughed again, eyes twinkling. "It's a beautiful picture, sweetie. Sigmund just isn't used to your style." Sigmund wondered what he'd gotten himself into. He'd happily return. He felt warm and uncharacteristically relaxed here. Andrea's intentions were the mystery. For all he knew, last night was only about pre-flight jitters. "Is this a house?" he asked the boy. "No way!" Ian scribbled vigorously beneath the triangle. "Flames?" "It's a spaceship, like Mummy is going on." Hobo Kelly would launch on thrusters, of course. It also had a fusion drive, which doubled as a weapon, but launching from Earth on fusion drive would send a pilot straight to the organ banks, assuming he was caught. Andrea's headshake peripherally glimpsed closed Sigmund's mouth. No 3-year-old needed to hear that. "Great spaceship," Sigmund said. "Good save," she mouthed. What a simple joy it must be to raise a child. Andrea experienced paranoia only through chemicals. She'd had no trouble getting a birthright. Even though he knew only a short-term marriage contract had been involved, Sigmund thought the departed father was a fool. A few hours around Ian, and Bay raising Carlos's children suddenly made sense. Maybe Feather's obsessions did too, and maybe also Feather's anger at Sigmund. Now Sigmund felt guilty. Guiltier. That Andrea might diagnose his uncertainty made him guiltier still. Andrea waved at the bulging backpack by the door. "Sweetie, your Aunt Tina will be here in a minute for you. Save your great picture and put away your tablet." When he only scribbled that much more furiously, she added, "Seriously, Ian, finish up?" "Stay home, Mummy," Ian said. He circled the triangle rocket with the stylus and dragged the symbol over the black stick figure. "Sigmund, you go." Sigmund froze. His heart pounded. He had begged his parents to stay, and he'd been 10 at the time. "Ian, Mummy has to go now." Andrea brushed past Sigmund, pressed the save button on the tablet, and picked up the little device. Sigmund would come if he could. But he couldn't. Childhood nightmares mingled in his mind's eye with autodoc alarms glowing red, Carlos dying inside. Sigmund shook, and thought he might puke. Could he ever leave Earth again? If so, it wouldn't be on Hobo Kelly.
"You'll have fun with Aunt Tina,"
Andrea used a "this time I really mean it" tone, and Ian scooted. Sigmund held it together until Andrea's sister and Ian departed.
"I'm looking forward to this," Andrea said. "I know why you won't, but there's plenty of room aboard if you decide to join us."
Us. An ARM naval crew and marines. They'd probably find nothing, north being rather vague as a clue. They could almost surely outrun and outgun anything hostile they encountered. None of which halted Sigmund's trembling. I don't think so. They went to the building's roof. He unlocked his rental aircar for the short jump to Mojave Spaceport. Any last-minute questions?
"Only one? Will we celebrate my triumphant return just as enthusiastically?"
He must have looked surprised, because she patted his arm.
"I do plan to return, you know."
"That's an order," he said. "And the answer to your question is yes." Hobo Kelly rose noiselessly, swung slowly to orient itself into the spaceport traffic pattern, and accelerated. In a moment, it was invisible to the naked eye. Sigmund peered into the cloudless desert sky for minutes after the ship disappeared. "Godspeed," he whispered. Then he set out for the commercial terminal, for the short suborbital flight back to New York, there to practice the skill he was worst at. Waiting. 41. Baedeker struggled to grasp how his life had so suddenly changed. A sumptuous private cabin had replaced the communal hardship of the rehabilitation corps. He once more enjoyed a proper grooming and a professionally styled mane. He was in space again. One change eclipsed all others. He was suddenly, if tentatively, in the confidence of the hindmost himself, observing great affairs of state. Observing, but not participating, the hindmost had directed Baedeker to monitor in secrecy from his cabin. He stood and watched, and wondered why. The hindmost seemed to think nothing of the casual informality with which the two scouts addressed him simply as Nike. It was well known that scouts were insane. Surely this proved it. And one of those scouts, the one participating by hyperwave radio, had ruined Baedeker's life. Nessus. The Deputy Minister, Vesta, kept the social nicety short. "Nessus, you requested an urgent real-time consultation." Nessus bobbed heads. "The problem is urgent. My most highly placed agent has informed me of an ARM exploratory vessel travelling in your direction." "Then you have failed," Achilles said. The bass harmonics oozed disdain. "It wasn't my neutronium traps that drew ARM attention," Nessus snapped back. "At least I tried. How much accumulated general products wealth have you squandered failing to distract the ARM?" Achilles rebutted. As the scouts quarrelled, Baedeker struggled to understand why he was here. Through his family, he had sent word from exile to one-time colleagues at General Products. It doesn't take antimatter. Everything after that happened with amazing speed. "We need recommendations, not argument," Vesta interjected finally. Baedeker had never considered himself socially skilled. Banishment and near isolation on Nature Preserve, one, changed that. There, often with only memories for companionship, he had endlessly revisited past conversations. His newfound ear for nuance sensed ulterior motives and strained relations. Why did Vesta act so deferentially toward Achilles? "Here's a recommendation," Achilles said. "Destroy Earth. That will distract the humans. If we had begun accelerating a stealth ship when Ausfaller first began snooping.
"You're insane!" Nessus screamed. "It would be genocide, and it would solve nothing. Suppose the ARM ship locates us. If harm comes to Earth, or even to every human world, that ship alone can likewise shatter Earth." Achilles shouted back, "They won't! Not if we make it seem Kazinti are behind the attack." "Meaning double the genocide." Nessus trembled in rage. "What is your alternative?" Vesta challenged. "Lead them astray." Nessus' neck trembled as he fought not to pluck his mane. "We know approximately where the ARM ship will emerge from hyperspace. Have our ships waiting. When the humans emerge, subtly lure them in a safe direction." "There's no harm in trying," Vesta commented. "No!" Achilles stretched to his full height. "If they're not misled, they can hyperwave back what they see." "They might anyway," Nessus retorted. Baedeker pawed at the deck in confusion. The tension between the scouts was palpable. Did the fates of worlds turn on their past hatreds? And why did Vesta seem to defer to Achilles, his subordinate? The hindmost watched in silence. "Do you have an alternative?" he messaged Baedeker privately. With that challenge, the pieces fell into place. Baedeker messaged back, "I do. May I join the conference, hindmost?" The hindmost fluted for attention. With a quick wriggle of lip nodes, he expanded the hollow conference. "I've asked a technical consultant to participate. Baedeker?" Nessus twitched. In that reaction, Baedeker read the scruffy scout's thoughts. "I gave him that name. Does he use it now to mock me? Let him wonder." Baedeker said, "We destroy the human ship, not their world." "Surely ARMs explore with an indestructible general product's hull." Nessus looked himself in the eyes. "Or have you finally found antimatter?" "I have finally learned that our hulls can be destroyed without antimatter." Baedeker straightened, hoping to project more confidence than he felt. "Nessus, your alien scouts learned too much about how we build the hulls." "Because you told them." "But let us learn from that fiasco. Recall that the hull is a single supermolecule, the normal interatomic bonds reinforced with energy from an embedded power plant. Shut down the power plant, and simple air pressure will blow apart the hull." "I thought the power plant was sealed," Achilles said. Baedeker bobbed heads. "True, the embedded power plant has no external controls. But since the hulls are transparent, laser signaling can turn them off." Vesta whistled with confusion. "Surely not. Why embed in off command?" "Humans are very good with math and computers." Nessus seemed to be thinking aloud. With a shiver, he returned his attention to the conference. "There is no off switch, but there are embedded processors. Optical computers embedded in transparent hull material." "That's it, Nike. Obviously they found a way to optically hack into the controls and shut them down." "Hack?" Baedeker guessed that was a wild human word. Its meaning was clear. "Obviously?" The hindmost trumpeted for attention. "Let us return to the current danger. Baedeker, advise us how best to proceed." 42. "Do you see anything interesting?" Sigmund asked. Carlos glanced up from the mission highlights Sigmund had brought him here to discuss. "Other than that all the astronomical data has been scrubbed. That, by the way, doesn't surprise me. I was surprised after walking from a public transfer booth a quarter-kilometre away to encounter a private transfer booth in your foyer." "Mine is out of order." The ability of Cerberus to tamper with the teleportation system being an undisclosed feature, in a manner of speaking, Sigmund had answered truthfully. Any public booth destination must be safer than his personal booth. Their attempts at small talk had been painful. Sigmund didn't want to hear any anecdote that involved Feather. Carlos, in his usual way, wouldn't say much about his R&D on an advanced autodoc. The approach involved nanotech, Sigmund inferred. Direct questions got him only an enigmatic smile. "I'm making progress," was all that Carlos was prepared to share. "About that data scrubbing," Sigmund began. Carlos shrugged it off. "Classified, I get that. You'd be surprised, however, to know just how high my security clearance is." You wouldn't be here, Sigmund thought, if I didn't know that. Carlos rubbed his hands briskly. "All right, then, let's dig in. Are the beacons directional, distant, or both?" "Mildly directional," Sigmund answered. "Semi-spherical emissions." The mysterious beacons broadcast only to the galactic north of their positions. They were distant, well beyond the ill-defined region considered human space. He wasn't about to give clues, however vague, to the location of Hobo Kelly. "Why did you ask?" "It had to be at least one. Otherwise someone would have discovered them long ago." Sigmund stood and stared at his living-room window. He did it only from habit, the view having been set opaque for privacy. Hobo Kelly had been prowling farther and farther to galactic north. Andrea's orders were to remain far from stars, using only passive sensors, the better to observe undetected, and the better to escape on short notice into hyperspace. No solar system they had surveyed revealed any signs of technology in action. No radio leakage, no obvious atmospheric pollution, no artificial energy sources. As they hid from nothing at all, it had begun to seem to Sigmund that he had his explorers behaving more like puppeteers than like puppeteer-seekers. Until Andrea hyperwaved back about the array of beacons. Sigmund turned abruptly. "You're right," he said to Carlos. "I can hardly have the benefit of your insight without sharing information." "Thank you." Carlos smiled as if to ask, was that so hard? "So there's an ARM ship out exploring. It's in virgin territory, no evidence of intelligence. Suddenly it gets to a place humming with hyperwave signals. All messages are unintelligible and of the same short length. What else?" Sigmund considered. "A few occasional hyperdrive traces, ripples of ships entering and leaving hyperspace. Those could be from anywhere, of course." "Hyperwave navigational beacons?" Carlos mused. "I mean the signals, not the drive ripples." "You mean like global positioning satellites?" Sigmund had used global positioning system locators in Alaska. Much of the state remained empty and wild. "Loosely speaking, with GPS you calculate your position from the slight differences in arrival time between signals from different orbiting clocks. Hyperwave radio is instantaneous. You hear all transmitters at once. You have to calculate your position from your bearings to a number of transmitters." Beacons. That's what the crew decided. "No signs of settled worlds, but hyperwave signals." Carlos closed his eyes and leaned his head onto the back of the sofa. He was quiet for a long time. Something grated on Sigmund's nerves. It might have been Carlos's tuneless humming, but Sigmund didn't think so. "Talk to me. What's on your mind?" Carlos opened his eyes and leaned forward. "Why not just use stars for beacons?" "You tell me." "I can't." Carlos resumed his tuneless humming. "Advanced tech in an apparently unoccupied region. and the signals are directional so that we don't normally receive them. Border markers? Sigmund asked. Maybe Hobo Kelly had finally found its way to puppeteer space? Possibly. But you don't think so? Sigmund prompted. I don't know. More humming. Sigmund, don't you ever deal with easy problems? Under other circumstances, knowing about Carlos and Feather, Sigmund might have found some obscure satisfaction in baffling the certified genius. But an ARM military crew and Andrea were in harm's way. This was the wrong time to stump Carlos. An alarm, perhaps, Carlos finally said. When someone crosses your border, you want to know about it. Our ship has every type of sensor imaginable. There's been no contact, Carlos. No radio, laser, maser, nothing on any wavelength. No neutrino pulses, nothing. Not nothing, Carlos rebutted. Your ship has sensed hyperwaves. An unpleasant truth hung just beyond Sigmund's grasp. Where are you going with this? Radar, Carlos said in wonder. It could be hyperwave futzy radar. There's no such thing. But if there were, it would locate things instantaneously, wouldn't it? Is there? There could be. An eerie assurance settled over Carlos. Well, not radar exactly. Hyperwave pulsars travel instantaneously, as do their echoes. You can't calculate a distance from the round-trip delay time. But if you were to take bearings on a bunch of echoes, and if the receivers compared notes instantaneously, then you have hyperspace radar. Those hyperdrive ripples. Those were the tracks of vessels stalking Hobo Kelly, chasing after it as it hyperspace hopped around. Medusa! Sigmund shouted. Send the recall code immediately. But immediately could not negate the light-speed crawl out to Southworth Station. It would be hours before the recall got to Hobo Kelly. He could only hope it wasn't already too late. Andrea Girard peered from the relayed message streaming from Southworth Station, oblivious to the cheering in the ARM war room. Relief washed over Sigmund. It wasn't too late. We got the recall notice, Sigmund. This ship has a general products hull. We know all about the black hole trick now. And there aren't any neutron stars around. If we find one, we'll stay far away. So I ask you, what can anyone possibly do to us? Someone ruddy and blonde leaned into the camera's field of vision. Calvin Dillard, the pilot. Sigmund couldn't make out what Dillard said, but obviously Andrea did. I'm getting there, Cal. Sigmund, we're going to stay a little longer. It looks like we all made one seriously bad assumption. We've been exclusively scanning systems around G and K, yellow and orange, class stars because puppeteers walk around Earth without sun protection. Now, look at... Look at what? Sigmund shouted helplessly to the receiver. Then proximity alarm shrieked, and he knew why Andrea had paused. Company! Dillard yelled. He suppressed the alarm. Radar says 50 clicks. Get out! Sigmund shouted back in vain. No innocent purpose justified emerging from hyperspace so near another ship. Go to hyperspace now! We're sensing a laser. The light is highly modulated. Seems like data. Dillard spoke to the bridge crew more than to the camera. Com can't pass it yet, but it's definitely low power. Not a threat. Andrea shook off her paralysis. I'm sending a recon image for you to enjoy later. For now, we need to focus on this contact. We'll keep transmitting on hyperwave. Get out, Sigmund repeated helplessly. They're too close. Still no luck translating, Dillard continued. They're not using any known signalling protocol. Evidently there's someone out here we haven't met. New sirens. Sigmund froze. Anyone who set foot on a spaceship was trained to react instantly to that ululating sound. Pressure loss. "Fats!" Dillard yelled. Diminuendo. "The hull!" At least that was how Sigmund read Dillard's lips. The words weren't audible over whistling wind and clamouring alarm, all fading towards silence. And then the message dissolved into static. 43. A happy throng, dressed and dyed in every colour of the rainbow, crowded the theatre lobby. The Broadway revival of The Count of Monte Cristo was pre-sold out for weeks after this, its opening night. Light globes and disco balls wafted overhead, bathing the area in shifting illumination. A few of the floating devices were disguised cops' eyes. Sigmund wondered how many of the audience suspected. Max Adio had queued up for the lobby bar. A statuesque woman in a shimmering green gown, her skin a-glitter in silver dye and gold jewellery, clung to his arm. "Max!" Sigmund called. No response. "Max!" Adio turned. Only the brief narrowing of his eyes revealed his surprise. "Sigmund, how good to see you. Allow me to introduce—" "Hello, Cassie," Sigmund interrupted. Only close friends called her that. Her given name was Felicia. Max wouldn't miss the significance that he knew it. Let Max start worrying what else unexpected Sigmund might have learned. "I need to borrow Max for a little while." "Stay in line, Cass, and get us some wine," Max said smoothly. "I'll find you in a bit. Come, Sigmund." Max ploughed through the crowd, with Sigmund following. Reaching a quiet corner, Adio whirled. "What the futs do you think you're doing?" Sigmund took the comp from his pocket. Protocol Gamma. A translucent privacy screen wrapped around them. "If something has come up, Sigmund, why not just a call to go back to the office?" "Max, you won't want any record of this conversation." "Is that a threat? You need to adjust your meds." Adio began brushing past Sigmund. "I have a play to—" Sigmund shoved Adio back into the corner. "Max, just listen. You're going to deliver a message for me, to Nessus." "Nessus?" Adio's eyes darted about, seeking an escape. "How could I possibly do that?" "Look familiar?" Sigmund offered a slip of paper. It held only a row of digits. "It's an anonymous account at the Bank of Ceres, Antigua branch." Adio had the sense to keep quiet. "It's received some impressive deposits, very indirectly, from general products funds. Payoffs, I should say. I'm guessing you can bypass the middlemen and contact Nessus directly." "And if not?" "You don't want to disappoint me, Max." Sigmund shook his head. "Really, you do not." A wavering chime sounded. The privacy shield scrambled notice that the overture was about to start. "Well?" Adio wilted. "For sake of argument, what's the message you want delivered?" "To start, a picture." Sigmund took a holographic print from his pocket. The format was archaic, by intent, the better to obscure any unintended details. In the main, it was truthful. In other ways, there was less there than met the eye. 5 like-sized spheres floated above the print. Corners of a pentagon. 5 planets. 4 were blue and white, Earth-like, except for their necklaces of tiny suns. The 5th world glowed on its own, its continents afire amid midnight black oceans. No one in Sigmund's team had any idea why the one was so different. Sigmund broke the silence. "We lost a ship, and a lot of good people to get this." What is it? Adio asked in wonder.
The worlds of the puppeteers, Max. Sigmund let that sink in. They've reached a speed just below 3% light speed. At their current acceleration, that's consistent with 8 years from a standing start. After news came of the galactic core explosion, they said they were leaving. It seems that they truly are. Of course, we imagined a fleet of ships.
Where are they headed? Adio asked.
His voice shook in awe at whole worlds in flight. Take it. Sigmund held out the hollow print until Adio accepted. Northward, of course. You don't need that information, and the puppeteers already know. And you having this image demonstrates that the ARM knows. Adio took a deep breath. What does puppeteers leaving have to do with me? General Products paid you a lot, Max. It's not just you, either. They've spent lots of money since they disappeared. Some went to people more unsavory even than you. Puppeteers are cowards, Max. Everyone knows that. They've stayed hidden for as long as anyone in known space has known about them. Then we all learned about the core. Suddenly the puppeteers had to leave their hiding place. Coming out meant someone might find them, when being found is the last thing they can abide. The situation makes them very determined to distract us. I still don't see. Then shut up and listen, Sigmund growled. Your days of giving orders are over. GP money is behind the fertility law unrest. How many people died in the riots? GP money was behind the piracy 2 years ago. 8 innocent crews killed, all to throw us off their scent. And when I picked up their trail anyway, everyone aboard Hobo Kelly died. Sigmund flicked the print still in Adio's hand. Here's the deal, Max. You are my best bet of getting a message to the puppeteers. You give Nessus the picture. You prove to him we know about this fleet of worlds. You tell him the ARM believes they're truly leaving known space. We'll allow them to retreat in peace if they leave us in peace. He gave Adio one last piece of paper. It named more than a dozen banks around Sol system. This sheet bore no account numbers. Sigmund's purpose wasn't to give Max access to new wealth. Here's where GP hid its money. The fortune whose only imaginable use is interference on the worlds they're leaving behind. So I have another job for you. Convince Nessus he must release these accounts to the UN. General Products can consider it a small reparation for the damage it's caused. GP had other laundered funds stashed in banks Sigmund hadn't listed. If the puppeteers didn't know he knew, he might be able to detect any future meddling. You have ambitious plans for me, Sigmund. Mass's cheek suddenly had a tick, but he held his voice steady. Why would I do any of this, even presuming I could contact Nessus? Because you fancy you know something about a numbered bank account in a bank haven? Sigmund sneered. Since no one admits to owning that money, I'll see that it gets transferred into the ARM Survivors Fund. Most of Sigmund's wealth had already gone in trust, anonymously, for the benefit of Ian Girard. Sigmund felt no better for the gesture. But to answer your question, Max, there is a very good reason why you'll obey. It's quite simple, really. Unless the puppeteers do as I ask, I'll blame you. He stared until the traitor looked away. If that happens, you have my solemn word. I will hunt you down and kill you.
Sigmund walked out of the theatre utterly drained. Scattered notes from the overture followed him down Broadway. He went into a deli, took a stool at the counter and got a beer. His meal, a gyro platter, eventually arrived. It grew cold, untouched, his attention elsewhere. Max had no choice but to contact Nessus, and then, his corruption revealed, to run like a cockroach when the lights came on. After Nessus reported home, the puppeteers had no good options either. They would know the ARM had found them. They would know the ARM knew all about their cynically lethal interventions. Puppeteers could move worlds. They could destroy indestructible ships. Yet that power could not guarantee their safety. Their only hope to depart unscathed was to leave Earth alone. And then Andrea's sacrifice would have served a purpose. Feather had moved on. Andrea was gone. Even the puppeteers, for so long the focus of Sigmund's existence, must soon disappear completely. Sigmund went back into the night, wondering if Jinxian intrigue still mattered enough to him to get him out of bed in the morning. Betrayed. Earth dates 2654 to 2655. 44. You don't handle success well, Sigmund. Callista Mellencamp smiled, to show her words weren't critical. You might at least try to look happy. The Secretary-General invited few enough guests to her mountain retreat. Intellectually, Sigmund appreciated the honour. He just didn't give a damn. Depressed as he was, he knew better than to say so. Quite the view you have here. Aside, that was. From the laser cannon batteries that protected her eyrie, they looked horribly out of place. I'm glad something pleases you. Mellencamp perched on the stacked stone fence that rimmed the slate patio on 3 sides. Even her casual jumpsuit was in her signature turquoise. She turned her head to admire the view from the summit of Mount Pisgah. The national forest was at its autumnal peak, a fiery sea of red, yellow, and orange sweeping to the horizon. The ruins of Biltmore Castle peeked through the trees in the distance. She said, Our people can never know what you've accomplished. We always knew puppeteers had capabilities beyond our own, but their cowardice made it acceptable. We didn't suspect even a fraction of their power, nor that their fear could mask such hostility. Pisgah, at almost 2,000 meters, among the highest elevations in the Appalachians. A different Pisgah was the biblical mount from which Moses glimpsed the Promised Land. He died without entering it. Alone, Sigmund recalled. Sigmund had been offered iced tea. Condensation ran down the glass and tickled his hand. The tea had been prepared Southern style, cloyingly sweet. And now they're leaving us alone. Thanks to you, she said. Had the puppeteers not killed Andrea, Sigmund could almost have missed them. He did miss the focus they once gave his life. They had been gone for a year now. He was almost ready to consider using transfer booths again. Real soon now. Neither Jinxians nor Kzinti had made trouble in years. Anda's subtle interference had tied preparations for Pelton's expedition, the one topic Sigmund still dare not discuss with Mellencamp, into knots. Sigmund, she said. It's magnificent. He pointed at the eagle gliding majestically over the treetops, and wondered if it felt alone. Mellencamp sighed. At his obstinacy? She said, It's good to feel safe for once. Safe? Sigmund managed not to stare. That things seemed secure only meant Earth's enemies,
had succeeded in hiding their latest evil plans. Tension clamped Baedeker's throat too tightly to speak, almost too tightly to breathe. He circled his office, shaking with rage. The too familiar hologram above his desk mocked him. He finally composed himself enough to make a call to Achilles. "I've discovered something of critical importance. Can you come?" Achilles stepped through almost immediately. He chirped with bitter undertones at the hologram. "I hate the humans. If only we dared." He brushed heads with Baedeker in belated greeting. "My apologies. I know you share my beliefs." "Be comfortable." Baedeker motioned at the guest hassock before lowering himself, his leg muscles trembling, onto his own padded bench. "Tell me what you see." Achilles studied the holo, the surely all-too-familiar digitized version of Ausfaller's physical print. 5 worlds floating in the void against an obsidian backdrop, a small part of the Cone Nebula. A few stars penetrated the cloud of interstellar dust. The fleet, of course. Authentic. "Absolutely, those are our worlds," Achilles fluted impatiently. "Why am I here?" "Bear with me, please," Baedeker answered. "Of what else regarding this image are you certain?" "That the original used an alien format. It's manufactured distinctly wild human. That the image looks to galactic south. That the image was captured without our knowledge by a probe we never detected." Baedeker leaned forward. "And if the latter 2 certainties are mistaken?" "Then we have been duped." Achilles froze in thought. "And the human's ability to endanger us has been greatly overstated." With Vesta as escort, the route to the hindmost's private office bypassed enclosed and lethal security booths. Achilles, Baedeker, and Vesta still crossed 3 stepping disc vestibules, 2 lined with armed guards, before reaching their destination. Achilles stepped through last, into an area more like an indoor park than a workplace. His apartment would have fit inside it 10 times over. The one thing he missed since Vesta had accomplished his recall was room. There had been breathing room to spare on a ship of his own. Baedeker looked surprisingly unimpressed by the vast natural setting, until Achilles remembered where the engineer had been banished. "Greetings," Nike warbled. The undertones waving formality were for Baedeker's benefit. For the rest, or clandestine Directorate veterans, informality in private was a given. "Make yourselves comfortable." Achilles prodded Baedeker. "If I may, hindmost." Baedeker set his pocket computer on the nearest padded work surface. He pawed nervously at the meadow plant carpet, ill at ease despite Nike's melody of welcome. "Computer, display file. Latest ARM surveillance." The familiar still hologram appeared. 5 worlds caught against a black background. "It's a fake," Baedeker blurted. "How can that be?" Nike asked. "And if so, why is that only now being discovered?" Baedeker flinched at the harsh harmonics. "It is an authentic image of the fleet. That is what makes the forgery so insidious." Achilles said, "Nike, the tampering involves the background. That subtle change misguided our interpretation." "Go on," Nike fluted. "We know the humans found us. One thing only makes this image shocking, that it was taken well after we destroyed their scout ship." Achilles set his hooves far apart, in a no-thought-of-flight stance of utter confidence. "We believe the scout broadcast this picture. The alterations make the image seem more recent."
Nike untangled the scarlet and purple tendrils of 2 adjacent shrubs as he considered. Misdirecting us into thinking the ARM can observe us undetected. Vesta cleared his throat. Exactly, Nike. Vesta, Nike said. I accepted your expert's opinion before about the timing of the image. What has changed? Vesta froze. Expecting to replace Baedeker on Nature Preserve 1 for his failure? It's a complex problem, Achilles interjected. The stars in the background are all familiar, blue-shifted by the camera's motion toward them. That let us derive the ship's velocity. The suns orbiting the Nature Preserve worlds are blue-shifted further by the fleet's motion toward the ARM ship. Since the fleet has been steadily accelerating, its velocity when the image was taken demonstrates when that image was taken. What has changed? Nike repeated, adding grace notes of growing impatience. Achilles prompted. Baedeker? I began to think the calculated timing was very coincidental, Baedeker said. Too coincidental. From my hyperspace detector array, we know precisely when the ARM ship appeared near the fleet, viewed from galactic south. We also know when the ARM ship was destroyed. Between, there was only a brief interval during which its crew could have taken any detailed, high-resolution images. Call that time 0. The suns that orbit the farm worlds mimic hearth days, because our flora evolved for that. We have no cause to remember that the rotations of the fleet's worlds differ. The worlds roughly align only about every 33 days. Baedeker let them consider his tunes before extending a neck at the hologram. This image, with very high probability, matches the image at time 0, with clouds conveniently obscuring regions that would not have been visible then. Citizen clocks continued to define a day by hearth's rotation. Their calendar still used its eons-ago planetary revolution as a year. Both were mere convention, on a sunless world long gone from its primordial orbit. Who but far-ranging scouts, and Baedeker, to give well-deserved credit, considered such things? Vesta sidled forward. Nessus received the image only 71 hearth days after we destroyed the ARM ship. So you can see how implausibly coincidental that matchup is. The differing length of days, Nike mused. How extraordinary. He spaced his heads far apart, the better to examine the image. This view is from galactic north, since we see the Cone Nebula as background. But I understand the synchronization principle is the same. A different apparent vantage point to imply a different sighting. Adjusting the original image from red-shifted by the fleet's velocity away from the ARM ship to blue-shifted consistent with capture by a sensor in the fleet's path, shifting the spectra of the few visible stars to impute a velocity to an imaginary ship. If we could only be sure, Nike said. Undetected ARM ships, especially ahead of the fleet, are unacceptable. If we could only be certain the image was a fake. The boundaries of cloud seen from great distances were indistinct, and some areas were prone to persistent cloud cover. Statistical analyses of the apparent cloud cover were rather subtle for a politician. As Achilles and Baedeker murmured to each other, trying to frame a succinct argument, Vesta again cleared his throats. Vesta had many virtues. Technical insight was not among them. Achilles wondered what his acolyte thought to contribute. I think, Vesta said, we've made convincing ourselves more difficult than we need to. Nessus worked at a drink bulb, too preoccupied to notice what he was swallowing. He replayed Vesta's message 3 times, its implications ever darker. That Ausfaller had tricked Nessus again was the least of them. The possibility of undetectable ships dropping undetectable objects into the fleet's path had enforced a tacit truce with Earth. The fleet had reached 3% light speed. Even a small mass impacting at that speed would be a fearsome thing. And who was to say the ARM, if provoked, would limit itself to a small mass? At least that might be how Ausfaller saw it. Aegis hung deep in the Oort cloud, stealthed, scanning from a safe and hopefully invisible distance, broadcasts from a cross-sol system. Or was Aegis' invisibility as illusory as the hologram a terrified Max Adio had provided? The bulb went dry. Nessus finally noticed he'd been drinking plain water. He circled the relax room to the synthesizer, this time selecting warm carrot juice. Ships appearing undetected in the fleet's path would be perilous. Then there was the matter of what ARM ships might discover, a provocation far beyond anything his meddling had so far created. How would Ausfaller react if he learned what lay ahead of the fleet? Nessus quivered at the thought. With his unencumbered head, he plucked deep inside his mane. Had Achilles, in his limited time in human space, ever seen a house of cards? Nessus guessed not, although peace among worlds had become as wobbly as that. One world safeguarded by the intimations of antimatter it must control, a defense Baedeker had cast into doubt. Another world deemed untouchable by reason of its undetectable ships. A digital sleight-of-mouth Baedeker had now also discredited. Between the anxious worlds of the fleet. And now the House of Cards had flown apart. Much cautious planning must take place before any action could be initiated against either world. For that long at least peace would remain. 62 days after the destruction of the ARM ship, the largest volcano on Nature Preserve 3 had erupted. Had Mount Granthor not stained the skies with smoke and ash, Ausfaller's deception might still be raising doubts on Hearth, still be protecting Earth. Sometimes luck just ran out. Nessus sipped his carrot juice pensively, wondering if Ausfaller's talents could somehow be used to save that other world. 45. The head of Special Investigations could go anywhere he chose. If people wondered why Sigmund chose to spend so much of his time visiting ARM squad rooms, they didn't ask. The truth was pathetic. He was substituting second-hand camaraderie for lost love. Someday he'd get past it. Sigmund told himself there was more to his roaming than that. For one, shifting around helped to obscure his surveillance of Beowulf Schaefer. Bay hadn't worked a day on Earth, at least not legally, in 3 years. Tax records would have shown it. What the puppeteers had paid Bay to explore the core, the last money he had gotten from General Products, Sigmund was almost certain, was long gone. Carlos was wealthy enough, but there were no signs he had transferred anything to Schaefer, and Sigmund couldn't imagine Bay accepting money from that source. If Bay couldn't father his own children, he would tangiwell support them. Nor was the happy family surviving on Cheryl Jance's money. Cheryl had never had much money, or been paid much, and she'd stopped working when Lewis was born. That left Gregory Pelton. What, Sigmund wondered, was Bay doing to get money from that source? "You'll find this interesting," Medusa said. Sigmund lifted his head from his arms, folded on a mildly scuzzy table. He was in an ARM off-duty lounge. They all looked alike. It took a few seconds to remember he was in London. By body time it was after midnight. "What's that?" Serpents slithered. I intercepted a call to Mary Ortega's pocket comp from Cheryl Jance. Across the room, 2 off-shift ARMs sat, their feet up on the battered coffee table, arguing about rugby. They must have come in while Sigmund dozed. It took him a moment to remember Ortega was Cheryl and Bay's babysitter. There had to be more to Medusa's news than a mother checking on her kids. Continue. The packet headers show the call originated in Prosperine. Sigmund sat up. Prosperine, Australia, was the nearest community, a town only if one was feeling generous, to Carlos Wu's home in the Great Barrier Reef. A fibre optic cable into town was the logical way for Carlos to get comm service. Not even Carlos could swing a radio antenna sticking up from the reef. Is Mom having a little action on the side with Carlos? Medusa's smile bared fangs. If so, it's most interesting. A wrong number ping on stepdad's comp puts him there too. Whatever they were plotting, Sigmund wanted to stop speaking in circumlocutions. He could order the off-duty pair away, or commandeer an office, or go elsewhere, or— Protocol Gamma, Sigmund ordered. The privacy screen surrounded him. The underwater dwelling teemed with microbugs, relayed by Feather's comlink. Sigmund could not remember the last time he'd peeked in, only why he had stopped. He trusted Carlos. Be honest with yourself. He had stopped lest he see Feather and Carlos together. Medusa, give me your latest visual, Sigmund said. 4 bodies moved in the hologram. They wriggled and writhed in an evidently room-sized sleeper field amid a floating profusion of discarded garments. Everyone was dyed, and mercifully he couldn't see faces. But the beanpole with a belter-style crest was surely Schaefer. And that energetic lithe figure? Feather rolled over and stared straight at a sensor. Sigmund told himself it had to be coincidence. Kill video playback. His voice shook. Medusa, when were Schaefer and Wu last together? Medusa said, That we know, not since Carlos was released from the hospital with new lungs in 52. 2 years. Sigmund had to know if anything other than an orgy had brought them together. Why now? What Sigmund's imagination painted onto the audio playback was, if anything, more painful than watching. He heard moans, sharp cries, urgent directions, inarticulate sighs, and then silence. At that point I lost signal, Medusa said. Standard ARM jamming. Discretion at last, Sigmund thought. Keep monitoring for as long as Bay and Cheryl are there. Feather called mid-morning. Sigmund, I have a major case of cabin fever. How about I flick over to New York? Carlos is tucked in for the night. It was a bit after 1 in the morning for her and Carlos, and the report Sigmund was writing could wait. Will Carlos stay put if he wakes up and you're gone? He takes direction well, Sigmund. He'd seen ample proof of that a few days earlier. Sigmund spoke as calmly as he could. Sure, we'll go out for a drink. As things turned out, they had several. They bar-hopped through the East Village, with a lunch thrown in. Asked about food, she said, Anything but fish. I'm so sick of seeing fish. They got Italian. At the 4th bar, she leaned over and gave Sigmund a hard kiss. Finagle, this feels good, she said. There's not a lot to do at Carlos's place. You found a way to entertain yourself? Sigmund kept that comment to himself. It's good seeing you. Maybe it's time to rotate assignments. Now that Carlos is accustomed to protection, chances are he'll accept someone else.
Hold that thought. Feather jumped out of her chair onto the karaoke stage. She jived and sang for a while with an Elvis hologram, her voice flat, and then rejoined Sigmund. That was fun. Any assignment? Maybe, Sigmund. I don't know. His thoughts churned. Did he want them to get back together? Just want her away from Carlos, and now also Schaefer? As long as Feather wanted children, Sigmund didn't see how she could be happy for long with anyone. Maybe, she said abruptly. Carlos and I have gotten past purely professional. I need time away to know how I feel. She touched Sigmund's arm. Can I get away for a while without giving up my current assignment? Can you arrange that? He could arrange most things in the ARM. What did you have in mind? I heard about something that would be a real change. She paused to drain her vodka tonic, then keyed an order for another. The bar was too noisy for speech recognition mode. There's an ARM ship mothballed on Mars that needs shuttling to the Smithsonian. Fourth War vintage, believe it or not. He must have looked puzzled, because she added, I'm not surprised you haven't heard of the transfer. The museum folk think the Belters would object to moving it, which is probably the case. They're keeping it quiet. Carlos told me. He knows because he's on the museum's board of directors. Mars was an unattractive bit of real estate. Resource poor and too small to hold a useful atmosphere. Hardly anyone lived there. Mars was UN territory mostly because the Belters didn't find it worth claiming. They did claim an interest in anything moving outside normal Sol system shipping lanes. Mars qualified. That sounds like Belters, Sigmund said. I don't know. Feather smiled. Some Belters are all right. He remembered that glimpse of Feather wrapped around Beowulf. Feather going off-world for a while sounded better and better. Fourth War made the ship almost Sigmund's age. A dinosaur. It belonged in a proper museum. Spiting Belters was icing on the cake. I'll put in a word for you. Who do I talk to? You're a prince. She leaned over the tiny table and kissed him. Knowing that, I brought the information with me. Feather prodded her pocket comp, calling up requisitions for the Ancient Lander and an ARM transport ship, Boy George. If this meets with your approval, just okay it. Carlos will take care of things from the Smithsonian end. Amid the din of the bar crowd, Sigmund had to resort to Protocol Gamma to make his voice print understood. Then Feather dragged him up to the karaoke stage, and the day got even wilder. 46. The advisory stared at Sigmund. Boy George was overdue. There had been no distress call, and its traffic control transponder was not to be found. Feather had played him like a fiddle. And for a fool. It didn't take long, a few comm calls and netting into the hidden sensors at Carlos' underwater lair, to confirm what Sigmund's gut told him. Carlos and Feather were gone. So were Beowulf, Cheryl, and the children. In both homes the agent Sigmund sent found the chaos of hurried packing. Carlos's custom autodock, the supposed nanotech marvel, was missing. A big piece fell into place when Medusa dredged up the records on the Ancient Lander. Feather neglected to mention it had full stealth gear. I thought she was someone I could trust, and that hurt. So, Boy George hadn't landed because the Ancient Lander had secretly retrieved the escapees. Lander and transport ship would rendezvous, and then they'd be off to... where? Wherever they were headed, they could land just as stealthily. I don't understand, Medusa said. Why steal ships?
Why not just emigrate? Bay isn't even a Sol system resident, and any world would happily welcome Carlos.
The same question nagged at Sigmund. He crossed his living room to peer into a hollow cube of himself and Feather taken at a happier time. "What was on your mind?" he asked. Bay and Cheryl would have left Earth long ago, only she was a flatphobe. That's why Carlos had had to father the children. "Here's a theory. Of all of them, only Feather can't emigrate. As an ARM, she knows too much. When she retires, she has to stay in UN territory. The problem is Feather wants to have children, and she can't. Not here. That's why she wants to escape. To change names and disappear."
"That doesn't answer my question," Medusa said.
"I know." Sigmund began to pace. "Here's a theory. She wants Carlos to father her children. She's convinced Carlos to run with her. She'd say the UN feels it owns his genes and the new autodoc he was so proud of. She'd tell him her orders were to keep him on Earth. Why wouldn't he believe her? Hence, he would skulk away with her, misguidedly grateful. But Carlos cares about Louis and Tanya, and Cheryl too, and wouldn't go without them, and Beowulf. That required convincing Schaefer he was no longer permitted to leave Earth. Sigmund presumed he was the ogre of whatever tale Feather spun. Here's where my imagination fails me. How was a rampant flatphobe persuaded she could handle the trip? The trip, followed by a new life, off-world. Sigmund broke into a cold sweat. He knew with grim certainty that resolving this mess would take him off-world. His misplaced trust had made possible the theft of the lander, and with it what was effectively Carlos's kidnapping. Perhaps all trust was misplaced. Sigmund intended nonetheless to rescue Carlos. He would need help to do it. "Medusa," Sigmund said, "send a recall notice to Ander. We have a new mission." 47. "Ta-da," Ander said, dropping Seeker back to normal space. A star shone straight ahead. It was older and hotter than Sol, but its yellow-white hue wasn't too different from Sol at a like distance. Sigmund sighed with relief. Ander had handled most of the piloting. He had talked as non-stop as on that long-ago trip to Jinx. This time Sigmund welcomed it. He welcomed any distraction from the hungry nothingness. Frequent drops from hyperspace, compelled by Sigmund's need for reassurance that the universe still existed, made an already long trip interminable. "Here goes nothing." Ander tapped a button on the main console. A shadowy sphere formed in the deep radar display, slowly expanding. With an imminent return to hyperspace not weighing on him, Sigmund felt better than he had in weeks. He managed to work up some amusement. "You hope to find a stasis box here? It's not like this is an unexplored system." "It can't hurt," Ander smiled, "and the reward if we do find one is enormous." Eons ago, two ancient races had waged a war of galactic extermination. Little remained of their epic struggle beyond a few artifacts preserved for eternity within stasis fields. Most items recovered from stasis containers defied comprehension. All embodied technology of frightening power. Conventional wisdom had it that the caches were weapons, stockpiles. Not surprisingly, every race in known space offered rewards for new stasis boxes. A man could live a long life in princely style on the standard ARM bounty for one. To Sigmund's knowledge, it was a rare decade that saw the ARM making that payout. Stasis fields reflected everything: light, radio, even the neutrino pulses emitted by deep radar. It was second nature for pilots approaching a solar system, any solar system, to do a deep radar ping, and hence it was hardly a surprise that no undiscovered stasis containers awaited them in this long-settled system. Sigmund couldn't begin to guess how many times the system had been scanned by optimists like Ander. Well," Ander said eventually, "looking cost us nothing. Next stop, Favner." Transfer booth abduction also worked on Favner. "You'll be all right," Nessus told the panicked man in the isolation booth. The man spun toward the disembodied voice. He must not have liked his reflection on the one-way mirror. He shuddered once and forced himself to be still. "Show yourself." That would hardly help. "You are Logan Jones, Director of Facilities at the Drake Hotel?" "I am." Suddenly the man beat on the impregnable, well, under ordinary circumstances, walls. Fists certainly couldn't harm the hull material. "I have no money worth mentioning. No one close to me does. You might as well release me." "All in good time, Mr. Jones." Nessus paused to let that sink in. "My hope is to send you on your way somewhat wealthier for this inconvenience." Jones's eyes narrowed. "In return for doing what?" How much easier things would be if Ausfaller used transfer booths. He drifted from one ARM office to another, and through a very few public venues for variety, unapproachable. Any criminal force Nessus might hire to grab Sigmund might accidentally harm him, or worse, even if such action could be initiated in secrecy. "We are done," Sanjita Kudrin had said. "Sigmund is too smart. I'm Tanj lucky he traced General Products' money to Max Adio, not me. Nessus, you can't tempt me any longer." Nessus had answered, "But I can arrange for Ausfaller to learn about your past help, unless you continue to support me." She'd nodded. Fear and misery writ plainly across her face. Information continued to flow, including the report that Ausfaller, finally, was going off-world again. New surroundings meant at least the possibility of safely approaching the ARM. "In return for doing what?" Jones repeated. "Tell me." Nessus found himself half-wrapped into a ball. "I am terrified of meeting faces to face with Sigmund." He forced himself to unroll. "Two Flatlanders, Sigmund Ausfaller and Ander Smitarshid, will check into your hotel soon." That was to say, an abducted desk clerk said they had yet to check in. Despite Ausfaller's head start, Nessus had arrived first. To hear Sanjita, the marvel was that Ausfaller could drag himself aboard another ship. Nessus imagined Seeker dropping frequently from hyperspace. "Look to your right, Mr. Jones. You are to hide one of those flat devices, stepping discs, under the carpet in each of their rooms before they arrive. For your services and silence, after I have electronically confirmed the discs are properly installed, you will receive 10,000 Earth stars." "Are they explosives?" "They are teleportation devices," Nessus said. "You're standing on one just like them." Jones's glance wavered between the booth floor and the nearby stacked discs. "The hotel has transfer booths. In the lobby, not in the guest rooms, but still—" Jones's voice trailed off in confusion. "I mean neither man any harm. You have my word. Do you want to know more than that?" "All right," Jones said. "I'll do it." "Welcome to Favner." The sign suspended over the customs counter made Sigmund's skin crawl. He focused on his breathing. The gravity wasn't far off, and he was indoors. "You can cope," he told himself. Behind him in the debarkation line, Ander chatted up a pretty brunette passenger from a newly arrived starliner. Ander was always ready to mix business with pleasure. The customs officer was a Kazin. His fur was mostly grey, with a jagged scar down one arm. A veteran, Sigmund guessed. Did you eat my parents? Sigmund finally reached the head of the line. The Kazin gave Sigmund's civilian ident a desultory scan. "Welcome to Favna. What brings you here, Mr. Ausfaller?" A year of increasingly desperate data mining. A large-caliber gun gone missing from an ARM weapons locker around the time of Feather's disappearance. An odd police report on Favna's public net, months old, of a man rescued at sea. His flotation vest had large, ragged holes front and back. The man claimed a sea creature had torn his jacket. "Sightseeing," Sigmund said. "The water wars," Ander piped up from behind. Water war was the Favna sport, an underwater free-for-all among mixed teams of people, wearing breathers, and dolphins. 10 teams chased or herded 3 native creatures sort of like turtles. It made a weird kind of sense on a world that was almost all ocean. The rat-cat wrinkled his muzzle. He apparently felt the same way as an earth-cat about water. "Your timing is good, sir, as a big tournament is coming up in Pacifica." "Thanks for the tip." Sigmund picked up his luggage. Once Ander cleared customs, they took their gear to the arrivals area. Sigmund shook his head when Ander started toward a row of transfer booths. "We're tourists, Ander. Let's take a cab." They got into a taxi floater. Sigmund told it, his eyes closed against the too-pale sky. "The Drake." "Excellent choice, sirs," the AI said. "I'm told it's one of our finest hotels." "And most expensive, surely." Ander had done the research and picked it. They settled into their rooms, the connecting doors open. Ander disapproving still of Sigmund's insistence on rooms without ocean views. Sigmund ignored the complaints. The cityscape 10 floors below felt almost like home. He began configuring a computer rack and display arrays. ARM sensors that Ander would be spreading would fill those displays soon enough. Ander came through the connecting doors. "You think we'll find them?" "Honestly, I don't know." Feather's paranoia, Carlos's genius, Beowulf's savvy, a year's head start. Perhaps Bay had access to Gregory Pelton's off-world wealth. The odds seemed awfully long, even if the stolen ship had been here. They had come very far in the hope that gunshots, not sea monsters, explained a tattered vest. "It's fair to say we're due for a little good luck." 48. Sigmund could almost fit in on Favna. He refused to use transfer booths. The natives seldom bothered. They saw no need to hurry. A transfer booth could absorb only so much kinetic energy, and any 2 points on a rotating globe had different velocities. Earth system daisy-chain transfer booths. For long-range travel, the passenger jumped from booth to booth too quickly to notice. Way stations aboard constellations of satellites enabled teleportation across oceans. Not so Favna, except within its one small continent, still called by its Khazinti name of Shasht. The natives mostly travelled by boat and dirigible. Given what 2 weeks' intensive searching had accomplished, Sigmund might just as well have undertaken an around-the-world dirigible tour. Not that he could have left his cabin. Medusa had quickly hacked into the Favna comm networks. She found no sign of the refugees. The only encouragement was another negative. No signs in almost a year of Percival January Hebert, the rescued mariner, claiming to have encountered a vest-hating sea monster. That suggested an alias.
The ambiguity was that people here sailed for months at a time. Many lived independently on the myriad islands that dotted the vast ocean. Either way, they dropped off what passed on Favna for the grid. Ander had seeded most of the major public spaces on Shasht with sensors. Then he sailed to some of the nearer, more populous island settlements and did it again. He did it wearing ARM surveillance gear, transceiver earplugs like those Sigmund had once lent Schaefer and Wu, and even more wondrous repeating contact lenses. Sigmund could pull up on a display whatever Ander saw. So far, that had been nothing helpful. "Ander," Sigmund called. A slight up-and-down movement on the Ander View display showed Sigmund had been heard. The view was of a small shopping mall. "Go on to the next island." Cowardice is a virtue among citizens. Nessus was here on Favna, light years from Hearth, because he had slightly less of that virtue than most. He was still a coward. And Sigmund Ausfather was still very, very scary. Nessus could call Sigmund's room at any time. He could step right into the room. He could interrupt Sigmund's pacing with a trip into an isolation booth here on Aegis. And say what? Ask for trust from the raving paranoid he had stalked for years? Tell the raving paranoid that a world of strangers needed his help? Reveal the darkest secrets of the Concordance to its most formidable adversary? Nessus sped up his own pacing, trying desperately to energize himself. He remained far from the level of mania that would permit him to act. Sigmund lost count how many islands Ander visited. Medusa strained to monitor thousands of data feeds from the sensors Ander had already scattered. Sigmund surrounded himself with sample feeds to feel he was doing something helpful. They had yet to find a clue. They might have already left but for Sigmund's dread of the return flight. One sleepless night, it struck Sigmund. Beowulf Schaefer was a born tourist. The biggest tourist attraction on this benighted soggy world was the Water Wars. Sigmund sent Ander to Pacifica to check it out. Pacifica was an ocean-floor village, established for the staff of some kind of underwater zoo. Water Wars had been an afterthought, an adaptation of a Kzinti land-only hunting game. But it brought prosperity to the sleepy, domed settlement. Predictably, Ander found a food court before entering the nearby stadium dome where the fans gathered. Sigmund watched through Ander's eyes as Ander studied the posted menus, scanned the adjacent storefronts, glanced up to the second-floor balcony, looked back at the menus, picked a line. "Ander!" Sigmund shouted. His heart pounded. "Look upstairs again. Is that—" As Ander searched the balcony, Sigmund backed up the lens feed a minute and fast-forwarded. He knew that face. "It's Schaefer! Get up there!" Ander took the slide stairs 3 at a time. He found Schaefer in a phone transfer booth, holding a pocket comp. It was Schaefer. Facial recognition software was as sure as Sigmund, except he was almost half a meter too short. Schaefer exited the booth and bumped straight into Ander. "Ah!" "That sounded fake," Sigmund said. So Schaefer had also recognized Ander. "Don't let on I'm listening." "Sorry. Beowulf, how you've changed." Ander didn't move to let Schaefer out of the booth. Schaefer feigned a cringe. "Sorry, man, I didn't mean to nudge you." "How strange, Ander. He's pretending not to know you. Tag him." Ander grabbed and pumped Schaefer's hand. "Ander Smittersheed," he bellowed over the crowd noise. Ander's bone-crushing grip, almost like a native Jinxian's, would cover the prick of inserting a subcutaneous bug. Sigmund checked a display. "Medusa has signal from the tracker. Well done." Ander was still talking. We made 2 travelogue vids together, Beowulf. All I can say is you must have a hell of a tale to tell. Hide. Hell of a tale to hide, Ander. Not any more, Ander answered. Yeah, right. Are you with anyone? Ander remembered his lines. No, on my own. Come watch the game with me. I think there's an empty seat next to mine. Ander, get me a good look at the seat numbers, Sigmund said. Medusa can probably find who bought the tickets. For certain, the tickets hadn't been bought under the name Beowulf Schaefer. Learning Bay's local alias would give them a lead on all the refugees. Ander and Schaefer approached a cluster of transfer booths. Ander, grab Schaefer's arm. Act worried he'll dash off, and then he'll never suspect we can track him. Why a phone booth to use a pocket comp? As Ander spoke, his hand closed over Schaefer's skinny upper arm. Schaefer looked amused by the question. Noise! On cue, the crowd closed around them, sweeping them onto the slide bridge to the game dome. Sigmund settled into a massage chair. Eavesdropping on an unsuspecting Beowulf Schaefer was getting to be a bad habit. Got them, Sigmund, Medusa said. Them. The seats Bay and Ander are in. 2 tickets in the name Martin Wallace Grainer. Schaefer babbled on about the finer points of water wars. Methinks Bay is killing time while his seatmate gets away. Medusa smiled. Even the snakes smiled. It gets better. The Grainers, a family of 6, emigrated a couple of years ago from Fafner to Wonderland. 2 men, 2 women, 2 children. Including Martin, I take it. Right. Sigmund thought. Who else is in 2 places at once? Milcenta works at Pacifica. John and 2 children, Nathan and Tweena, took an ice liner from Shasht a year and a half ago, to home. Cheryl Jans had lived underwater with Carlos, making babies. Major flat-phobe that she was, Pacifica was perhaps the best spot on Fafner for her. Cheryl equals Milcenta. Carlos was also a bit flat-phobic. Little Tanya, too, if hints from indirect surveillance could be trusted. But they might fly frozen to Fafner, there to become the Grainers, fly on, frozen again to home, the most Earth-like of colony worlds. Things were beginning to make sense. But why had they split up? Medusa, you've accounted for 5. What of number 6? Adelaide, Medusa said. There's no sign of her here. A chill ran down Sigmund's spine. Something bad had happened here. Which woman was unaccounted for? Cheryl or Feather? Throat-clearing finally caught Sigmund's attention. Ander wanted advice. That was okay. Medusa could data mine for a while on her own. Schaefer was talking. Ander, what are you doing on Fafner? Do not admit I'm off Earth, Sigmund said. Barely perceptibly the scenery edged up and down. Ander nodding for Sigmund's benefit. Ander said, Looking for you? Yeah, Schaefer said, I thought so. You're with the United Nations Police. It didn't sound like Beowulf liked the United Nations very much. Or perhaps, Sigmund thought, it's just me. Ander, do not claim to be official. Not exactly, Ander drawled. I'm not an ARM. I'm with Sigmund Ausfaller, and Sigmund is an ARM, but he has his own agenda. By which I mean to say I'm not here to bring you back, Beowulf. That's good. I don't want to go back. There was a pregnant pause before Bay continued. Why, then? Ask about Feather, Sigmund prompted. Can you tell me what happened to Feather Philip? Schaefer grimaced. It's long and ugly. No problem, Ander said. I'll take you to dinner. Sigmund trembled, with nothing to add. "Thanks." Schaefer leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially. "There's an item of great value involved, Ander. One I can't touch myself. That, and Feather, and the way I look, they're all linked." "Ander, keep an eye on Schaefer. Go to dinner. Get him talking." Getting Schaefer to tell stories wouldn't be hard. Medusa and I will keep digging. While Sigmund continued to eavesdrop on Ander and Beowulf, Medusa sought Carlos's personal autodoc. Calling it an autodoc failed to do it justice. It was a nanotech miracle, able to grow organs, limbs, whatever, on demand. So Carlos claimed, anyway. The United Nations had invested a small fortune in the device. It was massive, too large and heavy to move without a lift plate. The cargo manifest for the Zombie Queen, great name that for an ice liner, showed nothing even close to its size and weight. The dock had disappeared from Earth with Carlos. Would Carlos willingly go on to home without it? "Keep Bay talking," Sigmund ordered Ander. "I need more time." To his AI-'d, Sigmund added, "Medusa, a new priority. Find Milcenta Grainer." If Schaefer was also stalling, it would be to cover an escape. "And there you were in Sirius Mater," Beowulf said to Ander. They had been talking about the core explosion. "All ready to write my story for me. I guess then that Ausfaller must have sent you both times." "So why did you hire me?" "I didn't care much. The galaxy was exploding in supernovae. The big question was, how do I tell the human race? How do I make them believe? I hoped you were an ARM. Maybe you could do something." It sounded more and more like a stall. Sigmund said, "Let's rattle our friend a bit." 49. The water war was down to 5 teams, not all at full strength, and Sigmund saw only 2 foe turtles. Apparently that was a big deal. Fans were on their feet screaming. Sigmund shouted to be understood. "I've downloaded a vid to you. Show him." Ander nodded, then set his pocket comp in Beowulf's lap. A hollow appeared. 5 marbles rotated against a black background, an animation extrapolated from Hobo Kelly's brief foray into puppeteer territory. They blossomed into worlds as the simulated camera zoomed. 4 were so Earth-like, looking past their tiny orbiting suns, it made the throat catch. The mysterious 5th, starless, glowed like a world on fire. Sigmund described. Ander echoed what he was told. "The puppeteers are still in known space, receding at relativistic speeds, and they took their planets with them." Ander snapped the comp shut. 5 worlds, all about the same size, orbiting in a pentagon around each other. Do the math yourself. You'll find that you can put a sun at the centre or not, and the orbits are stable either way. They understand tides just fine, Beowulf. That's what they hid from you. Schaefer had looked surprised. He asked intelligent questions. He didn't visibly react to the comment about relativistic speed, because he considered 3% light speed relativistic, or because he didn't know. Regardless, Schaefer was on a roll. He brought up the 45 expedition with Gregory Pelton. He volunteered that they had found an antimatter solar system. For that information to have become expendable, Schaefer was protecting something very dear to him. Someone. It had to be Cheryl Jans. Beowulf led the way to the Pequod Grill. Sigmund had seen the 3V ads. The Pequod was the premier tourist trap in Pacifica. Ander crammed into the transfer booth with Schaefer, miming concern Schaefer would bolt. At the restaurant, Ander accompanied Bay to the cycler. Bay talked almost non-stop, even after the food came. Along the way he speculated about the puppeteer worlds and where they might be headed. He theorized about how outsiders would adapt to the core explosion. In different circumstances, Sigmund would have been fascinated. Medusa was recording. He would process all this another time. Ander, at Sigmund's prompting, told several whoppers about Pelton's research program on Jinx and what had derailed it. Schaefer didn't react visibly to that either. Medusa interrupted.
"I've got a Sigmund, Milcenta. She just checked in at Outbound Enterprises."
"What's that?" Sigmund asked.
"An ice liner company, the one Carlos and the children used. And one more thing."
"Yes," Sigmund prompted.
"If you deopick your window and look down, Outbound Enterprises is that low green building just down the street."
Schaefer finally slowed down. It might be exhaustion, the hour being late in Pacifica, or he might have decided he'd stalled enough for Cheryl Milcenta to get away. He hadn't, despite earlier comments, said much about Feather.
"Is this what you came for?" Beowulf asked. "Beowulf, I believe I can tell Sigmund it was worth the trip. Now, will you tell me what happened to Feather Phillip and Carlos Wu?"
"Yeah." Bay leaned forward.
"And Carlos Wu's autodoc?"
"Feather Phillip vanished from the same time and locale as you and Carlos Wu and Cheryl Jans. I'm supposed to find out who's dead." Sigmund flinched, but Ander was almost certainly correct. And if anyone was dead, logic said it was Feather. Sigmund studied Beowulf through Ander's lenses. A hand flew up to Schaefer's throat, massaging it nervously.
"Nobody should have to eat with you, Ander."
"Who's dead?" Ander repeated bluntly.
"At least Carlos. You want it from the beginning."
Carlos had gone on to home. What else would Schaefer lie about?
"So there you have it," Bay finally summarized. "Carlos is dead. I saw Feather shoot him before she shot me. Cheryl and the children must have gotten away. Feather stayed to put me in the dock, then used the other boat. She left me marooned on a desert island. I think she'd already given up on catching Cheryl. Otherwise, why would she need me for a hostage? I can't guess where they all are now, but if Feather was holding Cheryl, I think I'd know it."
Amid the lies, parts of the tale rang true. Sigmund knew the principles and enough of the background to penetrate the fog of deceit. Getting the transport and lander, sneaking to Favna to take over the lives of the Grainers, treachery at a remote island landing, that all fit. A stolen weapon, and big holes blown through a nautical survival vest, had brought Sigmund here. Only some of the roles had been changed. Feather was gone forever. That she'd clearly gone over the edge didn't make it any easier. Sigmund was suddenly sick to death of Beowulf Schaefer's voice. That didn't stop Schaefer.
"On another matter, Carlos Wu's experimental autodoc is a very valuable item. I propose to sell it to you."
"We really want that back," Sigmund managed to say. "Play it casual." Ander took his time commenting,
"Your bargaining position isn't that terrific." "Cheap," Schaefer assured him. "I can't touch it myself, after all, and you can't afford to lose it. Look at me. That thing rebuilt me from a severed head."
Sigmund's stomach lurched. He finally pictured it. How long had Feather gone without meds? Long enough to see her shipmates as enemies? Then what? Schaefer blown apart, slaughtered first as potentially the most dangerous to Feather. The others managed to kill her, putting Schaefer's head into the autodoc, before fleeing in their boat in flat-phobic blind panic.
Schaefer shortened by almost half a metre because the autodoc's intensive care cavity couldn't accommodate his natural height. The room spun. "And make a deal to buy back the dock. I'm dropping off." The final, unbearable truth registered. Regrowing Schaefer from his head would take a lot of biomass as input. An awful lot. Feather's dead body? Sigmund retched and retched until his stomach ran dry. 50. In satellite weather imagery on Favner's public net, Sigmund watched a small dot meander from island to island. The dot was the dirigible Wyvern. The end of the line was a mooring tower just a few kilometres from Shasht North Spaceport, the outbound Enterprise's terminal, and Sigmund's hotel. One of the passengers was named Martin Wallace Grainer. The tracker Ander had planted confirmed it. After Schaefer escaped from Ander, he followed at a discreet distance. Alas, Schaefer didn't go to recover the autodock. The last island on Wyvern's itinerary was within transfer booth range of Shasht, and Ander flicked the rest of the way ahead of the dirigible. Ander had coaxed Sigmund out of his room as far as the Drake's main dining room. Sigmund sat with his back to the window wall that overlooked endless waves and not quite right sky. They traded seats, ocean and sky suddenly not the worst view in the room, when a pair of Kazinti came in. "Did you eat my parents?" "It's almost cruel," Ander said, "letting Bay think he got away from me." Where except to Outbound could Beowulf go? Cheryl was already frozen solid for the next ice liner to home. Before following, Ander had checked out the abandoned apartment of the Grainers and the just-rented hotel room of Percival January Hebert, sea monster survivor. Presumably Cheryl had rented the room for Bay on her way out of Pacifica. Ander hadn't found anything, not so much as a hollow of Cheryl and the children. The few personal effects had been sanitized. As to the whereabouts of the autodock, there was no trace. Maybe Ander should just find Bay again, to complete the under-the-table purchase charade. If Ander took Bay down to a reasonable price, Sigmund was inclined to let Bay keep it, and to let the Grainers go free. Schaefer was guilty of countless technicalities, from immigration rules to identity fraud to traffic control infractions. So what? It was more Feather's doing than his own. The bit of Sigmund's mind not still paralysed with grief wondered how Schaefer would take being caught again. Might he trade the coordinates of the antimatter system for freedom? Ander leafed through the wine list in a section marked "Ask the Sommelier" in lieu of price. "Sigmund, I feel we did very well here. Perhaps a magnum of—" Feather was dead, and Ander wanted to celebrate. Sigmund couldn't discuss it, but he wasn't about to order champagne. "We'll apply the cost of a bottle to what you owe me. Those surveillance lenses and earplugs you lost aren't cheap." "I didn't lose them." Ander closed the wine list, looking wistful. "Sigmund, those things can't be worn without interruption for days. My eyes and ears were killing me. I took them out and left them on a counter for a while." "Forget it." Sigmund didn't feel up to more complaints about the housekeeping at Ander's hotel in Pacifica.
"He's there,"
Medusa said. There was the lobby of Outbound Express, 10 stories below Sigmund and just down the street. The AI'd monitored through sensors Ander had planted there hours earlier. "He didn't waste time," Sigmund said. Schaefer's dirigible had docked only an hour earlier. "Show me." The new Flatlander-sized Beowulf Schaefer stood talking with the woman at a circular desk in the main reception area. He had dyed his hair red and taken tanning pills, but without doubt that was Bay. As he turned from the desk, the check-in formalities apparently complete, Sigmund said, "Medusa, connect me to the lobby."
"Outbound Express? Miss McAtee speaking."
"My name is Ausfaller. I need urgently to speak with the red-haired man who just registered." Miss McAtee caught Bay's attention and transferred the call to a lobby phone pedestal beside a window wall. Talking eye to eye with Schaefer felt odd. Schaefer apparently thought so too. "Long story, ask Ander." "So your name is Grainer now?" "Brainard," Bay over-enunciated. "Nice try. Where are you?" "Where should I be?" Sigmund asked back. "Retrieving Carlos Wu's autodoc." "In due course, it shouldn't be left here." He was toying with Schaefer. It didn't make Sigmund feel very good about himself. Habit? Misplaced blame? An ineffable weariness settled over him. It was time to end this. Sigmund stepped to the window. Looking down wasn't too bad. He waved. "Look outside, Bay. Turn left. Farther. Look up. I'm right on top of you. It would take you hours to freeze yourself, perhaps days to be stowed and launched. I need only cross the street to stop you. Let us reason together, Bay." "You always seem to have an offer I can't refuse." "Why are you picking on me, Sigmund? I told Ander everything he wanted to know." "I haven't heard from Ander," Sigmund said. "Not since breakfast."
"Feather, Carlos puppeteers."
"You'll still have to come home with me, Bay." They went into a dance, Bay sticking to his story and Sigmund pretending to believe it. "Bay, are you sure about Carlos?"
"Feather blew a hole through him. But the nanotech dock is his last legacy, and it's UN property, and I might arrange to put that in your hands."
Sigmund held all the cards, but Schaefer would still play it out to the bitter end. "I'm going to miss you," Sigmund thought. Eyes squeezed shut, heads held tightly against the underside of his belly, rolled into a ball, within the all but impregnable hull of Aegis, undetected at the bottom of Favner's ocean, Nessus cowered. He dared not confront Ausfaller. He dared not return home without trying. All the while planning advanced as Achilles so antiseptically sang it, for reclaiming that which was so carelessly set loose. With a great effort of will, Nessus unclenched. Babbling grew louder, mostly unintelligible, relayed from the sensors that rimmed the stepping disc beneath the carpet in Sigmund's room. Ander's room remained silent. Aegis computers only accessed a fraction of what transpired, having to overcome defensive jamming and encryption. But going home, whether it referred to Earth or home, showed clearly enough Nessus was running out of time. Sigmund expected to leave soon. Nessus had come all this way to enlist a champion. Fear had paralyzed him ever since. If he were ever to meet faces to face with Ausfaller, it must be soon. Then why not now? Trembling, Nessus climbed to his hooves. Sensors said Ander's room remained quiet. Nessus mouthed the transport controls and stepped through. He drilled a pinhole through the connecting wall, pulsing a flashlight laser dialed to a narrow beam. Sigmund was alone, talking to a vidphone. Nessus gathered his strength for the step through to the hidden disk in Sigmund's room. Faintly, Nessus heard a ping. Through his pinhole he saw the hall door into Ausfaller's room open, and then he dove for the stepping disc and the safety of Aegis.
A bell pinged, followed by a soft knocking. Tap, 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 tap. Ander, back finally from running the pre-launch checklist on Seeker. "Open the door," Sigmund called to the room automation. He turned back to Bay's hollow image. "And Feather, you know we never intended to turn her loose on an alien world. We want some weaponry back, too." He had to ask, although Feather's stolen punch gun was probably at the bottom of the ocean, encrusted in the Favna equivalent of barnacles. An elephant kicked Sigmund in the back. Fat spatters of gore suddenly dotted the vidphone, and the shattered, sparking remains of his computer array. He twisted as he fell, his head flopping to face the door. Ander. He held a punch gun, its stubby barrel still smoking. Feathers? Lethal weapons weren't easy to come by. Inconceivable pain faded, even more terrifyingly to no feeling at all. Sigmund's thoughts swam in syrup. What was... A yank on the hair lifted Sigmund up off the floor into view of the camera. Schaefer's eyes were round. In the window, Sigmund's reflection had a gaping hole through its chest. Had he heard Bay protest? Sigmund wanted to think so. From a great distance, Ander said, "Beowulf, can hardly sell. Nanotech machine without Sigmund knowing how... Got it." Betrayed. There was scarcely time to think. I always knew it would end horribly before everything dissolved into a maelstrom of darkness. The Outsiders. Earth dates 2656 to 2657. 51. Ausfahler. The man plagued them even in death. Achilles watched the recording from Earth, unable not to paw at the meadow plant carpet in Nike's office. In the hollow, Nessus wore his mane pulled back into a few uneven braids. The token effort made him look, if such a thing was possible, more dishevelled than usual. The message ended. Nike settled astraddle one of the thickly planted hummocks that served in this office as benches. His mane glittered with sequins and orange gems. He asked, "Your impressions?" He's asking me, Achilles decided. Vesta and Nike had viewed the recording before summoning him, but that wasn't the main reason. He had spent years immersed in the information cacophony of human worlds. He knew most of the principles, if not personally, like Beowulf Schaefer, then by direct observation and extensive study of their profiles. Ander Smitashid was the only player new to him. He was the indispensable expert, as long as Nessus remained in human space. What did he think? That awareness at this moment of mane coiffure, like the hoof with a mind of its own, was a defence mechanism, a distraction from an intractable problem they could neither hide from nor flee. Achilles struggled to arrange the salient points from Nessus' report. Ausfahler's murder gives credibility to his event of my death message. That had always been the fear, or Ausfahler would long ago have been eliminated by hired criminal elements. Ausfahler had assumed, brilliant paranoid that he was, that he could trust no one. His suspicions about Gregory Pelton, among other people, had been delivered to many officials besides Sanjita Kudran. There was no way to contain it. Achilles continued. The bigger complication is who killed Ausfahler. Before joining Ausfahler for the trip to Favnia, Smitashid worked on Jinx for Gregory Pelton, in the facility planning a return expedition to the antimatter system. Vesta stared into the distance. After a long silence, he said, "It's rather unfortunate the Favna police killed their suspect. But not surprising,
Achilles said. "Not after he shot at police trying to capture him." Maybe Kzinti police coming at him had rattled Ander. Achilles shivered. It would have terrified him. Who in their right mind attacked a squad of armed Kzinti? Anders Smittersheed had an illegal weapon, and he was covered in Ausfaller's blood. "I wish we knew more," Vesta said. "The authorities on Favna aren't releasing details," Achilles reminded them. To be fair, neither Vesta nor Nike had ever visited human space. How could they understand wild humans and their ways? "The police clearly believe Smittersheed had an accomplice. They don't want that person to know what they've learned. And the maid who heard the shots, found the body, and ran screaming from the room had disappeared into witness protection. Whatever that was." "Forget Ausfaller," Nike warbled abruptly. "The issue is the antimatter solar system. We let ourselves be comforted that only 2 humans knew its location. And now Schaefer had disappeared, and Pelton has taken asylum on Jinx to avoid questions." Achilles thought inanely of dominoes falling. The metaphor had meaning only to him, but it fit circumstances exactly. Ausfaller locates the fleet of worlds. He demonstrates knowledge of past citizen meddling on Earth. Smittersheed kills Ausfaller. Conveniently, Smittersheed is then killed. Their deaths in separate ways implicate Pelton. Pelton flees, removing all doubts. The Secretary-General authorizes the ARM to locate and secure the antimatter system. Which domino would fall next? Vesta murmured softly, "We must find the antimatter first, whatever it takes." "Whatever it takes," Nike agreed. It was delegated to Achilles to prepare the first draft of an order directing Nessus to Jinx. Achilles began several times, his mind wandering. Maybe fear had been burnt out of him by the news of the core explosion and the long isolation until his recall. Maybe he had come to embrace his own bravado about being vulnerable only when he presented his heel. Or maybe, with Ausfaller gone, Achilles could no longer truly see Earth as a credible threat. A very real opportunity kept chasing theoretical dangers from Achilles' thoughts. While Nike worried about the peril behind the fleet, no action would be taken to reclaim the lost world. Its status was, the hindmost decreed, a deferrable crisis. Let Nike stay distracted. Achilles would use that time, exploit that preoccupation. His destiny, Achilles now realized, did not lie on the ocean floor. Seabed arcologies were too grand a concept for lesser minds. But none could deny that the world once called Nature Preserve 4 had been governed too laxly. When the time came for its reintegration into the Concordance, the need for strict control would be obvious. Who better, on that glorious day, to become that world's hindmost, than he who had master-minded its recovery? And who better to keep far away than the one who had betrayed my previous plans? Achilles returned to the task of drafting orders, now with a clear purpose. He detailed all the ways Nessus might observe, infiltrate, or influence Pelton's organization. Specifics neither Vesta nor Nike could know to question. The longer Nessus stayed on Jinx, the better. Nessus stared at the orders from Hearth. Ausfaller had never managed to acquire Pelton's secret. Realistically, how would he? Stars glittered through the bridge viewport. Nessus tried to enjoy them while he could, as he readied Aegis for flight and tried to ignore the mass pointer. Soon enough he would look at nothing else. Only 3 words in his instructions truly made sense. At all costs. Nessus decided they were his orders. The bulk of the message was only copious, impractical advice. Such minutiae, despite Nike's electronic signature,
could only have come from Achilles. A bowl of stale, cinced grain sat on the adjacent bench. Nessus grabbed mouthfuls as he worked, begrudging the time for a meal. He would travel to Jinx as directed. However, Explorer had been bugged and fitted by Baedeker with a remotely controlled bomb. Hobo Kelly had been destroyed remotely. Nessus dare not imagine Aegis free of undisclosed modifications. He would presume everything he said, heard, and did aboard would be transmitted back to Hearth. So he would go to Jinx first. From there his actions must go unseen, lest anyone or anything interrupt his mission, including ARM ships that were surely out hunting. Find the antimatter system at all costs. That was his duty. That was what Nike intended him to do. That was what he would do. Gregory Pelton had learned of the antimatter system from the outsiders. He must go to the same source. 52. "Look at that," Anne-Marie Papandreou said. She had said it at their first glimpse, when Court Jester dropped from hyperspace and 3 times since. The closer they approached, the more wonderment sounded in her voice. Nessus could only agree. Light years from anything, the outsider ship city hung before them. An artificial sun marked one end of a pole, a drive capsule the opposite end. Between, countless ribbons swept and curled and interlaced in a pattern too elaborate for Nessus to grasp. More intimidating was the ship's behaviour. It had dropped from 9/10 light speed to 0 relative within seconds of Court Jester's appearance, somehow without any apparent release of energy. Related technology moved the fleet of worlds. How those drives worked, from where the drives tapped energy and where they released it upon breaking, remained outsider trade secrets. The citizen community had once believed in technology independence. That faith evaporated quickly when a swelling sun threatened to exterminate all life on Hearth. In all the ages since, there had been no experiments on what they had bought from the outsiders. The planetary drives controlled far too much energy to tamper with.
4 kilometers! Anne-Marie looked up from her bridge console. The pole is 4 clicks long. Amazing!
Jason Papandreou merely grinned at her obvious delight. Technically he was a flatlander, but he had travelled far more than most of his breed. Jason had certainly been around more than his wife, on whom he'd doted. It wasn't all commercial travel either. He was a veteran of the last Man-Kazin War. That, and the assurances of Nessus minions on Jinx that the Papandreous often ferried non-human passengers, made Nessus comfortable on their ship. Well, comfortable overstated things a bit. A light began flashing on Jason's console. "Incoming message from the outsiders. Nessus?"
"On speaker, please," Nessus said.
"Welcome to Ship 14. The interworld words were crisp and without accent. "We ask that your ship remain 10 kilometers away from us. Please wait for your escorts." "Acknowledged." Jason turned to Nessus. "You're sure you don't want company?" Nessus began pulling on his spacesuit. The task gave his mouth something to do besides pluck uselessly at his mane, and an excuse not to answer. His business with the outsiders was not meant for human ears. After a while Jason shrugged. He had grown accustomed to such non-answers. "Fine, then. Anne and I will stay aboard. Radio if you need anything." Nessus sealed his spacesuit. A tongue flick activated his radio.
"Testing 1, 2, 3.
At Jason's nod, Nessus strode to the airlock with more confidence than he felt. 3 outsiders floated beyond the airlock. They were creatures of superfluid helium, adapted to the vacuum and utter cold far from any star. Nothing that had ever lived on Hearth served to describe them. In earthly terms, they resembled black cat-o'-nine-tails with grossly engorged handles. Brains and sense organs hid somewhere within the handles. The whips were clusters of motile roots. All three outsiders wore metallic exoskeletons. Two offered Nessus a tentacle to grasp, and he then understood their garments. Had they been unprotected, the body heat radiating from his suit would boil them. The tug of his inertial mass might well rip them apart. In other tentacles, they held gas pistols. They jetted the short distance to Ship 14, the pace agonizingly slow. Nessus studied the ship rather than dwell on the conversation to come. He had little curiosity. That was a human trait. The universe offered perils enough without looking for more. Details emerged as they approached. The ribbons were enormous, intertwined ramps, kilometers long and several meters wide. Outsiders beyond number lined the ramps, branched tails in shadow, handles in the faint artificial sunlight, thermo-electrically charging their systems. Many trailed roots in bowls. Nessus guessed at nutrients dissolved in liquid helium. That's why the outsiders don't use hyperdrive. Outsiders had invented hyperdrive. They sold it, but, to the best knowledge of other species, they never used it. Now Nessus saw why. Light became... what? Exactly, Nessus could not say. But you couldn't see anything in hyperspace. Something quite different there. In hyperspace, outsiders could not bask in artificial sunlight. Perhaps they'd starve. His boots touched down, finally, on one of the tangled ribbons. Nessus' escorts moved toward a nearby door, employing a sinuous, many-limbed perambulation for which he had no name. The artificial gravity seemed inadequate to hold him down. He activated boot electromagnets before he dared to follow. "Please go inside," Nessus heard on his helmet radio. Nothing suggested which alien had spoken. Perhaps none of them had. He closed the door. Lights came on, and air rushed into the room. The transparent dome in one corner was the cubicle's only feature. Within the dome an outsider waited, sheltered, Nessus inferred, from light, heat, and pressure. "Undress and be comfortable," Nessus heard. The communication was acoustic, not by radio. "This climate is suitable for your kind." The chords were as unaccented as the previous interworld words had been. Outsiders lived in vacuum, so they obviously communicated without sound. Nessus glanced about, looking for a hidden speaker, radio antenna, or infrared sensor, and stopped himself. How they spoke hardly mattered. "Going silent," Nessus transmitted back to Jason and Anne-Marie. He tongue-flicked his radio to off. This conversation was not for their ears. To the outsider, Nessus sang, "Thank you, but to remain suited is more convenient. Changing is time-consuming." And he would lose the option to flee this room, assuming its door would open for him, unless he remained in his spacesuit. "I am called Nessus. I am here for the Concordance." "Not officially," he continued in his thoughts. "What shall I call you?" A long pause suggested puzzlement at the question. 14 will do." More silence. "We encounter few citizens or humans in this region. We were surprised to receive your hail. Did you have difficulty finding us?" "Yes," Nessus lied. 1,000 generations of observation had revealed little about the outsiders. That ignorance was not all the aliens' doing. They ranged freely where citizens, even insane scouts, feared to follow. One of the very few certainties was that outsider ships followed starseeds, for reasons yet unknown, on their epic migrations. That citizen scientists could summon starseeds was a secret of the highest magnitude. Enough starseeds had been observed for long enough to make a correlation,
They set sail for dying stars. That was probably how the outsiders had first come upon Giver of Life, not long, in solar terms, before its imminent senescence became evident to concordant specialists. Astronomers eventually isolated the spectra and intensities to which starseeds responded. Physicists learned to induce transient instabilities in stars to produce such emissions. Engineers created a compact device, the starseed lure, to project the destabilizing force beam. Now starseed lure stealthily orbited many stars, remotely controlled by hyperwaves, to keep a few outsider ships always within reach, lest a planetary drive need maintenance. Humans might call it insurance.
"Yes," Nessus repeated. "It took a while to find you, 14. "Very well," 14 said. "Your hail indicated the intent to purchase information. What information do you seek?"
Nessus took a deep, calming breath.
"Visitors, or rather customers, asked you once for the location of the most unusual planet in known space. That was an antimatter planet. I would also like to see it."
The outsider considered.
"It seems a rather hazardous destination for one of your kind." "From afar."
The grace notes of ironic understatement weren't totally necessary. Nessus wondered if they would translate.
"I came to purchase the location and trajectory." "You already know much about the matter. Why not ask those earlier visitors?"
What would Ausfaller have done? Nessus asked himself that more and more. Offered some disinformation or half-truth, surely. Having come on a human ship, he could hardly claim total separation from human space.
Beowulf Schaefer and Gregory Pelton prefer to keep it their secret. "We charged them a significant sum. Perhaps they are entitled to having the secret kept."
"Perhaps."
"Unless you promised exclusivity, why not also sell me the data?" "I, however, wish to purchase exclusivity henceforth of the system's location and even its existence."
What else could he ask to safeguard the fleet?
"Also, as part of my purchase, I will require that you not provide anyone with transportation to that system."
The translator fell silent, but under the clear dome roots squirmed. Did his interlocutor consult with unseen colleagues, writhe in anger, convulse in amusement?
"We accept your point. Our price, inclusive of such exclusivity, is 5 million Earth stars."
Only the tough material of his spacesuit stopped Nessus from burrowing his heads deep into his mane. 5 million stars was a significant sum, but once it would have been doable. That was before. Before General Products abandoned its export business. Before a fortune in penalties and termination fees for broken contracts on so many worlds. Before funding Julian Forward's supremely expensive experiments. Before endless bribes and extortions and the purchase of behind-the-scenes influence. Before seizure of most of what little remained when Ausfaller discovered the meddling. Before an enormous warranty payout to Gregory Pelton for the destruction of his GP hull. Which is why I must pay. We must find the antimatter. The price would not change. Outsiders did not bargain or negotiate. 5 million stars would empty General Products accounts on We Made It, Down, and Plateau. But Nike's orders had been explicit. At all costs.
"I accept."
The actual transaction, exchanging a string of digits in the form of bank credits for a few navigational parameters, was eerily anticlimactic. Then Nessus truly saw what he had bought. The most unusual planet had barely grazed known space, receding at nearly light speed.
inaccessible normal space velocity, the ultimate in hazardous material, and now a vast, ever-growing distance. No wonder Pelton had yet to undertake a return mission. The United Nations, should they locate this system, would have similar difficulties. And, having bought exclusivity to the data, Nessus knew he had made such a discovery much harder. It had been a fortune well spent. Nessus returned his comp to a spacesuit pocket, sealed the flap securely, and turned to leave.
"As it happens," 14 said, "we have other merchandise you might find of value."
Nessus turned back. His comp was almost emptied of credits, and his psyche of energy. Aching for the comparative familiarity of court jester, he managed to ask, "What sort of information do you offer?" 14's roots wriggled. A shiny artifact appeared inside the dome. The object's purpose was not obvious. Nessus sidled closer, but no details emerged. He saw only a shiny cylinder with a handle, entirely reflective. Entirely reflective? Nessus had never heard of a stasis field following such a complex surface, but he was obviously looking at a stasis field. That often meant a weapons cache. 14, where did you get this?
We found it considerably closer to the galactic core.
Considerably closer was admirably imprecise. Unless the item had been awaiting sale for longer than Nessus had been a scout, it had been retrieved in or near known space. Starseed Lures had kept this ship in the interstellar neighborhood for that long. The one thing scarier than the unknowable contents of an ancient cache was the possibility of another species acquiring it. Trembling, Nessus asked, "How much?"
14 million stars.
14 million stars for ship 14. It hinted at whimsy Nessus had never expected of an outsider. Moments ago, spending 5 million had almost paralyzed him with doubt, none of which mattered.
"I don't have that much money on call." "That is understandable," 14 said. "We will accept your word of honor as a citizen."
14 million stars. To settle that debt would erase what little remained of General Product's wealth on Earth. And yet what choice did he have? He had come to keep antimatter from the hands of the ARM. Whatever secret lurked within the stasis field might be as dangerous. If he did not buy it, to whom might it be offered next? Kizinti? Delivering the artifact to Hearth meant first bringing it aboard Court Jester. To his surprise, Nessus realized that that didn't bother him. He had trusted Jason and Anne-Marie to bring him here and get him back to Jinx. He would trust them with this unique cargo. His voices wavering, Nessus said, "You have my word of honor." The mirror-bright artifact materialized outside the dome, a neck's length from Nessus. It was too big for his pockets. He tied it securely to his suit. Once more he turned to leave.
"One more thing," 14 said. "Since you are here representing the Concordance,"
he, she, it climbed from the repose it had maintained throughout the negotiations. Changing posture required flexing the handle end, the torso, as well as a scurry of tendrils.
"We have noticed something most interesting. We understand why your worlds are in flight. At some point we will follow. But the danger is millennia away, hardly an emergency."
14 paused.
"We expect past agreements to be honored."
"Certainly," Nessus said. Was this something casual or very, very serious? So little was known about the outsiders. The meaning of their body language, assuming they had body language, was not part of that knowledge. The new stance might signify anything or nothing. The planetary drives were sold only to the Concordance, for acquiring farm worlds, for moving Hearth and its colonies from its sun. Swirling tendrils might convey agitation. Not to be made available to other races. Pause. That long-ago arrangement was exclusive. And extraordinarily expensive. Installments would continue to be paid long after Nessus was dead and forgotten. I do not understand. Tendrils waved. A hologram appeared of the fleet, comprised of 6 worlds. The fleet, as it had been until a few years ago. In an elaborate dance, one world emerged and pulled ahead, while the others lagged and reformed into a pentagon. Nessus pawed the hard deck, for a shuddering moment unable to stop himself. Proximity did more than keep outsider ships close for support. Proximity meant outsider ships at all times had a good view of the Concordance worlds, an opportunity the outsiders had obviously grasped. "Scouts," Nessus managed to say. "As we flee the galaxy, that world, Nature Preserve 4, will encounter any dangers first. They will warn the rest of us." "So we speculated initially. Their communications, however, are puzzling. The language clearly isn't citizen. It sounds almost like interworld." When Nessus failed to respond, 14 added, "If the Concordance transferred the planetary drive, dishonouring its pledge of exclusivity, the consequences will be dire." "Nothing of your systems has been transferred. Nature Preserve 4 is in custody of our representatives." Nessus stammered, his tune marred by trembling. What was the meaning of dire to being so powerful? Too few of us are able to explore. "Of that we require convincing." 14 waggled tendrils once more. Air whooshed, this time into unseen reservoirs. The door opened. "Bring proof." 53. Nessus crept from the airlock, barely able to move. He scarcely remembered being towed to Court Jester by 2 outsiders. Jason stared at the object strapped to Nessus' chest. "Fenego, is that a stasis box?" "Yes," Nessus answered dully. He was past the limits of his endurance. The mania that had sustained him seemed less than a distant memory. "It must be stowed." Anne-Marie noticed his fumbling with the straps. "Let me," she offered. She opened the fasteners and then blinked at the artifact's surprising weight. Jason relieved her of the cylinder. He turned it over and over, studying it from every angle. "I'll put it in the forward locker and help Nessus out of his suit." Nessus thought nothing of giving such a treasure to Jason. To open a stasis box required a special apparatus private ships would never carry. He hardly thought at all. As from a great distance, Nessus bent and twisted and writhed free of his spacesuit. Fear and overload had nearly paralyzed him. It took both humans to extract him. "Back to Jinx," Nessus called over his shoulder, wobbling to his cabin. The hatch slammed shut, vibrating from the sharp blow of his hind hoof. The lock engaged with a satisfying click. Nessus dove to the deck, rolled himself tight, and sought for a little while to forget. Eat, excrete, deny. Bodily functions occasionally dragged Nessus from catatonia, and the dirty plate stacked near his personal synthesizer represented a calendar of a sort. By that crude standard, days had passed, but he would not guess how many. A loud, echoing scream yanked him into the present. It was the amplified ululation of a human female, shrill and panicked. Nessus threw the hatch open and raced to the bridge. "What is wrong?" he demanded. "There's nothing wrong," Jason said. "Have a look out the window, this window," Anne-Marie added.
While Nessus had cowered, they had dropped from hyperspace. 2 stars, one yellowish and one eye-piercingly white-violet, blazed in the viewport. Glowing red smoke in a many-ringed coil looped around them. The outer end of the coil lashed and flailed, diffusing into a red veil spread across half the sky. So much beauty. It displaced, for a little while at least, the dread that had immobilized him. He had chosen his crew wisely. "I recognize this star," Nessus said. "Amazing. I really should have suggested this stop myself. Had I not been so depressed, I certainly would have. Thank you, Jason." "My pleasure, sir," Jason said. "We'll be on our way again whenever you're ready." Anne-Marie bent over her control console. "I'll scan with deep radar." Jason laughed. "Can you imagine how many ships have scanned this system already?" Anne-Marie persisted. "Just for luck." There was a beep. "I don't believe it," Jason said. 2 in 1 trip, Anne-Marie shouted. "Jay, that's some sort of record." Nessus' mind reeled. Beta Lyrae, as the humans called the system, was one of the wonders of known space. Doubtless many pilots had detoured, as Jason had, for the view. Just as surely many had scanned for stasis boxes. It felt wrong. "I suggest that we locate the box, then leave it. You may send a friend for it." "You hired my ship," Jason said. "If you order me to go on, I'll do it." On the other hand, if they retrieved this new stasis box now, he could buy their shares. Nessus doubted they'd expect as high a price as the outsiders. Nessus wasn't ready to agree, but perhaps this merited more discussion. He extemporized. "I will not. Your species has come a long way in a short time. If you do not have prudence, you have some workable substitute." "There it is," Anne-Marie said. "A little blob of a world about 3 billion clicks out." Nessus craned his neck to study the new deep radar image. The object rested on or slightly within the translucent sphere that represented the planet. He surreptitiously checked radiation meters and saw nothing out of the ordinary, and finally understood what his subconscious had been warbling about. Pilots searching for stasis boxes counted on one thing: the complete opacity of a stasis field to neutrinos. What none would consider, and why would they, was that neutronium was almost as opaque. That was why Achilles, curse him, had scattered large neutronium masses in desirable solar systems within the fleet's wake. Spot an apparent nearly priceless stasis box, race to retrieve it, and then, when it was too late, fall prey to its deep, steep gravity well. 3 human ships had been lost to exactly such traps. Rather than protect the fleet, the disappearances had drawn Ausfaller's attention. Nessus tasted bitter cud, remembering his desperate attempts to create a similar neutronium artifact to redirect Sigmund's gaze. Julian's black hole, bulked up with a comparatively small mass of neutronium, had accomplished much the same. This couldn't be one of Achilles' traps. A large neutronium mass set onto the planet's surface would eat its way through, oscillating around the center of mass, growing and emitting massive amounts of radiation. Jason moved alongside, also studying the deep radar image. "Shouldn't be any problem. All right, I'll take us down." Nessus said nothing, knowing his silence represented a decision.
"I dub thee Cue-Ball," Anne-Marie said.
Nessus watched her follow Jason through the pressure curtain now projected over the doubly open airlock. They rode the escalader down to the frozen surface of the small world. The great, red-glowing arch of star stuff, source and replenisher of the thin local atmosphere, shone overhead. Through the main viewport, Nessus watched with one head as they cautiously surveyed the landing zone with a portable deep radar unit. A radio-linked auxiliary bridge display repeated the deep radar image, an opaque cube buried in the ice. The cube disappeared. The steam geyser burst from the ice. A massive figure emerged. It was an armed and armoured Kazin. Jason and Anne-Marie ran for the ship, only to be cut down. Nessa slapped the airlock control. The doors began to close, too slowly. The Kazin, taller than and easily twice as massive as Jason, splintered the bridge door with a single blow. "Come," he snarled. Nessus hung like a bug in amber, immobilized by a police restraint device. Jason and Anne-Marie, roughly stripped of their vacuum suits, remained stunned and unresponsive. Both dangled in awkward-looking poses within their own force field restraints. Their pressure suits had been removed to another cabin. Nessus had had only moments to dress for the trek to the Kazinti ship hidden beneath the ice. A single Kazin, with few markings on his bright orange fur, shared the room with them, impatient for the stunned humans to return to consciousness. Nessus tired of waiting. "What is the purpose of this action?" he demanded, in hero's tongue. Scouts learned all the languages of known space. The Kazin ignored him. Nessus guessed the Kazin was a warrior. He would be loath to speak to an herbivore. Jason groaned. "So none of us made it." "No," Nessus said. "You may remember I advised—" "How could I forget? Sorry about that, Nessus. What's happening?" "Very little at the moment." The restraint field, as set, left only heads free to move. Jason turned his head toward their captor. "Who are you?" "You may call me Captain," the Kazin said. "Depending on future events, you are either my kidnapped victims or my prisoners of war. Who are you?" "Jason Papandreou of Earth origin." "Very well, Jason. Are you in possession of a stasis box, a relic of the Slaver Empire?" Only the restraint field kept Nessus from collapsing in horror. A very few Kazinti were latent telepaths. A tiny fraction of those could tolerate the drug that awakened their powers. Kazinti warships often carried telepaths. By treaty, Kazinti no longer had warships, nor were they even allowed lethal weapons. But nevertheless, this was surely a military vessel. How, but with the aid of a telepath, could Captain even suspect Court Jester carried a slaver relic? The Kazinti, before it was their misfortune to encounter humans, had once ruled an empire. The races Kazinti subjugated were slaves. Those who had, eons earlier, left behind stasis containers called themselves Thrinton. Wielding telepathic powers far beyond the Kazinti variety, the Thrinton held whole worlds in bondage. It was no wonder the Kazinti revered their memory. Only Kazinti would feel that calling them slavers was an honour. A Thrinton superweapon could rekindle the Man-Kazin wars, even imperil the fleet. The horror of the situation so shook Nessus that he hardly heard Jason's denial. Captain's question was a formality, of course. The telepath who had sensed thoughts of the artifact would peel the humans' minds like onions. Captain would not talk to him. Could any Kazin bear to read a mere herbivore's mind? A conditioned response to any such attempt would instantly kill him. Nessus was not afraid to die. He was terrified of the information that would die with him, and of the many lives at stake. That must not happen. He must await his opportunity to escape. What would Ausfala do? "The trap you stumbled upon is an old one," Captain said. "One ship or another has been waiting on this world since last war. We have been searching out slaver stasis boxes for much longer than that, hoping to find new weapons." A second Kazin, ill-groomed, appeared in the doorway. He waited deferentially for his captain to finish talking. The telepath? Captain ignored the newcomer.
Only recently did we hit upon this idea. You may know that ships often stop off to see this unusual star. Ships of most species also have the habit of sending a deep radar pulse around every star they happen across.
It was easy to remember Achilles ranting about humans and scheming to bolster the patriarchy as a counterweight against them. Not even Achilles would conspire to help the Kzinti acquire Thrinton weapons. But had Achilles' meddling inspired Kzinti to seek on their own?
Several decades ago we did find a stasis box. Unfortunately, it contained nothing useful, but we eventually found out how to turn the stasis field on and off. It made a good trap. For 40 Kzin years we have waited for ships to happen by with stasis boxes in their holds. You are our second catch.
The echo of the deep radar pulse sent for luck had masked an answering ping from the planet. They had revealed themselves and disclosed their precious cargo long before approaching within telepathic range. Anne-Marie had also revived. At Captain's explanation her eyes grew round.
"Sorry,"
she mouthed to Nessus.
"You'd have done better finding your own boxes," Jason said. "We would have been seen. Earth would have acted to stop our search."
Done explaining himself, Captain turned to the unkempt Kzin in the doorway. He snarled orders in Hero's tongue. The rumpled one was called, simply, Telepath. Captain turned out to be Chuffed Captain, a nobleman entitled to a partial name. Cringing deferentially, his face scrunched in misery, Telepath set to work reading Jason's mind. The force field still held Jason. He gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut, until Telepath turned his painful attention to Anne-Marie. She also endured the ordeal stoically. Telepath shuddered before reopening his own eyes.
"Chuffed, Captain. They have not hidden the stasis box. It may be found in a locker to the left of the control room."
Chuffed Captain howled in frustration when he heard the humans knew almost nothing of Nessus' dealings with the outsiders. He did not direct Telepath to probe Nessus' mind. Perhaps reading prey was too demeaning, even for a no-name Kzin. Perhaps Chuffed Captain knew the attempt would kill Nessus without revealing anything of value. Either way, Nessus was grateful. While he lived, he could plan to escape. Telepath finally left, drained by his psychic exertions. More Kzinti soon replaced him, wearing pressure suits with their helmets not yet sealed. They brought the prisoners pressure suits. Chuffed Captain addressed the one carrying the stasis container as slaver student.
"Open it,"
Chuffed Captain ordered. Slaver student set down his load. The mirrored, cylindrical container obstructed Nessus' view of whatever the Kzin operated to break the stasis field. The mirror finish vanished to reveal a dull, bronze-coloured box, which opened automatically. Slaver student removed a 3-clawed alien hand, what appeared to be a slab of raw meat inside a transparent wrapping, and a small sphere on a sculpted handle. The hand had belonged to a Thrint. A souvenir? The hand grip on what certainly looked like a weapon was entirely wrong for it. What little hope Nessus had allowed himself vanished. These were artifacts of the Tenuktipan, the most talented of the long-gone Empire's subject races. For generations, Tenuktipan slaves had developed the most advanced technology of the Thrinton Empire, while secretly developing other technologies for themselves. When at last the Tenuktipan rose in rebellion, they and their former masters warred until all intelligent life in the galaxy was exterminated. These Kzinti now possessed the first Tenuktipan stasis box ever recovered. 54. Nessus and his crew stood on the surface of Cue-Ball. They were there for any insights they might offer as Chuffed Captain and Slaver Student tested the weapon. When the prisoners ceased to be helpful, they could serve as targets. As they were immobilized by portable restraint fields, the matter was beyond their control. No, Nessus chided himself, do not give in to fatalism. Stay alert for an opportunity to escape. Court Jester sat nearby, a squat cylinder atop the ice, tauntingly out of reach. Nessus wondered if it could attain safe hyperdrive operating distance from Beta Lyrae before the Kzinti ship, Traitor's Claw, he now knew it was called, could free itself of the ice. "I wonder why we're still alive," Anne-Marie said. Nessus answered cautiously. "The captain wants our opinions on the putative weapon. He will not ask for them, but will take them through the telepath." "That doesn't apply to you, does it?" Anne-Marie asked. "No. No Kzin would read my mind. Perhaps no Kzin would kill me. My race holds strong policies on the safety of individual members." Their captors had set everyone's spacesuit radios to a common frequency. Nessus had hinted at the power and long memories of the Concordance without implying any threat. Chuffed Captain might feel honour-bound to defy. Citizens did not fight back, not in the Kzinti sense, but they had the power of commerce, the influence to make and break worlds. Had, in the past tense. The wealth and influence of general products were all but gone now. "In any case, we have some time." "Time for what?" "Anne-Marie, we must wait. If the artifact is a weapon, we must recover it. If not, we must survive to warn your people the Kzinti are searching out slaver stasis boxes. We must wait until we know which." As though they could do anything but wait. The restraint field kept Nessus from pivoting his heads. That was frustrating. His urge was to look himself in the eyes. The Kzinti would surely find puppeteer bravado amusing. Would his amusing them argue for his life? "Then what?" Anne-Marie persisted. "We will find a way," Nessus said. Jason finally joined the discussion. "We?" "Yes. Our motives coincide here." That was true, taking escape as a motive. Nessus' foremost goal thereafter was to get word to Hearth of the outsider's demands. Even Kzinti pursuit of ancient weapons paled in comparison. "I cannot explain at this time. Or ever." Chuffed Captain systematically examined the controls of the ball and handle artifact. He pointed it into the distance and squeezed what might be a trigger. Nothing happened. He gripped a small mechanism at the base of the handle, edging it upward. The mirror-faced sphere writhed like a living thing, changing and flowing into a long, slender cylinder with a red ball at one end and a toggle at the other. The handle had not changed. When Chuffed Captain engaged the toggle, the red ball lit up and shot far across the ice. The Kzin swung the artifact. The glowing ball moved in concert. "Variable sword," Chuffed Captain guessed. He moved the artifact toward a distant rock spire. The top of the rock slid off. Nessus knew what a variable sword was, an invisibly thin monofilament reinforced with a stasis field. One would slice through almost anything. The red ball marked the end of the filament for purposes of aiming. "A variable sword," Chuffed Captain repeated, "but not of slaver design. Slaver student, have you ever heard of a weapon that changes shape?" "No, Chuffed Captain, neither of the past nor of the present." "Then we've found something new." "Yes!" Slaver student snarled enthusiastically. The slider in the artifact's handle had 8 settings. One had turned the ball into a variable sword. Chuffed Captain set out to find the purpose of the other settings.
Setting 2 morphed the device into a parabolic mirror and a sonic projector. In the tenuous atmosphere of Cuball, even its strongest setting transmitted only a faint hum. Nessus knew that personally, as Chuffed Captain used him as a target. Slaver Student had already reported very limited energy discharge. Chuffed Captain knew that. The Kazin must have already deemed Nessus expendable. The third transformation produced a projectile weapon. Slaver Student provided bullets that had also been in the stasis box. Chuffed Captain grunted appreciatively when one type proved to be powerfully explosive. The next setting again set the device to writhing. It spat out the remaining bullets before settling into a new sphere, smaller than the original. Test firings at target rocks did nothing, although Slaver Student reported energy discharge. Chuffed Captain fired at each of his captives. This time Nessus felt nothing. "I grow weary of these duds," Chuffed Captain growled. The fifth setting produced a stubby barrel flanked by flat metal projections. It looked dangerous even to Nessus. Chuffed Captain fired at his target rock. Everything happened at once. Chuffed Captain spun around as though he were holding a fire hose, struggling to control the weapon. A glowing beam lashed about. Telepath screamed as hot plasma touched him, a sickening wail of pain and fear that faded quickly. Two Khazinti grabbed Telepath, dragging him toward the ice tunnel back into Traitor's Claw. Anne-Marie was running for Court Jester. Telepath's flailing had knocked her off the grid of the portable restraint. Nessus felt the stirrings of hope. Chuffed Captain almost casually brought her down with a stunner. He trudged after her as she bounced and slid, paralyzed across the ice. "It's a rocket motor," Slaver Student said. He'd returned from flash-freezing Telepath for emergency care back on Kazin. "The flat projections on the side may be holds for feet." Position 6 produced a telescopic sight and a communications laser. Nessus consulted quickly with Jason, while the Khazinti continued their experimentation. The rocket mode had seemed far too powerful for the artifact's size, unless... "It must use total conversion of matter," Jason said. Nessus had already concluded that. Slaver Student surely would also. Nessus' depression deepened. A compact device able to totally convert matter to energy. By comparison, even antimatter was a trivial peril. Such technology promised yet another way to destroy General Products' hulls. "Things weren't bad enough," Jason said. "Can you see Khazinti warships armed and powered with total conversion?" "Fancy rat cats," Anne-Marie said suddenly. The restraint field defeated her attempt to sit up, and she swore some more. "Nice try," Jason told her. Chuffed Captain moved on to the 7th setting. It yielded an enigmatic cylinder and wire grid. Slaver Student reported an energy release, but the device affected nothing. Nessus didn't feel anything when, again, Chuffed Captain aimed it at him. Nessus thought the grid looked like a microphone. So did Slaver Student. He took the weapon into his ship. He returned with it in a short time. "I was right. The artifact answered me in an unknown speech, Chuffed Captain. I believe it to be a computer." Computers didn't impress Chuffed Captain, not unless they could be taught Hero's tongue. He went on to the 8th setting, which produced a weird shape that defied naming. Nessus thought he'd seen something like it long ago in an old topology lesson, and wondered what it could be. It certainly did not look like a weapon. Chuffed Captain aimed it at a rock and pulled the trigger. Jason toppled. He gave Anne-Marie a shove toward Court Jester, then turned to charge at Chuffed Captain. The restraint grids were off. The 8th setting absorbed energy. Something came over Nessus. Desperation? Mania? A form of insanity, surely. He did not stop to analyze it. Nessus charged past Jason, directly at Chuffed Captain, who was still puzzling over the Tanuktapan artifact. The Kazin looked up just as Nessus reached him. Nessus spun as he moved, straightening his hind leg and locking its joints. He sank the hoof deep into Chuffed Captain's side. Ribs shattered beneath Nessus' hoof. The blow jolted his leg up to his hip. Chuffed Captain, screaming, dropped the artifact. Jason scooped it up as he ran. Nessus pulled his hoof free and galloped on. Long before he reached Court Jester, he saw the airlock had been welded shut. Tools in his suit pockets would free it, but not before the Khazinti would recapture him. A Khazin had grabbed Anne-Marie. Another aimed a stunner at Jason, doubtless wondering why it was not working. Jason looked about helplessly. The instant Jason switched the Tanuktapan artifact to a weapon setting, the stunner would paralyze him. Anne-Marie bellowed, "Run, damn it, Jay, run!" Nessus and Jay pelted for the distant hills. 55. "Jay!" It was Anne-Marie. "Have to talk quick. They're taking off my helmet. I'm not hurt, but I can't get away. The ship's taking off. Bury the weapon somewhere." Nessus heard Jason swearing helplessly. "Jason, turn to the private band." He had not dared before to communicate privately, sure it would enrage their captors. "Can you hear me?" "Yeah, where are you?" Nessus said, "I do not know how to describe my position. I ran about 10 kilometers east." "Let's think of a way to find each other." "Why, Jason?" As long as he stayed in this ice cave, he could not be seen even from above, and the unavoidable heat emissions of his spacesuit would be greatly diffused. Moving only gave the Khazinti an opportunity to spot them. "You think you're safer alone? I don't. How long will your suit keep you alive?" "Several standard years." Nessus meant Earth standard. He knew no human spacesuit could match its recycling capability. "But help will arrive before then." "What makes you think so?" "When the Khazinti pilot entered the pressure curtain, I was calling my people for help." "What? How?" Jason asked. "Despite recent changes in the fortune of my people, that is still most secret." Beta Lyrae was one of the stars with the starseed lure hidden in its cometary belt. The lures, of course, could be controlled remotely. His coded radio distress call, once it reached the lure, would be forwarded by hyperwave to the fleet. These weren't secrets for human ears. Nessus admitted to puppeteers remaining still within known space to keep up Jason's hope of rescue. On Earth, the ARM knew that much already. Most of what Nessus said or implied thereafter was misdirection. If Jason despaired, he might seek to trade the artifact for his spouse. Traitor's Claw soared skyward on a blue-white column of fusion flame. It receded to a blindingly bright spark high overhead, a brilliant dot in the red arch of celestial smoke, hovering. Or so Jason described it. To see the sky risked being seen from the sky. Nessus remained in his ice cave. Jason said, "One thing we do have is the weapon itself." "True," Nessus agreed cautiously. "We have a laser, a flame-throwing rocket, and a shield against police stunners, but not simultaneously." Slaver student had taken careful readings of the energy output from every weapon setting. The warship's altitude must have been set with that knowledge in mind. Over enough distance, even laser beams diverged. They could not harm the Khazinti, even if, as Nessus thought unlikely, Jason would fire on a vessel in which Anne-Marie was held prisoner. "I think we may have overlooked a setting," Jason said. "Wishful thinking, Jason, is not a puppeteer trait." "Neither is knowledge of weapons, Nessus. What kind of weapon is this?
I'm talking about the whole bundle, not any single setting.
As you say, I am not an expert on warfare.
But Jason was. And Jason felt certain that a warrior would not want such a weapon. He would be defenseless while it transformed, but that a spy might see benefit in combining so many capabilities so compactly. Together they pictured a Tanuktapan spy hiding out, perhaps, among the slaves of his race, plotting against the slavers. The undetected setting Jason hypothesized made sense only for a spy. The device must have, Jason insisted, an auto-destruct. Jason pushed and prodded controls, twisted parts of the device in every configuration, talking as he worked. Unable to see, Nessus could not entirely follow. Meanwhile, the artificial star brightened. Closer to the surface? A hotter flame? Nessus guessed both, with a gravity planer pushing opposite the fusion drive to maintain the low hover. He couldn't guess why, until Jason reported he was deep in meltwater. Soon after the flame went out, Jason froze into place, and then— "I found it, Nessus, I found something."
"A new setting? What does it look like?"
"Like a cone with a rounded base pointing away from the handle."
"Try it, and if you are successful, goodbye, Jason. Knowing you was pleasant."
Nessus was only slightly surprised by his own sincerity. "Goodbye, Nessus." Huddling within the minimal shelter of his ice cave, Nessus sensed nothing as long seconds passed. There was a rumble. Then the ground shook, tossing him against the roof. He fell, and the waves threw him again, and again, and— He blacked out before the bouncing stopped. Nessus awoke into what sounded like negotiations. Jason and Chuffed Captain were on the public channel. Clearly, Jason had found a hidden weapon mode, no more. There was no self-destruct. Jason had surely despaired. Nessus willed himself to listen. He must survive until rescued. He must inform the fleet about the Outsider's ultimatum. Chuffed Captain said, "You have discovered a new setting to the weapon." "Have I? I do not intend to play pup games with you. As a fighter, you are entitled to respect which your herbivorous friend is not." "How are your ribs feeling?" Jason asked. Nessus looked himself in the eyes. His kick had more than injured Chuffed Captain. It had humiliated him. Chuffed Captain would refuse to summon any help until he had dealt with Nessus personally. That obstinacy might allow Nessus to survive until rescue came, but if Chuffed Captain acquired the Tanuktapan weapon, nothing would stop him from using that last secret setting. The Kazin would destroy the planet to take certain vengeance. "Do not speak of that again," Chuffed Captain snarled. "We have something to trade, you and I. You have a unique weapon. I have a female human who may be your mate." On the private channel, Nessus shouted, "You cannot trade, Jason! You must not!" Jason ignored Nessus. "Well put. So? Give us your weapon. Show us where to find the new setting. You and your mate may leave the world in your ship unharmed and unrestricted." "Your name is your word?" Jason asked. Among Kazinti, a name was hard to come by. Most would die rather than shame their families. The radio waves fell silent. "You lying son of a—" "Do not say it. Jason, the agreement stands except that I will smash your hyperdrive. You must return to civilization through normal space. With that proviso, you have my name as my word." "And Nessus?" A wordless snarl. "The herbivore must protect itself." Something wasn't right.
It wasn't the personalized hatred. That Nessus understood. Chuffed Captain seemed too agreeable. Would he really let witnesses go? Jason asked. "Is she all right now?" "Naturally." "Prove it," Jason insisted. "You may hear her."
"Jay, darling, listen." Anne-Marie spoke very quickly. "Use the 7th setting. The 7th. Can you hear me?"
"Anne, are you all right?"
"I'm fine," she shouted. "Use the 7th—" Her voice cut off. On the private channel, Nessa said, "7th? That's the Tenuktupan computer. I don't understand." There was a despairing curse. "Jason? Jason?" No answer. Nessa's mind raced. All the talk. It was for distraction. Jason was trapped in ice, and now the enemy had recaptured him, and the weapon. Nessus shivered in his ice cave. He had never felt more alone. 56. Nessus crept across the ice toward the only nearby radio emissions. His suit gear could detect the signals, but not decrypt them. Gazinti private band chatter, presumably. Every instinct demanded that he turn and gallop in the opposite direction. Citizens fled predators. They did not attack them. On the other hand, citizens did not stray from the herd at all. They did not scout. If he was insane enough to accomplish those feats for the well-being of all, he must be insane enough to recover the Tenuktupan weapon. And even infant citizens knew how to kick. Nessus recalled Achilles' legendary boast, to being vulnerable only when he presented his heel. Once more, Achilles had gotten things backward. Chuffed Captain would remember Nessus' hind hoof for as long as he lived. Trekking over the barren ice, Nessus struggled with Anne-Marie's rushed words. The 7th setting. What use was the computer? It didn't respond to radio signals. Slaver student brought it into his ship to get it to respond unintelligibly. Spies, weapons, long-lost languages. Nessus had no skills with any of these things. Truly he was insane, delusional. Sigmund Ausfaller was an accountant. See what he accomplished. Some mania kept Nessus struggling forward. His instruments kept him on course to the Gazinti ship. A glow came over a nearby hill, and he realized he was almost there. He stretched his necks over the crest. There was Traitor's Claw, its outer airlock door open. The light came from the airlock. He wondered if Jason and Anne-Marie remained alive. A lone Kazin in a vacuum suit stalked across the ice. Though the device protruding from his gloved paw was unfamiliar to Nessus, the awkward grip was not. It was Chuffed Captain. He was holding the Tenuktupan weapon in its hidden, deadly configuration. Weapons, spies, long-lost languages. Was he overlooking something crucial, or was he, exhibiting rare, if subconscious, rationality, putting off charging again at an armed Kazin? What would Ausfaller see? Nessus stared at the weapon in Chuffed Captain's hand. Its barrel was cylindrical. Jason had mentioned a cone. Even if there were 2 hidden settings, when had Jason found the second? Chuffed Captain took a marksman's stance, and still Nessus could not move. What would a talking computer do when spoken to in an unknown, obviously not Tenuktupan language? How would Ausfaller design a spy's weapon? To respond to an unauthorized language by directing the activation of its self-destruct setting. Nessus yanked his head below the crest. As the world flashed blindingly bright, Nessus was already rolling himself as well and as quickly as he could in a pressure suit into a tight ball. The ground tossed like the ocean in a storm. It threw Nessus high into the thin air, caught him as he came down, and flung him again. And again. That time he landed directly on his cranial hump. Once more, the world went black. Nessus woke on his back, with his legs in the air. He climbed stiffly to his hooves, his body one giant ache, and saw he had been thrown far from the crest behind which he had sheltered. As he looked back, Traitor's Claw soared silently and majestically up over the crest, slowly spinning, then crashed down onto the frozen plain. One side glowed red-hot. Amid ever thicker steam, the wreck began melting its way back into the ice from which it had so recently emerged. No one aboard could have survived. Nessus approached cautiously. The outer airlock hatch was gone, ripped off. Only the beams from his helmet lit the airlock, its interior lighting presumably destroyed. The inner hatch still held pressure. He had to override safety interlocks to cycle it. He pushed through a howling gale into the ship, then closed the inner hatch behind him. The whistling dropped but did not stop, as the environmental system laboured to replace the air he had released. He searched cabins, holds, and corridors methodically, finding nothing until splattered masses, hardly recognizable as Kzinti, clung to the walls of what Nessus remembered as the interrogation room. Orange gore dribbled down and pooled. In the centre of the room, suspended in mid-air by the police restraint field, hung Jason and Anne-Marie. Both were unconscious, and they clearly laboured to breathe. The restraint must be encompassing even their heads, fortunately, or the crash would have snapped their necks. Nessus tried to ignore the carnage as he sought out the release for the police restraints. Finally, he found the control. Jason and Anne-Marie dropped. Utterly spent, Nessus followed them into unconsciousness. The well-remembered background whirs, clicks, and hums of court jester enfolded Nessus. In the familiar safety of his cabin, behind a locked hatch, he breathed deeply of artificial herd pheromones from a portable synthesizer, cowering within a tightly rolled ball of self. The Kzin in a nearby cabin was the least of Nessus' concerns. Frozen solid, Telepath had survived the wreck. The authorities on Jinx, now only days away, would decide when to defrost him. Another Kzin haunted Nessus. If only he could forget the satisfying crunch of chuffed captain's ribs beneath his hoof. More troublesome was the message to be sent, once he was safe and private aboard Aegis. True, the shadow of the antimatter solar system would no longer hang over the fleet. It had been replaced by the longer shadow of the all-powerful outsiders. Momentous events lay ahead. Quivering, Nessus yearned for Hearth. He belonged on Hearth, to contribute to the coming debates. But before he could go home, he had one more urgent duty to perform. Revelations, Earth date 2658. 57. Brimming with energy, shaking with trauma, utterly disoriented, Sigmund awoke. He was flat on his back, his face scant centimetres beneath a clear dome. Beyond the dome all was black. Readouts reflected in the curved plasteel kept his eyes from adapting to the darkness. "I'm in an autodock." Sigmund turned away from the display in which the list of his treatments scrolled on and on. Images, too many pictures, all horrible and confusing, crowded his mind's eye. He had been here before, hadn't he? He would climb out and meet Feather. It made no sense. How could he know Feather if he had yet to meet her? What's the last thing I remember? Unbearable pain, a gaping hole blasted through his chest. An auto-dock couldn't repair that. Another memory gelled, of Beowulf Schaefer telling Ander, "That thing rebuilt me from a severed head." That thing. Carlos Wu's auto-dock. Reality crashed down on Sigmund. Schaefer trying to buy off Ander with the miracle auto-dock. Ander, the smoking punch-gun in his hands. Schaefer staring over the vidphone as life drained from Sigmund. Only I'm not dead. Did Bay rescue me? Save me in Carlos's auto-dock? Sigmund pounded on the panic button. The lid, indifferent to his urgency, retracted with glacial slowness. He clambered out of the dock, feeling more limber than he had in how long? A century? To find himself in an utterly ordinary forest glade. Stars twinkled in a moonless sky. The constellations were unfamiliar, but he hadn't been away from city lights since arriving. On Favna! That memory had eluded him. How many more did likewise? He trembled with chills that had no connection with night air or his fresh-from-the-dock nakedness. Every rustling leaf suddenly became a Kazin stalking him. More than Sigmund had ever wanted anything, he yearned now for earth. Someone had rescued him and spirited him away from Shasht's capital. That someone, Bay or not, would not likely abandon him, or the incredibly valuable auto-dock. This wooded clearing, however unfamiliar, was unlikely to be immediately dangerous. With 2 deep shuddering breaths, Sigmund calmed himself. As his eyes adapted to the darkness, he surveyed his surroundings. He slipped on the heavy robe he found draped over the foot of the dock. "Good, you're up." Sigmund's head whipped around toward the voice. A man, short and stocky, with a long ponytail, stepped from the woods. By starlight, Sigmund could not discern his features or the pattern of his jumpsuit. The stranger appeared to be unarmed. "Sorry if I startled you," the man said. "My name is Eric Hoang Mbeki. Please call me Eric. May I call you Sigmund?" The words came from Eric's mouth, and, slightly clearer and delayed, from a device at his waist, a translator. "Hello, Eric," Sigmund answered cautiously. Eric's device rendered that too. "Can you turn that off?" Eric did something to the device. Sigmund couldn't see what. "How is that?" Eric asked. How was it? Thickly accented and oddly familiar, Sigmund thought. Not interworld exactly, not even Spanglish. What came before that? The stranger's words almost reminded him of Shakespeare in Central Park. "Are you speaking English?" White teeth flashed in the dark. "Exactly." Only it wasn't quite as dark as when he first woke up, Sigmund noticed. He now sensed that Eric was swarthy with thick lips. His hair was black, his eyes brooding and intense. With the coming of dawn, life stirred in the woods. Sigmund twitched at every noise. He thought about rattlesnakes, mountain lions, grizzly bears, and Kazinti. "Are we safe out here?" Safe? The question puzzled Eric. "Certainly." The sun would soon rise over the trees. As the sky brightened, surprisingly quickly, Sigmund studied Eric's face. Eric looked on edge. He looked expectant. Sigmund tensed. Bright sunshine lit the glade. Sigmund glanced up. Above the trees, an arc of tiny suns stretched across the sky. He couldn't breathe. His new heart thudded in a chest suddenly painfully tight. His limbs had become extraordinarily heavy. The world spun around him, Sigmund blacked out before he hit the ground.
Sigmund! Sigmund! It's all right!
Sigmund stayed limp, wondering if here had opossums. Eventually Eric sighed. Faint noises suggested pacing. Sigmund watched through eyelids scarcely parted. When Eric was across the glade, his back turned, Sigmund surged from the ground. A twig snapped under Sigmund's bare foot. Eric turned as Sigmund dove into him, sending both crashing into the underbrush. Sigmund landed on top, and Eric deflated like a balloon. Someone owed Sigmund answers, and Eric was here. With the sash from his robe, Sigmund tied Eric's arms around a tree. Beneath the dawn glare of so many suns, the ordinary pine seemed anything but normal. Sigmund reached around Eric from behind to remove his belt.
"Heels against the tree,"
Sigmund directed, and then he secured Eric's ankles to the sturdy trunk.
"It's time for some straight talk."
Sigmund gathered his flapping robe around himself.
"For starters, how did I get here?" "For starters?"
The expression sounded awkward coming from Eric's mouth.
"Untie me. I mean you no harm. No one here does. Quite the contrary."
With a shudder, Sigmund glanced at the necklace of suns. A hint of more suns glimmered through the leaves. Another memory shook him. Andrea had died acquiring a glimpse of worlds like this.
"I'll be the judge of that."
"Judge?" Eric said tentatively. "I don't know that word. Maybe with the translator?" Sigmund ignored the suggestion. The translator was probably also a pocket comp and communicator. He needed answers before encountering anyone else here. 4 worlds wreathed with suns, 1 world afire. We're on one of the fleet of worlds, aren't we? Inexplicably, Eric smiled. Not any more. Now we call this world New Terra, we hope. It is one of the 5 puppeteer planets, Sigmund interrupted. Until a few years ago it was one of 6 worlds, Eric corrected. Back when it was called Nature Preserve 4. It's now separate from the fleet. I don't understand about puppeteers. Sigmund, do you mean the citizens? 2 heads on long necks, 3 legs, voices like orchestras, or a sexy woman. Citizens, Eric confirmed. I should say that's what we were taught to call them. Bitterness lurked beneath his words. We, their colonists. Something crackled in the underbrush. Sigmund whirled but saw only trembling leaves. Anything could be out there. What's that? A deer, maybe. Squirrels, how should I know? Eric sighed. Untie me, Sigmund. Let me help. Nessus warned me this might be hard for you. Nessus? Sigmund snapped. You know him. What does he have to do with me? I know him well, Eric said. He brought you here. 58. Citizens beyond counting packed the vast courtyard. As one they peered fearfully upward at apparitions that towered to 1,000 times their height. Arcology walls that normally lit the plaza with simulated sunshine now glimmered with unworldly visions. 6 arcologies bounded the plaza. On their immense sides loomed 6 things dark and ineffably alien. Outsider city ships. Tiny by comparison, the General Products No. 2 hulls in 6 foregrounds only underscored the insignificance of the Concordance's works. A low keening claimed Baedeker's attention. His neck swiveled, searching in vain for the source of the lament. It came, he decided, from all around, like the enervating heat of the crowd and the miasma of fear pheromone. Phantom ships on every side left nowhere to flee. In such a multitude,
To hide oneself in the illusory safety of one's belly risked trampling. A stentorian chorus booming from the walls silenced the throng. On whom can you rely to restore the trust of the outsiders? Those who would have never dealt with them, those whose inaction would have had hearth swallowed by the fires of Giver of Life, those whose rigidity would have left us all helpless before the catastrophe onrushing from the galactic core? In other chords, never depend upon the conservatives amid an existential crisis. Baedeker glanced surreptitiously about the plaza. In normal times, badges and medallions, ribbons and sashes, accessories of all colours and types, would advocate for every imaginable hobby, professional affiliation and social interest. But times were not normal, and adornments of orange and green predominated. Orange for the governing experimentalists, seeking the reaffirmation of a mandate amid this latest crisis. Green for the out-of-power conservatives, claiming their experimentalist rivals, having brought on this latest crisis, could not now be expected to resolve it. More every day. Crowds gathered in plazas, malls, auditoria, communal dining halls, and parks across Hearth. It could hardly be otherwise. Desperate times called for proven measures. Since time immemorial, citizens had gathered in moments of change and crisis. Baedeker tried to imagine them, primitive and still living in tiny bands, assembling to consider a move to new grazing grounds, or whether to adopt fire. They met again now, in numbers and surroundings those forebears could never have imagined, confronting a disaster in the making. With familiar ritual and comforting tradition, as they had convened and communed in the faces of crises across the ages, citizens in their myriads again sought consensus. The outsider ultimatum, all the more frightening for its vagueness, must be given an answer. And so the public mind and mood must be assessed, informed, shaped, manipulated, consulted, until, ultimately, it coalesced overwhelmingly in favour of one party. For a short time, at least, all would wear one colour. It looked increasingly likely the new consensus would be experimentalist orange. As daunting as are the outsider's demands, yet more challenges lie before us. Undertones of hope and possibility echoed across the plaza in a familiar cadence. On alternate arcology walls, the scene from deep space faded into a new image. It was the hindmost. His likeness slowly emerged, as large as the outsider vessels that remained on 3 walls. His mane was breathtaking, variously curled, braided, and teased, thickly woven with golden ribbons, rich with orange garnets and fire opals. Such poise and resplendence bespoke a serene confidence not even the most resonant chords could convey. The crowd sighed. We continue our escape from the core explosion. We continue to rebuild our cadre of selfless scouts to forewarn us all of possible dangers in our path. These, surely, are also tasks to which experimentalists are uniquely suited. What of provoking the outsiders? Someone whispered in the crowd. He was insistently shushed and given no answer. Neither party alluded to recent events surrounding Nature Preserve 4, the proximate cause of the current emergency. Baedeker knew that neither dared. Both had left their tongue prints all over the last crisis. And yet any solution to the present emergency must involve that errant world. With a jolt, Baedeker realized how unreal this process had become to him. Maybe every consensualization was like that. Maybe all campaigns were decoupled from events, if one knew what was really happening, or any of the actors. But he did know.
Early in the crisis, the hindmost himself had sought his opinion. So amazingly had the once and would-be hindmost from the Conservatives. Neither wished to hear what Baedeker had to say. In this emergency he had no miraculous technical solution to offer. Once he had craved the attentions of the elite, for rehabilitation, for vindication. Now, those goals achieved, he wanted only anonymity and tranquillity. His sole ambition was to abandon all ambition. If only, years ago, Nessus had sought his opinion about bringing his scouts aboard the General Products Factory. How different circumstances would be today. Baedeker restlessly pawed the resilient surface of the plaza. Nessus had precipitated this emergency too, and yet he remained conspicuous by his absence. Not Achilles, not Vesta, not even Nike had admitted to knowing Nessus' location. Despite his newfound search for quietude, Baedeker could not help wondering, where was Nessus? What was he doing? "My fellow citizens," the hindmost continued, "the time for a momentous decision will soon be upon us." The wonder was that the time had not already passed. Baedeker studied the tiny-seeming vessel that had taken Achilles to negotiate for a reprieve. As enigmatic as the outsiders were, they understood citizens. They had accepted without comment Achilles' argument for forbearance as the concordance went through its deliberations. Understanding. Was anything ever that simple? Perhaps delay served some alien purpose. The outsiders might still accept the possibility that New Terra remained under Concordance control. Given the distance to the nearest outsider ship, what could they truly know? Only what hyperspace technology revealed. Chance interception of hyperwave radio chatter, the divergence of NP4 from the fleet, glimpsed in the repositioning of singularities in mass detectors. "These are a wise and capable race," the hindmost intoned. "We value their friendship. More, we must maintain and strengthen that friendship. I ask again for your trust." Up, down, up, down, up. Across the plaza, paired heads alternated in bobbing agreement. Even now, the incontrovertible truth from the colonist crisis propagated outward at light speed. The chaos of the colonists freeing the ram scoop, their threat to deploy its fusion flames against Hearth, the consensualization that granted New Terra its freedom. Everything was revealed in those old radio broadcasts. In a few years' time, the wavefront would reach the nearest outsider ship. So perhaps the outsiders agreed to delay waiting for the truth they suspected must be coming, the better to validate the terrible retribution they meant to take. Was that the alien purpose? It was too depressing to contemplate. A few Hearth years could hardly matter to those who moved at the less-than-glacial pace of liquid helium beings. All around, his fellow citizens focused on their civic duty, intent in the moment. They communed, Baedeker observed. He was back on Hearth, but not at home. Having once resigned himself to the loneliness of exile, he wondered if he would ever again fit in. Voices rose and fell all around, and he stood mute, unable to share. Liquid helium beings. That was another way he differed. He understood cold. He remembered cold. Now, though dripping with sweat, he shivered. For ages, the industry and body heat of 1 trillion citizens had warmed sunless Hearth. It was the rarest of snowflakes that survived here to reach the ground. Nature Preserve 1 was entirely different, the earliest and most conservatively engineered of the companion planets. Its equatorial orbiting suns and their annual emission cycles evoked all the climates and seasonal variability for which Hearth flora and fauna had evolved.
Even as a burgeoning population had claimed the entire surface of the home world, caution ruled, and so, at a safe distance, NP1 preserved all possible Harthian ecosystems. From his years of banishment, Baedeker understood climate, seasons, and weather. He had seen one blizzard after another heap snow in the mountains. He had seen a single sound set off an avalanche that claimed everything in its path. Avalanche. That was the nature of consensualization, random and inexorable, and if you knew enough to stay far away, avoidable. The herd milling around him could not begin to understand what was about to hit them. A strident buzz yanked Baedeker's thoughts back to the plaza. Pavement vibrated beneath his hooves. Their haunches already pressed together, alarmed citizens shoved back at the crowd. The discordance swelled to tooth-rattling levels. The hindmost's oration continued without interruption. Bone-jarring dissonance opened a space near Baedeker, growing as the noise swelled, a cluster of stepping discs marking its centre. An emergency override. The vacated discs could now be accessed by the Department of Public Safety. 3 citizens materialized in the plaza, only not from public safety. All were burly. All wore the grey and black sashes of Foreign Ministry security and the slightly crazed look of bodyguards and thugs. A new buzz broke out, this time the sound of confusion. One of the strangers spotted Baedeker. "Come with me," he said. 59. Could Nessus have saved me? Had he conspired with Beowulf? Sigmund never finished working through the possibilities. "Step back," a stern voice commanded. Another man, no, 2 men, emerged from the woods. They wore camouflage jumpsuits similar in cut to Eric's. Sigmund froze. Why wasn't he hearing people approach? It might be the distraction of his roiling thoughts, but he did not believe that. "We mean you no harm," one of the newcomers said. "Now move away from Eric." The man who spoke was tall and wiry with sloped shoulders. He had pinched features under a thick mop of unruly brown hair, and he spoke with quiet assurance. The second newcomer might have stood as tall had he not stooped. He appeared soft and professorial. His hair was colourfully dyed and braided, almost like a puppeteer. Neither carried any obvious weapon. ARMs received extensive training in martial arts. If they were unarmed, Sigmund guessed he could take both men. Then what? Fight everyone on this world one by one? In truth, he had tackled Eric in a panic. Sigmund withdrew 3 paces and sat on a boulder, resting his hands, palms up, on his thighs. Grass tickled his bare feet. The academic-seeming one shuffled over to free Eric. He peered at the knotted bathrobe belt, his expression dubious, wringing his hands. His companion smiled. "Thank you, Sigmund. Your cooperation makes things easier. I'm Omar Tanaka Singh. Call me Omar. My not-challenged friend is Sven Hebert Draskovics. Sven, just cut the thing off." Sigmund flapped a lapel of his robe. "Or let me untie it. I'd like my sash back." Omar chuckled. "You'll get real clothes soon enough. Nessa said the robe on the dock would be a familiar touch." Eric was now unbound, stomping his feet and massaging his wrists to stimulate the circulation. He paused long enough to bend over and flip his belt to Sigmund. "Use this." Sigmund suddenly noticed that he did not cast a shadow. Neither did Omar. Eric and Sven, nearer the trees and thus out of sight of one line of suns, each had several shadows. Sigmund's chest tightened. He dare not look up at the fireballs hurtling overhead. "I want to know how I came to be here. I want to speak with Nessus." "As he wants to speak with you. As for how you came here," Omar shrugged, "only Nessus knows."
He meant to be present when the doc finished with you. He thought seeing familiar faces would be helpful. Something urgent came up elsewhere.
Omar peeled the bark from a fallen twig. Why was Omar nervous?
Omar threw down the denuded twig. If it matters, Sigmund, I apologize for the shock of this. We had to awaken you somewhere. By night, at least, we hoped the woods might seem normal. Nessus said our buildings wouldn't.
Sigmund cinched his robe closed with Eric's belt.
Normal. You mean Earth-like?
Tell us about Earth, Sven said eagerly. There's so much we want to know.
All in good time. Omar clapped his hands. First, let's get our guest clothes and a meal.
They were Nessus' henchmen. Sigmund wondered why they expected him to tell them anything. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on that. He followed Omar into the woods, Eric and Sven falling in behind. As Omar walked, he removed something from a pocket of his jumpsuit. It looked like a controller or computer of some kind. They stopped after a few paces.
"Step after me,"
Omar said.
He tapped at the device from his pocket, stepped onto a thin, polished disc resting on the ground, and vanished. The disc, scarcely a metre across, worked like an open transfer booth. No wonder Sigmund had not heard anyone approach.
"Where are we going?" he demanded.
Eric sighed. "For clothes and food. Sigmund, you'll get answers much faster if you can suspend your distrust. Just go through the stepping disc after Omar."
Ander had betrayed and shot him. Someone had kidnapped his dying body. Trust was a lot to ask. And the auto-dock? Ander's greed for the dock had almost gotten Sigmund killed. Just as surely that apparatus must have saved Sigmund. He would not abandon it lightly.
"I'll arrange for its storage," Eric said. "You and Sven should move along."
Sigmund stared at the disc. He couldn't remember when he had last used a transfer booth, and yet, if Eric spoke the truth, that caution hadn't kept him from the mouths of the puppeteers. Sigmund flicked into a dimly lit space. It was an ordinary warehouse, almost. The under-eave windows were oddly shaped. In shadowy corners, unfamiliar mechanisms droned with an unpleasant pitch. The colours, everything, seemed subtly wrong. He scarcely noticed Omar take hold of his elbow and guide him off the stepping disc. The floor felt strangely warm and resilient. Moments later, Sven flicked through. A wall-mounted mirror showed Sigmund looking even younger than he felt. He could pass for 20. "Nanotech," Carlos had said. That meant Carlos's autodock could have repaired Sigmund down to the cellular level, could have undone a lifetime's transcription errors in every strand of DNA. His sudden rejuvenation was a miracle. Sigmund was too numb to take in. In a fog, Sigmund put on a jumpsuit and boots like those worn by his escorts. The material felt eerily slick. Somehow, pinching the fabric, he set off a kaleidoscope of colours. Dynamically programmable nanocloth? Sven did something to configure the garment to a sedate and static pattern. A bowl of fruit, mundane as could be, sat on an oval table. Sigmund extracted a random piece from the middle of the heap. It was, unambiguously, a green apple. Suddenly he was ravenous. He devoured the apple and 2 bananas, then chugged a tall glass of water. He wiped his mouth on the back of a hand. "That at least was normal. So what now?" "Now we give you a tour." Omar discarded the core of the pear he had been eating. "Before you'll accept anything else, we have to convince you New Terra is a human world." With Omar in the fore, Sigmund flicked. To a bustling town square where men and women scurried about, dressed in every colour of the rainbow. Earth bowed to no world in its palette of clothing and skin dyes, but these buildings, their colours clashed horribly, and the shapes and textures troubled the mind. Sigmund tore away his gaze and followed Omar to another stepping disc. To a park, where strolling families enjoyed the suns. No, I can't think about that. He focused on the people. Men and women alike wore much more jewellery than Flatlanders. Adults with children wore the most, and so many children. Sigmund stepped after Sven this time. To a farm where workers piloted floating conveyances across a sea of corn that stretched as far as the eye could see. Where were the birds? Sigmund wondered, as Sven led the way. To a schoolyard where boys and girls ran around the playground shrieking in glee. But that playground equipment! Everything was low and soft and rounded, the puppeteer influence undeniable. Before Sigmund could comment, Omar stepped ahead. To a shopping district ringed with storefronts, people, and a few puppeteers, streaming in and out of the shops and flicking in and out of sight from an array of stepping discs. Sigmund surely saw thousands, more likely tens of thousands of people across many locations. Some places it was midday and the sky was rife with suns. Other places were experiencing dawn or the approach of dusk. Sigmund had no idea where on this world he was or how much time had passed since his revival. Flick. On to yet some place else. Another park, Sigmund guessed, as his eyes adjusted to the sudden dark. A brilliant object shone overhead, streaking across the sky. An orbital station, Sigmund surmised. An orbiting ancient ram-scoop. Mixed notes of pride and anger rang in Sven's voice. It's where our story begins, and how we obtained our freedom. Of course, we also have more modern starships, Omar added. These strangers controlled starships? Then he could go back to Earth. Andrea and Hobo Kelly had searched toward... Toward what? It was so simple, so on the tip of Sigmund's tongue. The harder he tried to articulate it, the faster the answer skittered away. It was as though... Nessus erased my memories. Unfamiliar stars sparkled overhead, mocking Sigmund. He smacked a fist into his other hand. I can't find Earth. Omar flinched. Then we have all lost newly reawakened hopes. Sigmund's guides, or captors, stepped him to yet one more bustling public square. Here it was midday, and 3 strings of sun shone overhead. Passers-by went about their business ignoring Sigmund and his guides. Whistling tunelessly, Sven shuffled up the broad front steps into a sprawling low-rise building. He led the way down a long corridor to a large office suite, where a discreet sign announced New Terra Archives. Office of the Archivist. Inside, Sven was greeted warmly and even deferentially. It finally occurred to Sigmund to wonder who, other than minions of Nessus, his escorts were. This way, Sven said. He palmed an ID pad at the end of a hallway, and a door fell open. He retreated behind a cluttered desk heaped with untidy stacks of printout. Odd images, low-quality hollows and oil paintings and framed handicrafts Sigmund could not characterize, hung on the walls. Old artifacts lay jumbled on shelves. "Make yourselves comfortable." Sigmund took a chair. "Are you the archivist for this world?" "Indeed." Sven picked up a watering can and tended to a sickly potted plant sitting on the window-sill, not meeting Sigmund's eyes. "You can imagine how eager I am to talk with you." The shy deference was too surreal. Everything was.
Tangit, I want answers. Why was I kidnapped? When will Nessus explain himself?
Sigmund turned to glower at Omar and Eric.
How are you all involved with Nessus? Are you also in the government?
Eric canted his head.
Tange? Kidnapped? I'm not following. Sigmund, I'd like to reactivate the translator. Whatever you speak isn't English, exactly.
But kidnapped was English?
The Lindbergh baby had been kidnapped long before Spanglish or Interworld. What happened here? Your version of English has been purged? Our language? Eric said. His eyes blazed. Our language? That's the least of our losses. He turned to Sven. Show him. The man in the vid was dark, eyes, hair, and complexion. He was of indeterminate age, his face creased with worry lines. The tartan jumpsuit he wore only emphasized a pudgy body build. His expression was worldly wise and weary, and yet it somehow gave a hint of humour. He spoke. I am the navigator of Starship Longpass. I have a story to tell. My name is Diego Macmillan. I speak human to human, ancestor to descendant. Despite everything that has gone wrong, I retain hope humans will find this message. I had to hide the key in plain sight, trusting my ability to make the clues meaningful only to humans. And yet, Diego scowled, I cannot depend on that. If our descendants are viewing this, I know how you must yearn for the location of your home, the planet Earth. To leave you that information would risk revealing it to the citizens and leading these murderers to Earth itself. That I will not do. How? Sigmund interrupted. He was an ARM, Tangit, and this was a crime against Earth, a crime against humanity. Sven tapped a control pad, and the hollow froze. It's a long and twisty tale, but a few years ago we recovered that recording. It had been hidden, disguised and encrypted, in the bridge computer of the old Ramscoop, Longpass. We, Sigmund prompted. Sven nodded. Omar, Eric, and Eric's spouse, Kirsten, they weren't yet mated. And, in a small way, myself. And it was all in plain sight, orbiting this world, Sigmund said sceptically. We are not such fools, Omar snapped. We were raised to believe citizens had salvaged embryo banks and a few damaged computers from a derelict long adrift in the void. Our mere existence was a testament to their patience, skill, and generosity of spirit. Only the ship had been seized. It was almost intact, hidden inside a General Products No. 4 hull. Eric bared his teeth. Until I busted it apart. Sigmund twitched. You destroyed a General Products hull? We're getting ahead of ourselves, Sven interrupted. Hear what happened after they reached the Fleet of Worlds. He jumped the recording ahead. Diego Macmillan unfroze. There our nightmare became far worse. Longpass carried more than 10,000 passengers, mostly frozen embryos. Our masters say their concordance took pity that they could not let so many perish. A few citizens admit, but only to us, the few forever trapped on board, that they intend to turn our helpless passengers into a slave race. I believe they're at least being honest. Tears glimmered in his eyes. 2 of those little ones are Jamie's and mine. The citizens removed our onboard hibernation tanks to the world they call Nature Preserve 3. They lied to those they awakened about a derelict found adrift. Even so, most people had their doubts. When citizens encouraged them to start their planned colony, the women resisted immediate implantation with embryos. Longpass also carried embryos of mammals, cows and sheep and such. We meant to introduce on New Terra. Of course, we had artificial placentas for those animal embryos. The citizens were determined to have their colony. They experimented with implanting human embryos into artificial animal placentas. They refused to accept our voluntary extinction. Sigmund shuddered. Every worry or doubt he had ever had about puppeteers. This was worse. This was an abomination. There were spontaneous abortions, horrific birth defects, and developmental problems. Remembered tragedies brought Diego to an eye-blinking halt. To our masters, those were experiments. To us, each was someone's child. Several women agreed to be surrogate mothers to stop the experiments. Diego got himself back under control. And the men still aboard this ship? We counsel our masters how to structure a human society. We try through our advice to alleviate a bit of the suffering. We're trying to reduce forced pregnancies, especially by brain-wiping. All the men insist that the mother's active role in child-rearing is critical. 2 centuries of gender equality is a small sacrifice to save women's minds. 2 centuries, Sigmund echoed. Longpass must have left Earth in the late 22nd century. This travesty has gone on for more than 400 years. 500 by our reckoning. Eric shook his head. That's in Hearth years, of course. We don't even know how long an Earth year is. Then the bigger implication left Sigmund speechless. Longpass was captured long before puppeteers first appeared in human space. No wonder the aliens were quick to understand humans. They had had decades of practice. Puppeteers indeed. The recording had not stopped. We do what else we can. Sometimes that's in the vocabulary and concepts we try to retain in the sanitized English taught to the children. Sometimes it's undoing the effects of citizen mistakes. Diego smiled, almost despite himself. Citizens are hardly beyond error. They wear no clothing, so they considered colonist clothing a waste of resources. They learned quickly enough that nudity does not go with their disapproval of birth control and their hopes of controlling the bloodlines. The smile faded. I fear they suspect our indirect interference. We've been told of a new colony, this one on NP4, started with only children under citizen supervision. All that remains for me is hope for the children. If you viewing this recording are like me, are human, know this. You descend from an accomplished people. We settled our whole solar system. We planted colonies, peacefully, on the worlds of other suns. Diego swallowed hard. I wish I could give you the way home. Earth is a beautiful world. And if you viewing this recording are citizens, I wish you go straight to hell. Sigmund stared at the ceiling, afloat in a sleeper field, with no hope of sleeping any time soon. The dim glow of a lighting panel was his only company, his 3 guides having left him. There was much yet to learn of the dark and twisted history of the New Terrans. Sigmund and his new friends had talked and talked, until he found himself slumped on the floor of Sven's office. Exhaustion or hunger? Flat phobic overload or post-doc rebound? Any, or more likely all of them, it hardly mattered. They ate. Sven brought Sigmund home, clucking sympathetically. He shooed the others away and established Sigmund in his guest room. That helped, but short of drugs, Sigmund could not imagine sleeping. He wrestled with the day's revelations like a terrier worrying at a rat. Millions enslaved for centuries. heroes recovering their suppressed past against all odds. 1 trillion puppeteers held at bay by the threat of fusion fire from a hovering ram-scoop. Nessus, his bane for so many years, an advocate for new terror. Deep into the night, as he at last faded into restless oblivion, Sigmund's final thought concerned Nessus, his nemesis, and yet the ally of the new Terrans. Why had Nessus abducted Sigmund and brought him here? 60. The hindmost's retreat hugged a verdant coastal mountainside, the setting spectacular and extravagantly private. Behind a weatherproof force field, the veranda afforded a breathtakingly panoramic view of rocky strand and crashing surf. The mansion itself was luxuriously spacious, impeccably decorated, and sumptuously furnished. "I will have one built to rival it," Achilles decided once. First things first. It was too soon to be designing his official residence. He and Vesta shared the veranda with a floating holographic outsider ship. "It keeps me focused on the true problem," Nike had volunteered before stepping to his broadcast studio. Nike stepped back immediately after his speech, and Vesta was quick to update him. Instant reaction focus groups had responded favourably. Semantic analyses suggested the media trending to the experimentalist point of view. Real-time scene analyses, sampling public safety cameras across Hearth, showed crowds ever more orange in their adornment. Counter-rallies of the Conservatives had been poorly attended. Surely the experimentalist support was reaching the tipping point. To all of which Nike said, "A mandate is not a policy." Vesta took the words as a rebuke. He pawed the floor, the marble tile ringing softly under his dainty hoof. "Of course, Nike, understood. We still need to placate the outsiders. Since it is impossible to prove NP4 remains under our control, we'll end up paying to transfer control of the drive. That will take serious money. Human. Or Kazinti money," he added unhappily. "I need new choices, not complaints," Nike chided. "We have a year, and are fortunate the outsiders allowed us that. Then what?" Vesta lowered his head submissively. While poor Vesta struggled to explain himself, Achilles wondered. With whose currency did Vesta expect to make payment? As the herd galloped away, of course the outsiders lost interest in Concordance money. Whose currency hardly mattered. The amount was the problem. The price of the planet-moving drive was enormous. Achilles prided himself on his realism. The Concordance could not afford to pay. The troublesome refugees on their ill-gotten world could not even comprehend the size of the payment, not that anyone proposed to involve them. That left somehow reclaiming Nature Preserve 4 for the fleet, whether anyone on NP4 wanted back in or not. Or, to be complete, obliterating NP4 would also remove the outsider's grounds for complaint. Destroying it safely was the challenge. True, the Concordance need no longer fear antimatter. The ex-colonists still had general product ships of their own. They had their ancestors' ram-scoop. Even the rubble of a successfully shattered NP4, strewn in the path of the fleet, would be fearfully dangerous. Only utter desperation could justify that course of action. And besides, I can hardly rule NP4 if I allow it to be destroyed. A soft vibrato sounded from a pocket of his sash. Success chimes from Pan, the senior acolyte tasked to retrieve Baedeker. "Nike, Vesta, I've arranged for an outside expert to join us." Baedeker entered a moment later, walking stiffly, indifferent to the grandeur around him. 4 of the hindmost's personal guards escorted him. "Our reclusive master engineer returns," Nike warbled. His undertones hinted at surprise and disapproval. Dropping off the net was legal, certainly, but it was unusual. Unavailability for the summons of the hindmost, that was, if still not illegal, unprecedented. Indeed. Achilles saw no reason to mention Vesta's abuse of his position, to have Baedeker tracked through the stepping disc system, nor the guard sent to intimidate the engineer. You asked for new options. We all remember the wild humans catching sight of the fleet. With Baedeker's insight, we remotely deactivated the hull of their ship. The outsider grievance is the world that ranges freely ahead of us. Let us fix the problems directly. I challenge Baedeker to duplicate his past triumph by remotely disabling its planetary drive. To cast a world adrift? Baedeker's blood ran cold, and yet an insistent voice in the back of his hump wondered, can it be done? The planetary drives were perhaps the most closely guarded resources in the Concordance. To have access to them, to study them, perhaps to discover how they worked. No. His instinctive revulsion had been correct. You would leave New Terra floating in the void to placate the outsiders? Achilles' head swiveled. He stared himself in the eyes for a mockingly long time before commenting, So you don't think you can do it? That's not the point, Baedeker trilled, using a minor chord to emphasize his dismay. He had been a slave on NP1. That changed a person. Nessus' 3 scouts, Baedeker had issues with them. But to sacrifice an entire world for wanting its freedom? Anyway, where was Nessus? The ex-colonists needed their advocate more than ever. Nessus understands the New Terrans better than most. Perhaps he can offer a suggestion. Nike whistled dismissively. He also is slow to respond to a summons. Baedeker flinched. This action would endanger millions. Excellent, Vesta fluted. You imply it can be done. Once we render these ingrates helpless, they will beg to rejoin us. We will dictate the terms. He glanced meaningfully at Achilles. For what reason, Baedeker had no idea. Were they not listening, or was their desperation so great? Baedeker said, This is evil, I will not take part. Across the gallery, trays of cracked nuts and freshly chopped grasses were arrayed on a low table, in front of an assortment of juices in crystalline decanters. Achilles strolled to the refreshments and poured a beverage. It is impossible to pay the outsiders. It is unacceptable to live with armed New Terrans in our midst, even if they would agree to rejoin the fleet. And yet we must do something, lest the wrath of the outsiders fall upon the herd. Achilles paused for a leisurely sip, his conscience untroubled. Let us be reasonable, Baedeker. You would do evil to leave us without options. Without another alternative, clandestine directorate will instead, when the moment is right, disable the drive by more direct means. A surprise bombardment from space. He took another long drink. The physicist in me wonders what will happen then. The hindmost stepped forward. This is promising, Achilles. If their world can be set adrift in space, the New Terrans' few ships become lifeboats, too precious to squander on revenge attacks. Mysterious technology, unknown energies, sufficient to move a world, unleashed in an instant. Anything could happen. And who could say that the effects might not reach even to the fleet? That plan was evil and reckless. Unhappily, Baedeker said, Give me access to one of our planetary drives. I will see what I can learn.
In the privacy of Vesta's clandestine directorate office, Achilles raised a goblet. "To progress!" "To progress," Vesta agreed. "The question remains, will Baedeker succeed?" Achilles drained his glass and sprawled across a pile of cushions. Alone, there was no need to pretend he took direction from his earnest disciple. "Baedeker will succeed. With his misplaced concern for New Terra to motivate him, I am more certain of that than ever." So certain, in fact, that Achilles decided the time had arrived to design the official residence of his future domain on Nature Preserve 4. 61. Everything on Hearth was old. The marble frieze that ringed the office looked old and magnificent. The honey-coloured stone, aglow with a soft translucence, had been transformed by an undisputed master. Gods, men, horses, each perfect in every aspect, from the least detail of musculature to the subtlest nuance of draped clothing and flying hooves and streaming manes, commanded the viewer's awe. Had Lord Elgin left these superb carvings in place upon the Parthenon, they would long ago have been destroyed. And if I had not had them taken from the British Museum? Nessus told himself that Phidias' masterwork was safer here than on Earth, ignoring that citizens had become the biggest danger to Earth, and that his motives for transporting the marbles had involved not one shred of altruism. Perhaps it boded well that Nike had brought the marbles with him when he became hindmost. So much remained unspoken between them. Nessus had only signs and inferences to go on, and yet his passion for Nike had, if it was possible, grown in the years he had been away. If Nike ever suspected that he did more than advocate for the ex-colonists, Nessus smoothed an unruly braid as he waited for the guards who had escorted him to the office to leave.
"It is good to see you again, Nessus."
Nike brushed heads in greeting. Welcoming, certainly, but reserved. "It has been a long time," Nessus trilled. How he wished for a small fraction of Nike's poise. Nike gestured to a mound of cushions before settling onto another.
"I noticed you admiring the marbles. They are unique. I value your gift as a token of our friendship."
Friendship? The possibility had been there once for much more, before New Terra went free, before doubts and suspicions about how far each had been prepared to go to ensure a desired outcome. Nessus held his pain inside. "My friendship is always yours."
"I wonder, why so long a time?"
Nike straightened in his heap of pillows. Undertones of formalities sounded in his voices.
"It is unlike you to disregard a summons home."
So much for personal matters.
"My apologies, Nike. I returned as quickly as I could. Attending to General Products' interests on so many human worlds."
Vagueness was not a lie, Nessus told himself. He was so tired of lying.
"What matters?" Nike probed. "Which worlds?"
"Earth, Jinx, Down, you name it.
Just don't name Favna."
"And you couldn't come faster?"
Not even the hindmost pressed scouts very hard. The Concordance had too few misfits capable of doing what Nessus did, fewer still since the lost ships and mass insanity that marked the onset of the Exodus.
"I came as soon as I could," he said sincerely.
After surveying thousands of the flyspeck islands in the oceans of Favna to find Carlos Wu's lost autodock,
"I came to you directly from the spaceport."
The summons had been urgent. What had Nessus missed through his delay?
"About the outsiders," he began. "Of course, I am aware of the consensualization.
During Aegis' final approach to the fleet, he had immersed himself in the broadcasts. They told him little.
Understandably, speeches disclose nothing of the proposed policy.
Understandably. An unsubtle reminder of my own evasiveness, Nessus thought.
I was the first to know the complaint of the outsiders. You must understand my interest.
The matter is in strong jaws, Nike answered. More evasion. Behind Nike, a tableau on the marbles caught Nessus' eyes. Zeus, hindmost of the gods, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom. What wisdom counsels this hindmost? The concordance was in debt to the outsiders far into the future. Surely the outsiders would accept no more promises now that the fleet was in full flight. If taking on more debt wasn't credible, what options did that leave the fleet?
What will we do?
Achilles and Baedeker are collaborating on a solution. Nike fixed him with a frank, two-headed stare. Had you been on Hearth?
Achilles is reckless and selfish, Nessus blurted.
And Achilles hates humans.
You must know of the cult he once tried—
Stop! These were the harshest of insults, and Nike blinked in surprise. Know this. Achilles has the favour of the hindmost. He has been most helpful. The tremolo in Nike's voices forbade further interruption. We have too few scouts. I ask you to reinvigorate the training program. Nike stood abruptly. Meeting over. Others will tend to matters with the outsiders.
You once trusted me,
Nessus sang desperately. And you see where my trust got us, Nike said icily. 62. As he had for days, Sigmund woke depressed. Routine got him out of the sleeper field and Sven's guest room. Fiddling with the still awkward controls of the sonic shower, Sigmund wondered how best to fill the day. You could be dead, he lectured himself again. Snap out of it. And convinced no one. He had lost his life, his love, his purpose, even some of his memories. Not that long ago, women here had been brain-wiped, the better to serve as unwilling wombs. Doubtless the puppeteers had learned from their experiments how to excise memories more selectively. That possibility tainted with guilt every intact memory Sigmund had. I'm entitled to mope, Tangit. Sigmund was in no hurry to see his host. Sven was unfailingly polite, even deferential, brimming with questions about the worlds long past had left behind. Prehistory, the archivist called it. From what Sigmund remembered, English was an irrational enough language to start, purged by aliens for a political agenda, stripped of its historical context. No wonder New Terra's linguists were so often at a loss. A dreary existence stretched before him, of endless, pedantic interrogation about events long before his time. He recalled trivia and odd facts when only the whole historical record would ever satisfy them. Sigmund got dressed, his new Terran jumpsuit programmed to a familiar black. That was something else Sven babbled endlessly about, clothing colours. Sigmund had never wasted his time worrying about fashion. He refused to start now. Cheerful whistling from the kitchen interrupted his brooding. Not Sven. He couldn't carry a tune. Seeing Sven's cousin as he rounded the corner, Sigmund felt better. "Good morning, faithful Penelope." Penelope Mitchell-Draskovics was as tall as Sigmund. She bubbled with enthusiasm and moved with the easy grace of an athlete. Soccer, was it? She had big blue eyes, usually twinkling, and rosy cheeks. She asked as many questions as anyone. From her, Sigmund did not mind. "Good morning," Penelope said. "It's about time. What's for breakfast today?" He considered. "A Denver omelette." She understood omelettes, but of course not Denver. They talked as he assembled his ingredients. On Earth he would merely have ordered a meal from the synthesizer. Once he got the proportions just right, he would give the synthesizer a sample. They talked about everything and nothing. Denver, the mile-high city, the Rockies, grizzly bears, skiing. They didn't ski here. They didn't have much in the way of winter, he finally realized. The climate was much the same everywhere, optimized for agriculture by the polar orbiting suns. It made him strangely sad. Breakfast was finally ready. He scooped a heaping portion onto her plate. A Denver treat for faithful Penelope. She paused, her fork in mid-air. Why do you always call me that? Faithful, I mean. That led to the Iliad and the Odyssey, of myth and legend and epic adventure, of Odysseus' long-delayed return to Ithaca and the wiles of his wife, Penelope, turning away the unwelcome advances of suitors. "Something smells good," Sven said. Sigmund had not noticed his host enter the kitchen. Without losing the thread of the story, he had backtracked to the Cyclops. Sigmund loaded up a plate for Sven. Sven attacked his serving with gusto. "It's good that we're having a hearty breakfast," he said. "We have a big day ahead of us." Nessus accepted a bulb of warm carrot juice. "I am flattered you remembered," he told Kirsten. She patted the synthesizer. "How could I not? We four spent a lot of time together here." The synthesizer was familiar. Everything else about Explorer had changed, with most signs of one-time citizen presence removed. The Y-shaped bench of his one-time crash couch was gone from the bridge, along with the mouth-friendly console. Padding had been stripped from hatchways throughout the ship. The relax room had only human exercise gear. His one-time scouts had also changed. Omar, his once obsequious captain, now calculating and assertive. Eric, his once loyal engineer, now openly suspicious. His hair a few years ago colourfully dyed and arranged in citizen style was now all black in a simple ponytail. Kirsten, computer virtuoso, and his former navigator, now mated with Eric, and the mother of their 2 young ones, none of which mattered. The fruition of years' work was upon Nessus, and it was all he could do not to flee. "I am ready," he said. Kirsten took out her pocket comp and placed a call. "They're ready too." In preparation for this meeting, a second stepping disc had been placed in the relax room. Nessus positioned himself on it. "Proceed." Sven appeared on the disc at the opposite end of the room. He stepped aside. From the village square near Sven's house, Sigmund stepped after Sven. Into a spaceship. Only familiar faces kept him from freaking out. Omar and Eric. Sven. A woman Sigmund had not met stood by Eric. With a shudder, Sigmund moved off the stepping disc, and caught sight, across the crowded room, of a puppeteer. His eyes did not match, one red and one yellow. Nessus. All the bottled-up rage erupted, and Sigmund lunged. There was a crackling noise. He woke on the deck, limbs tingling from the after-effects of a stunner. Omar helped Sigmund up. "Nessus is here to talk. Can we trust you?" Sigmund nodded. They could trust him. Nessus was the one who should fear him, and yet who but Nessus could possibly explain? "Why am I here, Nessus?" Nessus edged closer. "You don't trust me with good cause, but that must change." Sigmund said nothing. Nessus picked up a drink bulb and sipped something orange. Whatever it contained seemed to calm him. "Yes, I brought you here. I followed you to Favna, for reasons that you can only now begin to appreciate." Another calming sip. "You are unapproachable on Earth,
Because I stopped using transfer booths. Because you were behind the Cerberus extortions.
Yes to both.
Nessus made a noise like a balloon deflating.
But it is the paranoid brilliance of your insight that makes you so necessary here.
Avoiding sudden moves, Sigmund sidled to the synthesizer and got a bulb of coffee.
I don't understand the abduction or the flattery, Nessus. Why am I here?
Nessus backed onto his stepping disc. One head plunged into a pocket of his utility belt. Sigmund had been on New Terra long enough to guess the puppeteer held a transport controller. He was ready to step out. Whatever Nessus had to say was going to be unpleasant. Nessus spoke for a long time.
Your pawns, he concluded. All that matters to the authorities on Hearth is that the crisis be settled.
And that means paying off the outsiders for New Terra's use of its own planetary drive? Sigmund summarized. Only you can't. New Terra can't. And your government obviously sees no chance of reconciliation. If they thought otherwise, they would have opened negotiations. Instead, they kept the situation to themselves. Hence the pawn analogy. These people are going to be sacrificed, so what will it be? Their independence crushed? Their drive destroyed? Their world destroyed?
So I fear, Sigmund.
Ness's voice was thin, one-throated.
He still had one head deep within a pocket. The controller there, one quick tongue thrust away from activation.
I don't know another answer. I can't imagine how to stop them.
As the only puppeteer in reach, he should be afraid.
The New Terrans were stunned.
They had more to absorb even than the threat. Sigmund gathered this was the first they had ever heard of the galaxy's elder race. The outsiders also traded with Earth. Naturally, no puppeteer had ever mentioned their servants to the outsiders. Eric was the first to shake off his shock. Then we'll take Hearth down with us. I'll crash the ship into Hearth myself.
Your death helps no one,
Kirsten shouted.
Her voice softened. I need you. Your children need you. We need another way.
Nessus, Sigmund said softly. His hands yearned to crush the life out of someone. He clutched them fiercely behind his back. Let me contact the ARM.
Nessus' exposed head swung from side to side as though hinged. Maybe it was.
If I thought that an option, I would have told you long ago. To involve Earth would mean disclosing our former colony. It's why we struggled so hard to keep secret the location of the fleet.
And you failed.
Sigmund considered.
Not, damn you all, without cost. The ARM would go to war to protect these people.
Then stealth General Products hulls would pummel Earth, Nessus said. All human worlds. There will be no hesitation and no mercy if Hearth is endangered.
Sigmund thought about his dogged pursuit of the puppeteers, and all the attempts from bribery to fertility law riots to space pirates to distract him.
Up until now you've tried to dissuade us by more subtle means.
Nessus judged it safer to admit nothing.
You kidnapped me. You've tampered with my memory so I can't get help from other human worlds. What exactly do you expect me to do?
I do not know.
The head, not deep in a pocket, plunged deep into Nessus' mane, plucking furiously. In a muffled voice he said,
For everyone's sake, I hope you will figure something out.
Sigmund took a deep breath.
Before I do anything, Nessus, you're going to answer some questions for me. For starters...
He stuttered to a halt. The anger that filled him refusing to stay down any longer.
For starters, why in the name of Finagle aren't I dead?
I was too late, Nessus said.
Nessus struggled to keep the fear from his voice. "I kicked an armed Kazin," he told himself. "I can talk with an unarmed human." Without Sigmund's help, this world would die. Eric and others would take many on hearth with them. Sigmund's price was answers, truth. As with the ordeal on cue ball, he must live through this. Maybe not the whole truth. "You were too late," Sigmund repeated.
"I bribed a hotel manager to hide bugs and stepping discs in your rooms. My only purpose was to talk to you about aiding New Terra."
That his actions preceded the outsider ultimatum was a detail best glossed over. Too much truth would only cloud the issue.
"I stepped to Anders' room just as you were shot."
Fear had kept him from making his approach for days. That was another truth best kept unarticulated.
"Ander grabbed your money and fled the scene. A maid ran in, saw you, and ran back out."
A body with a hole blasted through it larger than one of his heads. Blood everywhere.
"Later I got access to the police report. The maid went for ice to chill down your head. If you had had a lesser wound, she might have even saved your life. I stepped into your room the moment she left, dragged you to the disc and got you out. By the time the maid and hotel security got to your room, all they found was too much blood."
And patches of ash, after the rigged stepping discs in both men's hotel rooms incinerated. Leaving the police to assume, Ander had an accomplice. Sigmund cocked his head. "Perhaps he did. You."
"No," Nessus said. "I cannot prove that, but no. Ander acted out of greed."
"You're not beyond bribery, are you, Nessus? You bought my boss once. Why shouldn't I believe you worked with Ander to get Carlos's magic autodoc?" Nessus resisted the urge to vanish. He dare not imply guilt, however much he felt.
"I corrupted officials more than once. That's how I got access to the Favna police report on your apparent death. But no, I did not have anything to do with the attack."
Cops aren't big believers in coincidence. Paranoid certainly aren't, so explain. Somehow you had Carlos's autodoc. Nessus shifted weight between his hooves.
"The thing is, Sigmund, I didn't. Right at the end, though, I was in the next room. I heard Ander and Beowulf talking. I heard that the autodoc was hidden on an island and the approximate longitude. After that, I had to search."
My heart had been shot out. Sigmund inched closer. I wouldn't have survived any search. Nessus somehow stood his ground.
"No, you wouldn't. We went straight from your hotel room to my ship. I put you into a stasis field. It's where you stayed until I retrieved the dock."
After he was ordered to Jinx and went with the Papandreos in search of outsiders. After, in his desperation, he assaulted a Kazin. After he defied the summons of the hindmost to first scour 1,000 islands one by one. Nessus kept to himself how he had hesitated even then, unsure how Sigmund would respond. Now Nessus would find out if all that had been for naught. Sigmund stopped his advance. "And what of Ander?"
"Dead in a shootout with Favna police."
Nessus surrendered to nerves, pawing at the deck with a hoof.
"A squad of Kizinti."
"Serves the bastard right," Sigmund snarled. "And Bay?"
"Beowulf Schaefer."
For once Nessus could answer without evasion.
"His name does not appear anywhere in the investigation report."
"What names do?"
"Hotel staff, waiters, bartenders and bar customers. The authorities were thorough enough. They even pulled someone out of deep freeze just before his ice liner was going to leave. The man had had dinner with Ander a few days earlier. It turns out they met at the Water Wars."
"And this corpuscle's name?" Nessus needed a moment to remember the name.
Martin Grainer, does that mean anything to you?
Sigmund pondered, then slowly shook his head. It doesn't.
For once, Nessus thought, I'm not the one pretending.
63.
You'd like to believe, Sigmund, Kirsten called out. So far you don't.
Sigmund had been stuck in the corridor, steeling himself to move. Spaceships still terrified him. On the bridge there could be no pretending he was anywhere but. Willing himself forward, he went onto the bridge. Sensors in the halls?
Good ears and skulking in the halls. It had to be you.
She patted the seat next to hers. Sit. The crash couch might have come from the bridge of Hobo Kelly or Seeker. Thinking of either ship made him queasy. Still, the couch really could have come from ships he'd been on. On the armrests, the layout of controls was identical. The fabric crinkled as he squirmed, no different from 1,000 times before. It made sense. Why wouldn't the puppeteers import human-engineered equipment for their servants? It meant he could hotwire the emergency protective field of the crash couch into a restraint field. There was no one he needed to restrain just now, but the idea was comforting.
Do you want to talk about it? Kirsten prompted.
Did he? Sven said Kirsten was a genius. She had found the first hints of the colony's true past hidden in the computer of this very ship. Surprising himself, Sigmund decided to give it a try. Believe what? That some puppeteers aren't evil?
Most are like us. They want nothing more than to be left alone to live their lives.
Why did Nessus want to meet me here, on a ship?
You really dislike ships, don't you? People here are descended from explorers. I couldn't quite believe it when Nessus told us about flatphobes.
Kirsten did something with the console, and the bridge screen de-opaqued. A tarmac stretched before them, with surprisingly few ships on it.
See, we're on the ground. To answer your question, it wasn't you Nessus had in mind when he picked the ship. He chose this place to reassure Eric, Omar, and me. Understand this, Sigmund. We can't entirely trust him either. Yes, he's been an intermediary, sometimes arguing our case. He's still a citizen. If circumstances ever came down to a stark choice between concordance interests or new terrors—
That's an excellent point, Nessus said. He stood in the hatchway as though ready to bolt, as he probably was. Sigmund, your task is to see to it such circumstances never arise. Balanced on a knife's edge. It was a quintessentially human saying, but apt. The question remained. Could Sigmund be turned from adversary to ally? Nessus said, You still have doubts, I think. With cause, certainly. Sigmund got out of his crash couch to face him. You have much to answer for. More than you know, Nessus thought. More than he could possibly reveal without inciting an attack. The problem was only information could bring Sigmund to trust him. After much agonizing, Nessus had decided what secret he could disclose. As a show of good faith, I'm going to tell you about Gregory Pelton and the antimatter. Sigmund and Kirsten twitched at that statement. Antimatter had that effect on sentient beings. Go on, Sigmund said cautiously. I'll start with what I think you know. Pelton wanted to do something spectacular. He and Beowulf Schaefer took Pelton's ship, slower than infinity, to an outsider vessel. There, they bought the coordinates of the most unusual world. How am I doing? Max Adio earned what you paid him, Sigmund said. As did Sanjita Kudrin. a detail Nessus did not plan to share.
You also know that Pelton and Schaefer made an emergency call to Jinx after their hull dissolved. What you don't know is that Pelton contacted one of my colleagues in hiding on Jinx. It was he who deduced what had happened. The most unusual planet and its star are made of antimatter. The antimatter solar wind eventually destroyed the hull. General Products paid the warranty in full.
"Who is this colleague?" Sigmund asked.
He's sometimes known as Achilles. Foolishly, he revealed what had happened. Fortunately, Pelton remained obsessed with a spectacular personal accomplishment. He kept what he knew secret from the government.
"But not from me," Sigmund said.
Let him feel smug, Nessus thought. Pelton's adventure came soon after the discovery of the core explosion. The Concordance was already in a panic. Because Pelton's crippled ship entered Sirius system at relativistic speed, the antimatter system must also be moving at like speeds. That meant he must have gotten a lift from the outsiders. It was deemed enough to just monitor the problem until, with its terrific speed, the antimatter receded beyond human reach.
Sigmund nodded. My expert reached the same conclusion about outsider involvement. It didn't make me any less vigilant. Nessus did not want to explain having left Sigmund dying in stasis for almost 3 Earth years. He chose his next words especially carefully.
Then, seemingly, you died. Your mysterious murder and disappearance gave your, in the event of my death messages, great credibility, even before Pelton fled to asylum on Jinx. Suddenly, the ARM is in an emergency effort to find and secure the antimatter system.
Suddenly? Sigmund folded his arms across his chest. I'd say it's about time. No. It was one more reason to consider a preemptive strike against Earth.
The hindmost deemed it urgent that we find the antimatter before the ARM did. Buying the coordinates from the outsiders no longer seemed a waste of resources. For technical reasons, fearing my ship was bugged, I hired a human ship and crew for the mission. We found Ship 14.
Sigmund looked skeptical. Sigmund was unique, but this was all so beyond the scope of his experience. Was even this carefully edited glimpse of the truth too much? What would you think, Sigmund, about the outsiders having a Tenuktapan stasis box?
Keep it simple, Nessus told himself. I had means at my disposal human ships do not. I gave my crew the coordinates to search for the outsiders. Once we rendezvoused, I spent much of General Products' remaining wealth purchasing the location of the antimatter system. Unlike Gregory Pelton, I also thought to buy their silence. They will not disclose this information to their next visitors. Happily, it's barely grazing known space. That course, combined with its great speed, will make exploiting the antimatter virtually impossible.
And that's supposed to comfort me, Nessus?
Probably not, Nessus said, nor is it my intent. You're of no use to me or New Terra if you feel comfortable.
You were quiet, Sigmund said. What do you conclude?
Kirsten brushed unruly bangs from her forehead. That Nessus knows more than he shared.
He always does. Nothing he said contradicts what I know. Sigmund jammed his hands in his pockets. It was that, or try to put a fist through a plasteel bulkhead. What in his head, besides the location of Earth, had the puppeteer messed with? 64. There, Eric said unnecessarily. An image floated before Sigmund, downlinked from an orbiting telescope. The instrument's normal assignment was scanning for space junk as New Terra sped through the interstellar darkness. Now, at Sigmund's request, it displayed a much more likely threat. 5 balls hung in the centre of the room, rotating about their centre of mass. Sigmund had seen something like it once before, but not quite like this. Not so close, not so real. Hobo Kelly had glimpsed the fleet of worlds from a distance of light years. From what direction? He asked himself. The answer still defied him. New Terra was only 0.03 light-years out in front of the fleet. Defined in Hearth years, of course. The length of an Earth year was too valuable a clue for the world they sought. Of course it was gone. New Terra pulled ahead slowly, using their planetary drive at full acceleration. The puppeteers, not surprisingly, ran theirs well below the rated capability. "It's the only sky we ever knew," Eric said, "and now, except through a scope, we can't see it at all." Sigmund blinked, unable to grasp that. 5 worlds, 4 ringed with tiny suns, 1 on fire as before, but not just as before. On 4 worlds the continental outlines were crisp, whorls of storm cloud wispy and sharp, and on the 5th... "Eric, what's wrong with the image of Hearth?" Eric peered. "Nothing." Sigmund put a finger into the hollow. "Don't you see this interference? It's like a diffraction grid." Eric shook his head. "It's not interference. There is diffraction, but it's from real structures on the surface." "1 trillion puppeteers." Eric nodded confirmation, but the number was too large, without meaning. The pattern in the hollow made it terrifyingly real. On a world propelled through space, buildings so large, covering the planet, that we see a grid from... It was awkward, but Sigmund knew he had to start thinking in English units. 185 billion miles away? With a savage twist, he turned off the projection. If he dwelled too long on the power of the puppeteers, he would never be able to act. Sigmund, feeling like a condemned man, zigzagged to his appointment with the governor of the world. Penelope accompanied him more for support than as a guide. Everywhere strangers came up to them and greeted him warmly. He was news here. Terrific, he thought, more people to disappoint. Stepping discs transported them to fields and valleys, mountain tops and pedestrian malls, to every corner of the continent of Arcadia. There was much of this world he had yet to see, but Arcadia was where puppeteers had settled their human servants. He was in no hurry to encounter the puppeteer exiles and prisoners who had chosen freedom on New Terra over repatriation to a prison elsewhere. Arcadia was a bit larger than Europe, with climates ranging from Hawaiian to northern Californian, and a population below that of Greater Peoria. This place could be heaven, if the puppeteers weren't about to... No, Tangent, he was here to stop that. If only his mind weren't so off. Here and there something triggered a flash in his tortured memory. Worlds uninhabitable except in the depths of their deepest rifts or on the tops of their highest plateaus. A planet scoured by winds so fierce they drove the population underground for much of the year. Another world of crushing gravity. Fafner, a world almost drowned, the place he wished he could forget, was clearest in his mind. Death made an impression on a person, he supposed. He wasn't sure exactly when arrangements had been made for this meeting, only that Omar had decided it was time. Sigmund's new friends all worked for the government one way or another. Coming up to the appointed hour, he and Penelope stepped to the courtyard within the modest government centre. Before heading off to her lab, there to match wits with an emergent plant pest, she wished him luck and pointed out the building where he was expected. Any big city mayor back home would have turned up his nose at the complex. Sigmund dredged up a memory of the Secretary-General's mountaintop retreat. This was much better. Sigmund walked into the lobby and gave his name to the receptionist. He did not wait long before a young man approached. "This way," he said, escorting Sigmund a short distance to a modest office. "Governor." The aide closed the door on his way out. A woman with striking violet eyes came out from behind a massive desk to greet Sigmund. Her office was devoid of ornamentation, other than a few plants, and what seemed like family hollows. "Sabrina Gomez Vanderhoff." He couldn't remember seeing anyone on New Terra wearing such a variety of colours and textures. Clothing and jewellery here signalled position and status and, well, he was not entirely sure all they could represent. With the nanotech here, jewellery could be generated on a whim. The appearance of clothes was programmable. He just didn't get it. Clothes on Earth reflected more than a download, and they were wildly idiosyncratic. Rainbows of clothes and skin dyes, those were crystal clear in his memories. Probably because those memories were useless. His own sweater and slacks were programmed to black. It occurred to Sigmund he hadn't seen much black here. What message was he sending? Sigmund offered his hand. She looked at it, puzzled, and he returned it to his side. "Sorry, it's an Earth custom. Governor, I am very pleased to meet you. Sigmund Ausfaller." "Except at state occasions, we're informal. Sabrina is fine." She eyed him appraisingly. "I'm told you've been through a lot. Are you ready to talk? Have you had time to acclimate?" She motioned to a conference table and chairs, whose padded legs betrayed a puppeteer influence. Time was a luxury he doubted they could afford. "Now is fine, Sabrina." "So tell me about yourself and Earth." He talked until he was hoarse. They paused while an aide brought ice water, and Sigmund talked some more. Sabrina's curiosity was insatiable, and her interest changed nothing. "Sabrina, I can't reunite your people with Earth. I've lost it all. Where Earth is, what sort of sun it circles, its planetary neighbours." An image flashed through his head, tantalizing and impossible, this time of people living on an Easter egg. His mind was hopelessly jinxed. "What any human world or its sun looks like, everything is gone. Nessus saw to that." Disappointment was plain on her face. "Still, we have to keep looking. What else can we do? Anything you remember is more than we had before. Maybe you'll recognize something that will bring back more memories." Fly randomly about interstellar space, hoping to recognize something? If that was the best available course of action, New Terra was doomed. No, Tangent. If it killed him, again, he would not sacrifice a world to the puppeteers. Sigmund's mind seethed, unable to transform defiance into a plan. "If I do find Earth, it would probably mean war. Nessus has clear limits on what he'll do to help us. It excludes anything that will harm his people. That's why my brain was scrubbed." "War was the resolution of conflict between political entities by coercive, even lethal means. Sociological maturity and a sufficiency of resources made war obsolete." Sigmund looked all around without seeing who spoke. "Thank you, Jeeves," Sabrina said. "Sigmund, this is a copy of the artificial intelligence resident on our ancestors' ramscoop. His English is unedited." Of course, the puppeteer-approved dialect lacked the word war. The concept would have implied a possible recourse against tyranny. "I have more bad news," Sigmund said. "Your ancestors left Earth at a very special time. Those political entities had combined into one world government. Technology and spaceflight provided ample food and resources. And the fertility laws had kept people from outgrowing those limits. Sigmund let that go. He had made several attempts to understand New Terran sexual politics. Sometimes he got blank looks, other times red faces. By Earth standards, these people were prudes. Sabrina leaned forward.
War was obsolete among our people. That hardly sounds like bad news, Sigmund.
Not long after your ancestors left, we met the Kzinti. Sigmund shivered. Star-faring carnivores and imperialists. Jeeves volunteered a definition for imperialism. It would have been quaint had it not been so naive. Think 800-pound intelligent tigers.
Sabrina scratched her chin. Tigers?
Jeeves, Sigmund said, do you have tigers in your database?
I do, Sigmund.
A hollow tiger materialized over the table, poised to pounce, its eyes glinting and fangs bared.
Shit!
Sabrina jerked back in her chair, shivering.
I've never seen a big predator before.
Point made, Jeeves. The image vanished. Sabrina, the one thing Kzinti want more than additional worlds and new slaves is prey.
And they eat their prey, Sabrina. I see. Sabrina swallowed. War isn't so obsolete in the galaxy.
If one of your ships should lead Kzinti back here, you'll see that very quickly, though it would serve the puppeteers right.
Sabrina sighed and then squared her shoulders. So scouting is out. Sigmund, tell me what we can do.
Nessus didn't know. Sabrina didn't know. Why the Tange did everyone think he would? Well, he didn't know. An icy resolve settled over Sigmund. He was good, very good at one thing, and that Nessus had not touched. What we can do, Sigmund said, is establish an intelligence service.
65.
Puppeteers, Sigmund said, can certainly pick worlds, I'll give them that.
Citizens, Penelope corrected from across the dinner table. The pink of her dress brought out the rosy glow in her cheeks.
Puppeteer.
Citizen. Penelope raised a finger delicately. Hold on for a minute, while she took a sip from her mug.
Irish coffee was another of his innovations, unless puppeteer actually means something. Perhaps it was time to introduce something else. Wait here. He dashed off, returning from the bedroom wearing a sock over each hand. He'd drawn an eye and a mouth on each.
"What are these?" she asked.
"Puppets." He sat on the floor behind the sofa, hunched so that only the top of his head peeked over the top. He raised his sock-covered forearms over the sofa back. In a falsetto, he said, "I'm Nessus, and I'm afraid of my shadow." Laughing, Penelope came closer and tousled his hair. "Now you can be Nessus." "Hold that thought," he said. He'd also retrieved a favoured old rag doll from her collection and tied long pieces of string around its wrists. He dangled the figure over the sofa back by strings clasped in hands still dressed in sock puppets. Humming, he marched the floppy doll from one end of the sofa to the other. Penelope wasn't laughing any more. And that tune, what was he humming? Funeral March of a Marionette by Gounod. Reality crashed in. New Terra did not have dresses. Penelope's unisex outfits remained the pale grey he had come to learn meant not committed, not unwilling, but currently not looking. The pink he had pictured would have been quite provocative. With a groan, Sigmund opened his eyes to a lonely ship's cabin. "Sleep field off," he called, and the collapsing field gently lowered him to the deck. He washed, and dressed, wondering if Penelope would ever be more than a friend. He found Eric in Explorer's relax room, attacking a Mushu burrito. Judging from his expression, Mex-Man cuisine, another of Sigmund's innovations, was an acquired taste. Sigmund just wished the young man would stop imitating him. "Morning, Eric." "Hello, Sigmund." Eric raised his plate. "Excellent." "How long until dropout?" This mission was almost surely futile, which only made knowledge of the ravenous nothing outside the hull that much worse. Still, New Terra's pathetic navy, of which Explorer was the first armed to Sigmund's specifications, had to be tested. New Terra's databases had specs for lasers, so Explorer now carried 5 of them. At close range they would serve as weapons. No fusion drives, of course. The only hope of a fusion drive any time soon was to salvage and reverse-engineer technology from the old ramscoop. Looking stoic, Eric swallowed the last bit of his breakfast. "Any time. I've been waiting for you." Sigmund filled a bulb with coffee, and they headed for the bridge. The mass pointer showed only a few short lines. They were remote from any place. "Eric, do the honours." Stars filled the screen, and the gnawing fear in Sigmund's mind receded. A little. "Passive scan, please." "Nothing," Eric said. "Radar now?" "In a moment." Sigmund sipped his coffee, waiting for a cosmic shoe to drop. When none did, they emitted a ping. Radar found nothing nearby. "All right, deploy the targets." Their purpose was a semi-realistic test of the new targeting systems, although Kirsten, who had done the programming, thought it unnecessary. She had lost the virtual coin toss, guessing evens or odds on a random number, and stayed on New Terra with little Diego and Jamie. Eric commanded an airlock open. Escaping air tugged the drones, modified boys, out of the ship. "Thrusters on minimum. I'll get them dispersed." On the radar scope, the blips that represented the drones slowly pulled away. Sigmund armed the weapons console. "That's far enough. Drone 1, evasive maneuvers." In the radar display, all the blips continued their stately and very linear retreat. "Tange," Eric said affectedly. "Defective. Try another." Sigmund nodded. Eric leaned closer to his console. "Drone 2, evasive maneuvers." Nothing. "Too bad Kirsten didn't program the drones," Sigmund said. As drone after drone proved unresponsive, Eric reverted to English expletives. They seemed more satisfying. "Maybe it's no accident they're like that." "Could someone have intentionally introduced a malfunction?" "Sabotage, that's the word you want." Spy School 101, Sigmund thought. True, someone could have tampered with the drones. I don't think that's how they'd do it. Any saboteur presumably knows the purpose of the drones. They would be better served to subvert the evasive maneuver code, make it less random. The fire controls would be less rigorously tested than we think, and we might get overconfident. "I have so much to learn." Eric hung his head, embarrassed. "I'll work at it, I promise." That reaction made Sigmund feel worse than the bug in the drone software. "Just bring them back aboard. Kirsten can figure out what went wrong." Stars again filled the main screen. This time, one shone visibly brighter. "Passive scan, Eric." Eric studied his instruments. "Not a thing. Radar." "All right," Sigmund said. "Find us an ice ball." They were far outside the star singularity. A ping went out. They waited and waited. Sigmund's skin crawled, although in a different way than in hyperspace. There's no danger here, he told himself. Nessus and his friends had explored the system ahead before independence. It was unoccupied and inhospitable. And while he had no idea where Kzinti were likely to be found, the puppeteers did. They had set this course for the fleet. New Terra was simply a little way out in front, along the same path. And by the same token, it was highly unlikely they could encounter an outsider ship here. They got a radar return well over an hour later. In the main scope, it looked like just another ice ball. "All yours, Eric. Take us closer." Eric dropped into a crash couch and took the thruster controls. They crept closer until Sigmund called, "That's close enough." Sigmund took the other couch and rearmed the new weapons console. He centered his crosshairs on the image. 3, 2, 1, fire! A geyser of steam erupted from the target, glowing luridly with scattered laser light. He released the trigger. "You take a try." They took turns with the 3 bow lasers and, turning the 2 stern lasers, targeting smaller and smaller chunks. "Your wife does excellent work." They chased down and destroyed a few more Urt cloud objects. Eric's eyes glowed. "We can do this, Sigmund. You're going to save us." It's easy to blast ice. A Kzinti warship on evasive maneuver shooting back. Sigmund kept his thoughts to himself. "We're done," Sigmund announced. They had learned what dumb targets could teach them. "Home, then," Eric said. "We'll return more secure than we left." But only a bit. Lasers penetrated GP hulls, supposedly in every wavelength that was visible to any customer species. Then we paint over them, lest hyperspace drive us mad. Yes, lasers penetrated the hulls, but the puppeteers could destroy them. Hobo Kelly was gone in seconds. Sigmund said, "You sure you don't know how puppeteers could remotely destroy a hull? Couldn't they do what you did to extract the ram scoop? Couldn't you do it again?" Eric shook his head. Longpass was hidden inside a General Products hull, held rigidly in place. We knew exactly where the reinforcing power plant was. That's why I could fry it with Longpass's comm laser. The odds of a laser destroying the power plant in a moving target. Right. Sigmund paced the tiny bridge. The main sensor panel continued to show nothing. It meant he had failed. Laser arming New Terra's few ships would raise spirits. It could do nothing against the overwhelming might of the fleet. "The ram scoop is still a potent weapon," Eric said. Tone of voice added, "Isn't it?" "Not any more, I think." Sigmund ceased his pacing to squeeze Eric's shoulder. "It worked the first time because Long Pass was kept right in the fleet for convenient study. When you broke it loose, the puppeteers had no time to react. Now it's orbiting New Terra. Its fusion drive would make it visible from billions of miles away. Lasers or collision by a remote-controlled ship would demolish it before it got close enough to be a threat." Only the outsiders had the power to save New Terra. That was the reason Explorer was out here. Sigmund had revealed his purpose to no one, not even Eric. Eric might tell Kirsten might tell Nessus. And Nessus, surely, would have a different opinion than Sigmund, whose new home world was, in the final extreme, sacrificial to the wrath of the outsiders. Sigmund circled the bridge again, checking the sensor panel as he passed. Nothing. His spirits drooping, Sigmund told himself that random exploration for the galaxy-roaming outsiders was slightly less pathetic than randomly looking for Earth. "Surprise!" Sigmund sat up with a start. He was napping in a crash couch on the bridge, not in his cabin. Close to home meant close to puppeteers. "We're back to New Terra." "Just slightly past." Eric pressed a button, and the main viewport de-opaqued.
5 worlds the size of quarter-sol coins. "You brought us to the fleet!" Sigmund screamed. "Why?" "Relax, Sigmund. We're stealthed in zipping past at almost 2% C relative. Kirsten, Omar, and I sneaked back into the fleet on this very ship when we were supposed to be away scouting. It's how we found Long Pass. I thought you'd like to see it up close." The worlds ballooned as Sigmund watched. In one Orc's display, hundreds of ships made themselves known by their traffic control beacons. Another display showed Hearth in close-up, a world seemingly paved in monstrous buildings. From many billion miles away it was frightening. Now Sigmund could almost reach out and touch it. His heart pounded. And Eric grinned ear to ear, delighted with himself. "I never asked for hero worship, now it's going to get me killed." "Lots of hyperwave chatter," Eric commented. In the mass pointer, 5 lines aimed themselves at Sigmund. Explorer was only seconds away from their singularities. Sigmund slammed his palm against the control console. "Do not look up." Staring grimly at his feet, Sigmund groped around until he found the viewport control. Eric gazed straight forward, unfocused. "Eric!" he called. "Eric!" With a shudder, Eric came out of his trance. "What happened?" Carlos Wu happened. A genius like Carlos was what New Terra needed. I dropped us back into hyperspace. You were staring right into the blind spot. That hyperwave chatter was probably hyperwave radar, as had betrayed Hobo Kelly to its doom. Eric turned white. He volunteered nothing and responded only in monosyllables for the short flight back to New Terra. 66. They delayed landing for a few extra loops around New Terra. Sigmund hoped the opportunity to play tour guide would do something for Eric's shattered confidence. Beowulf Schaefer would have given a better tour. From low orbit, Arcadia was even more utopian than Sigmund's stepping disk forays had suggested. Vast stretches of farmland alternating with lush forest, great river systems, natural harbours on 3 coasts, a long mountainous backbone gentled by the eons into rolling hills, scattered cities, towns really by Earth standards, none of the ugliness of long-abandoned highways and railroads, the colony having been built from the start around a stepping disk system. Arcadia was the smallest of 3 continents. Life thrived as well on the larger continents, Elysium and Atlantis, but it was wrong. The dominant red Sigmund could almost handle, pretending it was fall foliage, but the purple, the magenta, the dusky yellow, the blends, all Hearthian life. Elysium was the youngest of the continents. Its mountains soared, sharp-edged and peaked. A major fault line with active volcanoes anchoring both ends snaked across one corner of the triangular landmass. An immense basin, one end drifted with gypsum sands, had collapsed deep into a high, arid plain. Most of the continent was forest and prairie, a tame version of primeval Hearth. Before independence, puppeteer tourists had frequented its parks. Atlantis had the shape of a mitten. The side with the thumb rose far above the ocean. 4 great rivers, each with many tributaries, ran downward from that mountainous edge. The jungle they watered was vibrant with every colour but green. This was not one world ranged against the fleet. One small, scarcely settled continent. Whatever this detour may have done for Eric's confidence, it further shook Sigmund's own. Penelope and Sigmund strolled to the restful sounds of waves lapping the nearby shore. Sigmund's jumpsuit remained its customary black, but, after consultation with Eric, he had set the placket and cuffs to a pale blue,
Solid black, it seemed, sent a message of not looking, far more emphatic than Penelope's standard grey. It pleased him that she seemed pleased. They shared the boardwalk with many couples and families. He caught Penelope smiling at a pair of boisterous little boys, randomly zooming around the adults. "It's a beautiful day," he said. It always was, when you could simply step to the nicest weather. "It is," she smiled shyly. "Thanks for inviting me on a walk." "You're quite welcome. Woman cannot live by crop pest alone." She patted his elbow. "Tell me about crop pests on Earth." They touched a lot here. It was strictly companionable. He was accustomed to reproduction being ruthlessly controlled, with free sex as the outlet. On New Terra they took things slow. When something finally happened, they bred like rabbits. Penny remained in just friends mode. Sigmund said, "I'm partial to corn on the cob. Does that make me a corn pest?" "Seriously, Sigmund?" He looked again at the happy couples. He tracked a little girl ramming around the boardwalk, shrieking with innocent glee. He could marry here. He could, for the first time in his life, truly imagine starting a family, despite everything that was happening. Sigmund froze. "I'm out of whack." Concentrating, he felt an unfamiliar serenity. An ARM autodoc would be dosing him up right now. It made no sense. He was paranoid naturally. He had been wandering in a fog of unwonted feelings and unexpected behaviour. He had blamed it all on the near-death experience, the shock of his abduction and flatlander phobia. None of those could have helped. And none was the real problem. Carlos's autodoc treated paranoia. It wasn't an ARM model. Sigmund had emerged on this world with his biochemistry reset. After years with his paranoia fixated on the safety of Earth, brainwashing had left old habits without an immediate focus. No wonder he'd felt off his game. "Sigmund, you've gotten very quiet." "Sorry." He took Penny's hand. "It'll pass." What would pass was this unfamiliar tranquility. Old habits were belatedly reasserting themselves. He could sense that, too. A ghost of old Sigmund had gotten Explorer away from the fleet in time. Stress and reflexes were pulling him back down the labyrinthine pathways of paranoia. ARMs dated ARMs, because usually no one else would have them. He spotted a refreshment stand a short distance up the boardwalk. "How about some ice cream, faithful Penelope?" "That would be nice." It would be so simple. Make excuses to keep using the autodocs. Woo Penelope. Have a family. New habits would eventually replace old. Except, if nothing changed, everyone on New Terra was doomed. Obliteration of the planet? Futile resistance and mass slaughter? Surrender and re-enslavement? He didn't know. One thing Sigmund did know. He was the only one on this world who could possibly stop it. And he could only do that as himself. He squeezed Penelope's hand. "Let's get you that ice cream." Actually, Sigmund knew a second thing. After today, his clothes would go without any trace of colour for a long time. Diego skipped onto the patio, holding a toy spaceship over his head, vrooming, although ships were equally silent on thrusters and hyperdrive. Jamie dashed after, leaping in vain for the toy. "I want to be Sigmund," she shouted, as both children pelted back into the house. Kirsten shot her mate a glance. Eric's hero worship must irk her too, Sigmund thought. "Tadge, I don't want to be Sigmund." He, Eric and Kirsten, had gone round and round on this. The bottom line never changed. Puppeteers feared the outsiders, quite rationally, more than they feared anything New Terra might do. While that was the case, nothing he did could help the situation. Any credible threat New Terra could pose would only make things worse by moving up the inevitable attack. The Concordance was clearly unwilling to offer terms they thought the humans might even consider. Sigmund guessed the puppeteers would offer terms after something awful happened. Not even surrendering the drive was a viable option. It would leave New Terra adrift in space, prey to the gravitational influence of every star they passed. Introducing Russian roulette as a metaphor for that strategy had not helped.
"So what will it be?" Kirsten asked softly. "Outright destruction or slavery?" Inside, the children squealed happily. They deserved peace and freedom, they and all the innocents like them. Sigmund shoved back his chair and stood.
"Neither one, Tangit. Neither one." "The hindmost is most anxious. He was unhappy even before an alien ship intruded on the fleet. Now I lose patience with you. You do not want that." With heads lowered in submission, Baedeker let Achilles' rant wash over him. From what Baedeker had been told, an intruder had emerged from and vanished into hyperspace. That meant it wasn't an outsider. The wild humans had kept their distance since learning their ships weren't safe here. That left the ex-colonists.
"Why do you suppose they—"
"Stop!" Achilles roared. "Your job is to forge us a new weapon, not to speculate." Baedeker had been regularly reporting his progress. Or was it progress? The planetary drive appeared to tap the zero-point energy of the vacuum. Somehow it shaped an asymmetry that was inherently propulsive. The energies involved were beyond staggering. Each time that he entered his lab, the mere notion of tampering with the drive made Baedeker tremble. The eagerness with which Achilles embraced such meddling made Baedeker want to hide forever beneath his belly. Not that a mere bulwark of flesh would protect him. Achilles continued to rage. "Or perhaps I should have you return to Nature Preserve 1 to pick weeds. The fields have inspired your creativity before." The serenity of the fields felt strangely alluring. Return was not the worst fate Baedeker could imagine. If a planetary drive was damaged, how far would the effects travel? There must be another way to bring the ex-colonists to their senses. Baedeker fluted obsequiously. "I will redouble my efforts."
"Do nothing and wait for the Concordance to destroy us. Do something and bring on their attack even sooner."
Sabrina looked as grim as the report she echoed.
"Neither is a very attractive option."
"No, they're not," Sigmund agreed. Behind Sabrina, a hollow cycled through panoramic images of Arcadia. Every politician's office he'd ever seen on Earth was filled with images of the politician. Never Sabrina's. Not for us, certainly. For the puppeteers, the choice should be easier. Why don't they get it over with? Waiting only increases the possibility we'll try to do something to them. Sabrina spun one of her many rings around a finger, considering.
"They don't know Ness has told us.
They don't know we know." He shook his head. "They're puppeteers. They'd worry we might somehow find out."
"Then I don't know why, Sigmund."
"They would delay Sabrina for only one reason, to make use of the time. I don't know what they're doing with it. And because delay risks us finding out and acting, the puppeteers must be watching us closely." She stopped turning the ring.
"Watching us? How?"
That they continued to have such conversations, however futilely, suggested the electronics experts Eric had recruited had done what Sigmund had asked of them. They had properly shielded Sabrina's office. "The modifications we're making to our few ships are no threat to the Concordance. Not when they can dissolve General Products' hulls from a distance."
"I know," Sabrina said. "They're for morale, or in case a scout runs into these Kzinti."
He had lied even to her. He trusted her integrity, but he knew nothing about her acting ability. "The truth, Sabrina, is I assumed we were being watched. Confirming that meant giving any spies something to do." "Persons employed to surreptitiously ascertain secrets," Jeeves offered. The colour drained from Sabrina's face. "Our own people." "There are millions of humans on New Terra. Some might be loyal to the old ways. Some might have been informants before independence. They would have no choice but cooperate if threatened with exposure. They wouldn't necessarily know the consequences of their actions. However," Sigmund smiled, "people here aren't very good at spying. Not to ARM standards." He had had Sabrina order Arcadia's largest spaceport cordoned off for the new Navy. The facility employed thousands, in every capacity from technician to cargo handler to perimeter guard. Invisible to all, operating from a control room accessible only by stepping disc, a few specialists watched all the rest. Sigmund had personally vetted and trained them all. The naval yard teemed with spies. They lurked about watching. They copied files without authorization. To the limited extent Sigmund had reliable staff to follow them while off base, they skulked about at night to rendezvous secretly and to radio messages. On Explorer's return from its weapons test flight, Sigmund had confirmed what he was sure he would find: coded hyperwave chatter. The signals had only one possible source: stealthed boys that trailed or distantly orbited New Terra to relay the reports of the spies.
"I don't understand."
Sabrina paused to pour ice water from a carafe.
"You make this sound somehow good."
"Yes, it is." Sigmund accepted a glass, nodding his thanks. "My business is to find or keep secrets. That's made me a student of how, in the past, very big secrets have been kept. Whatever we do to save ourselves, we must prepare it in secret, where no one will think to look."
"So arming our ships is all for show? Something to divert the spies from what?"
Sigmund had a course of action in mind. It was far too flimsy to call a plan, but even governors deserved to be left a few rays of hope. Let's just say possibilities. Redemption. Earth date 2659. 67.
"I admit I foresaw no options for your people, Governor,"
Nessus said.
"Believe me, we've been looking. We do appreciate having the chance to look."
Sabrina Gomez Vanderhoff, in whose modest office they met, seemed not to have slept for a week. She gestured at a colleague just joining them.
"Nessus, do you know Aaron Tremonti-Lewis? I asked him to join us. He is our Minister for Public Safety."
Lewis sat on the edge of a small sofa. Public safety deals in putting out fires, cleaning up after storms, and handling parties gotten a bit rowdy, not handling the enmity of your people. The Concordance could squash us like a bug. How can we plan for that? Don't overdo it, Sigmund thought. He watched from a darkened room adjoining the governor's office. Lest Nessus have bug detectors, the surveillance was very low-tech. A one-way mirror built into a decoration newly hung on Sabrina's office wall. Amplifiers and earplugs boosted the scarcely audible sounds from next door. Nessus sat astraddle a proper citizen couch, Such furniture would have been standard in the governor's office before New Terra got its freedom. The couch restored to its place symbolized bigger changes soon to be undone. I had expected to see Sigmund Asfeiler and possibly some of my former scouts. Pfft, Sabrina said. Sigmund couldn't pass that, but it sounded dismissive. Nessus, I know you meant well, but Sigmund is mentally ill, deranged. He worries constantly about these Kzinti beings finding us. If they find us, they find the fleet too. I keep telling— A timid knock interrupted Sabrina's outburst. "Come in," Sabrina said impatiently. The door opened. A junior aide rolled in a cart piled with snacks and beverages. "Apologies, ma'am." She backed out quickly. Erin wandered over to the cart. "Coffee, tea, and an assortment of juices, no beer." "Don't overdo it," Sigmund thought again. "Cue Sabrina." Sabrina came out from behind her desk and poured herself a cup of tea. "There's carrot juice, Nessus. If I recall correctly, that's your drink." Nessus dismounted the Y-shaped couch and filled a glass. "Then Sigmund will not be joining us? I had hoped he might be the saving of you." "He's a nutcase," Erin said. "Enough, Erin," Sabrina sighed. "Nessus, we asked you here for guidance. We few cannot resist the might of the fleet. It saddens me, but New Terra must enter a new relationship with Hearth. Once the Outsider's deadline makes the Concordance act, it will be too late." Sigmund heard without listening. Get on with it. Another knock at Sabrina's door. The same junior aide. "My apologies. I'll get the mess out of here." Cringing under Sabrina's stare, he gathered empty and partially filled glasses. A moment later there was a knock at Sigmund's door. The aide came in, no longer cowering. "This is it, Sigmund. Nessus glass." "Good work," Sigmund said. They stepped to a lab. Eric and Kirsten were waiting for him, with a bunch of technicians, most of whom Sigmund had yet to meet. He could scarcely bear to breathe as a tech lifted Nessa's lip and tongue prints from the glass. Sigmund had given Eric the idea. It wasn't a big leap from fake fingerprints, but making it happen required skills Sigmund lacked. The tech walked around a larger-than-life hollow of the lifted prints, peering this way and that. "Looks complete," the tech said. "You'll have your copies in 5 minutes." Kirsten smiled, showing more confidence than Sigmund felt. Maybe she was faking it too, she said. "That's good enough for me. Let's do it." They stepped back to Sigmund's stakeout. In Sabrina's office, depressing talk of surrender continued. Nessus straddled his couch, facing Sabrina's desk. Sigmund pushed against the back of the mirrored ornament. It swung out silently on well-oiled hinges. Nessus crumpled from a stunner blast, never knowing what hit him. "I'm in," Kirsten said. "The right-side tongue print worked." Text scrolled in a hollow above Nessus' pocket computer. Sigmund could not read a thing, but Kirsten could. Everyone in Nessus' ill-fated colonist scout program read the concordant script. Teaching them to read had been easier for Nessus than translating everything a scout might need. "How long will Nessus be out?" Erin asked nervously. Sigmund had been asked that repeatedly since proposing this plan. The answer remained the same. Best guess, based on comparative body weights of humans and puppeteers, a few minutes. "We're going as fast as we can." "Searching, searching, searching," Kirsten muttered. She had access only to basic operations reachable through the touchscreen. Pocket comps did not have full keypads, and no human's voice would ever be confused with the puppeteer's. Apparently they had 3 pairs of vocal cords per throat. She frowned. No navigational data on the comp. That would have been too easy.
He's twitching in his sleep, an aide called from the next room.
Tange. The effects were wearing off fast. Sigmund was loath to risk a second zap.
Kirsten, look for—
I know, the way aboard Aegis. I've got stepping disk addresses and security codes. Kirsten tapped the touchscreen of Ness's comp, now pointed at her own. Transferred, and we're logged out. An aide dashed off with the comp to restore it to Ness's pocket before he woke. Kirsten transferred a copy of the data from her comp to Sigmund's. We're set. Seconds later, he and Kirsten were aboard Ness's ship. With luck, the stolen tongue print would also give Kirsten access to the bridge navigational computer. Hands jostled Nessus. Who? Why? His eyes flew open. He found himself slumped, half off a couch in the governor's office. Sabrina was shaking him. His legs and necks tingled.
What happened?
He asked. I don't know, you just passed out, she said. Aaron went to find a citizen autodoc. We put them in storage. She looked embarrassed by the admission. Should we contact someone on Elysium? Nessa struggled into an upright position.
No need, I feel better.
For all Nessus knew, the Concordance had spies among the refugees and émigrés on Elysium. He would have. Achilles would have thought of it too. We still have a citizen synthesizer handy. Perhaps you would like to order something for yourself, food or a tonic? Sabrina hovered over him. Something nagged at Nessus. What had he just been thinking? Achilles would have spies? What about Sigmund? Nessus stiffened. Sigmund unaccounted for. Nessus had gotten no answer, he now realized, to where his former scouts were. Sabrina acting nervous. What if Sigmund was up to something? How? What? Why? Had he broken Sigmund while erasing memories of Earth, or was Sigmund— What would Sigmund do? Nessus' mind just did not work this way. That was why he had brought Sigmund to this world. His right front hoof tore at Sabrina's carpet. He must run, now.
On second thought, I don't feel well.
Nessus got off his couch, staggering for effect. He remembered seeing a stepping disk in the vestibule outside her office. She followed him from her office, looking ever more anxious.
I will contact you soon about resuming.
With those words, he stepped back to the safety of Aegis. Kirsten hummed as she worked, hollow text flashing past, while Sigmund monitored the security system. The bridge's security cameras showed empty corridors and rooms. That's interesting, Kirsten muttered. Indecipherable text kept flashing. What? He asked. Nav data? She shook her head. No, where we are. Nessus put Aegis underwater. Then we won't go out the airlock. Something moved on one of the monitors. Finagle! Nessus just flicked into the relax room. A moment later, Sigmund's comp buzzed, with a too-late warning from Sabrina. Kirsten's hand still flew over the keypad. Do I keep looking for Earth? Sigmund fingered the stunner in his pocket. Nessus at the least suspected. Stunning him again aboard his own ship would surely remove all doubt. Nessus was not an ally, exactly, but neither was he an enemy. As a source of insight into Concordance thinking, the puppeteer was irreplaceable. ARM's scuttlebutt, supposedly informed by past Kzinti experiment, was that coercing a puppeteer triggered a conditioned suicide reflex. How about, Sigmund, that Nessus did not leave you on the floor to bleed to death? How's that for a reason not to threaten him? Sigmund said, Do we have a way off Aegis besides the stepping disk in the relax room? There are probably other disks. I pulled several addresses off Nessus' comp. Check the cargo holds. Explorer had stepping disks in its holds for loading. He panned several cameras.
Here, too. She grimaced. I'm not finding anything about Earth or Sol system.
Widen your search, he said.
He watched Nessus looking for something on the relax room's shelves. A weapon?
Very quickly.
Kirsten's hollow flashed even faster, the effect almost stroboscopic.
How long do you need to cover your tracks?
No one had ever hunted on New Terra, so the metaphor got Sigmund another blank look.
How long to purge the audit trail and log out?
A minute or so. If Nessus started their way, they had maybe 30 seconds to get off the bridge and down the other corridor to the hold before he would see them. Decision time. Confrontation meant losing whatever help Nessus might willingly provide. Get out now, Sigmund thought, before Nessus can truly know he has been spied upon. Nessus picked up something and walked out of the relax room.
Kirsten, start your clean-up.
Sigmund hurried to the nearest hold, moving as quickly as he could without making noise. He stepped through to the relax room. Nessus would be halfway to the bridge by now. Sealed packages sat on a shelf beside the synthesizer. Sigmund couldn't read the labels, but he guessed these were emergency rations. Puppeteers would have backup synthesizers and pre-synthed food in case the backups had problems. What they were didn't matter. Sigmund swept several packages to the deck. In the stone-silent ship, the splats were deafening. When Nessus found the mess, he'd think he bumped the shelf. Wobbling packages that took a moment to topple were surely an easier explanation than intruders. They could come back the next time Nessus met with Sabrina. Sigmund stepped back into the cargo hold. He called Kirsten on her comp.
Check the monitors. Did Nessus turn around?
Yes, he went back to the relax room. What's the mess you made?
The cargo hold. Now!
Yes, boss, she said. They rendezvoused in the hold. Sigmund waved Kirsten through first. Sigmund flicked after, emerging to find Eric and Kirsten hugging. Sigmund could not help thinking of Penelope, but nothing had changed.
New Terra needed him to be him, and Penelope deserved someone normal.
We're no closer to Earth than before, Sigmund said bitterly. Kirsten slipped free of Eric's arms and turned. Inexplicably, she was beaming. On the other hand, Sigmund, the trip wasn't a total loss. I found the outsider ship Nessus visited. 68.
Time is up.
Baedeker flinched at the intrusion. Few knew the access codes for his lab. Fewer still would arrive here unannounced. He turned and confirmed his fears. "Hello, Achilles." Achilles gazed about at rows of lab instruments and computers. His main coif was more elaborately garish than ever.
"We have not stinted on resources for you."
The subtext was hardly subtle. Any lack of success will be blamed on me, no matter that generations of concordance researchers had feared even to try reverse engineering the drive technology. "We'll be more comfortable there." Baedeker motioned toward his small office area. The short walk, a little settling-in time, offers of refreshments, it all took time. Achilles had come unannounced like this to rattle him, and had succeeded. He needed to gather his wits. He had learned a few things about the drive. The underlying technology did tap zero-point energy. The energies involved were extraordinary. Beyond that, he had dared to perform only a few non-invasive scans. The readouts hinted elliptically at far more than they revealed. Baedeker guessed at quantum logic, and he quailed at the consequences of disturbing it. If he was correct, an unknowably complex real-time computation channeled and directed vast energies. Every probe he undertook risked collapsing the computation into an unintended state. What would happen then? This was frighteningly far beyond citizen science.
Achilles waited for Baedeker to settle onto a mound of cushions and remained standing. "The situation with the ex-colonists requires resolution. Your reports have been less than forthcoming. Have you found a way to remotely disable their planetary drive?"
"Respectfully," Baedeker began, "the energies involved are—"
"Answer the question."
Achilles' undertones pulsed with impatience. Baedeker stood, setting his hooves far apart in a confidence he did not feel. He wanted to flee, but the forces with which Achilles was so eager to meddle made flight meaningless. "I found no remotely accessible controls." Nor had he found any unsuspected weakness that he might exploit. How could he, when so little of the design made sense?
"That is unfortunate," Achilles warbled. "The hindmost has decided we will wait no longer."
"Because of the ship that flew past the fleet?"
"That is not your affair," Achilles snapped. "Because of your failure, it appears we must disable their planetary drive another way."
Baedeker plucked at his mane. The other way was bombardment. The more he learned of the drive, the more the notion terrified him. "That could mean genocide." Achilles craned a neck to more closely study a small decorative hollow.
"Provoking the outsiders would mean genocide. Ours. Something unexpected happening on our old colony. That would be merely unfortunate."
Somehow, the casual apathy rang false. Baedeker allowed himself to hope. "There may be another option." Most of his recent investigations had been directed to finding something, anything, safer to attempt.
"Oh?"
Baedeker heard the faint grace note of interest under the feigned indifference. "We had thought to disable the planetary drive by surprise, making the new Terran ships too precious to use against Hearth. What if we turn the plan on its heads? What if we destroy all their ships by surprise? They would be defenseless. Then a threat to damage their planetary drive might suffice."
"Interesting," Achilles whistled. "If you have a way to destroy all their ships."
Baedeker bobbed heads vigorously. "We need only generalize how we can destroy individual hulls. Imagine a network of stealthed comboys deployed around New Terra. At an opportune moment, those satellites beam the power plant off command to every general products hull on the surface or in nearby orbit." Achilles' eyes gleamed.
"Opportune?"
"We would act when all their ships are located. If I recall correctly, they were left with very few ships under the agreement of separation. General Products will have the records. If we know how many ships there are, we concentrate on finding them." Baedeker had in mind remote sensing.
"Oh, yes,"
Achilles chanted.
He seemed suddenly very happy. "We have ways to locate the ships. You may have done it yet again."
In the main bridge display of Remembrance, a world shimmered. Sparkling blue oceans, continents rich with forest and fields, swirls of white cloud. Round it all circled tiny suns like necklaces of brilliant yellow topaz. For most of Achilles' life, this world had hung in the sky over Hearth, as it would once again. Only he would not see it. He would be on it, ruling. His reward. Nike had promised. Achilles stood tall.
"Ready?"
Baedeker fidgeted on the other command couch. For all he had scanned his console obsessively for much of his shift, he checked everything again. 3 ships on the ground at their main spaceport. 2 ships in synchronous orbit over Arcadia. There was a flurry of whispering to his console, and 5 small hollows formed, each centered on a remotely viewed General Products hull. All 5 accounted for, as his spies had reported.
"And are you prepared to take them all out?"
A hoarse bass whisper. "Yes, Achilles."
All boys have target lock. I am ready at your command.
At my command. I can get used to that. Stealthed, Remembrance was invisible except to hyperwave radar, a technology the humans lacked. He felt like Zeus, ready to smite the puny humans below with his lightning. Perhaps when his reign began, he would change his name. Achilles opened a sixth small image. It centered on a ship also stationed to guard the human continent, for all the good it would do them. This target was freighted with significance. The old ram scoop with which the colonists had extorted their fleeting freedom. This hull had not come from the factories of General Products. "On my count," Achilles sang. 3, 2, 1, now!" The laser sliced through the old hull. Ululating with joy, Achilles retargeted on the largest fragment, and the largest after that, and after that. Eventually, he hit the small on-board supply of liquid hydrogen. It flashed to gas and plasma, exploding the ruptured tank. Most of the debris was invisibly small, but it rocked the larger wreckage. Beside him, Baedeker gaped. In his displays, from the subtle touch of 5 stealthed comboys, 5 hulls had vanished. 3 irregular heaps slumped across the tarmac. Smoke billowed from one heap, from who knew what cargo set aflame. It was impossible from this distance, especially through the smoke, to characterize the rubble, but Achilles' imagination offered details. Decks and interior walls, cargo and supplies, thrusters and hyperdrive shunts, life support, and a few bodies, doubtless. As for the suddenly hull-less ships in orbit, air pressure had burst every interior partition. Clouds of debris surrounded the wrecks. Every loose or ruptured part had gotten a little push from air escaping as the hulls came apart. The rebels' fleet destroyed in a moment. The fleet once more safe. A world, his world, left with no option but to submit. Basking in Olympian invincibility, Achilles broadcast the Concordance's ultimatum to the planet beneath his hooves. 69. Among the legacies purged from new Terran culture was poker. Digging deeper, Sigmund found that the new Terrans had no games of chance. Mentions of bluffing and shell game had gotten him only blank stares. With luck, the concepts were as foreign to puppeteers. Even as a chemical payload billowed into a smokescreen over Arcadia's main spaceport, his hand-picked crew assembled, flicking across the world unseen. Secrets fascinated Sigmund, and to uncover secrets one studied how others hid theirs. He knew of no better example than the years-long clandestine development of the atomic bomb. With only his hacked-at memory as a resource, he had merely the broad outlines to guide him, a secret so closely held that scientists and technicians never learned what Project Y was until they were escorted to their new jobs, in a place where no one would think to look, amid desolation where nobody lived. Centuries and light-years distant, in the midst of the first atomic war, that had meant deep in New Mexico's mountains. A whole town built in the wilderness, too remote to approach without raising suspicions, its very existence denied. The babies born there during the war shared a post office box in another city as their official place of birth. His Los Alamos was a system of caverns in the side of a cliff, in the vast sunken basin at the desert tip of Elysium, in a desolation shunned by citizen tourists and émigrés alike. After the unavoidable first visit by aircraft, everyone and everything came by stepping disc, if they knew how. Like transfer booths, Stepping discs could absorb only so much kinetic energy. Discs handled more energy, but still not enough for transoceanic jumps. Without orbiting relays, colonists were kept on Arcadia, where they could not surprise or discomfort puppeteer tourists. But relays at sea worked just as well, and oceanographic research was a credible cover story. The oceans of New Terra remained preserves of Harthian sea life. The ships now deployed were ostensibly to investigate whether plankton, krill, and other earthly biota from Longpass's cargo could be introduced as part of a longer-term plan to add still-frozen fish eggs. The public disk network had no record of shipboard relays or the endpoint disks on Elysium. The very few Arcadian disks that knew those secret addresses were tuned to different frequencies than the public network, hidden inside secured buildings, and responded only to classified access codes. Making babies takes time. Sigmund never expected the registration of births to become an issue. Today's events proved him correct. Half a world apart from the sneak attack, Sigmund watched with pride as his crew flicked from cavern to starship. The ship glittered before him, its plasteel hull hopefully immune from whatever attacked GP hulls, its mirror-coating proof, for at least a few seconds, against lasers. Every part, plasteel panels, thrusters and hyperdrive shunt, scavenged and disassembled from a grounded decoy at the main spaceport, control consoles, life support, had come through the secret disk system. Everything was assembled in haste by teams working around the clock. Just days earlier, the ship had passed a pressure test. 2 atmospheres of pressure within, simulating 1 atmosphere with vacuum outside. Supplies were still coming when the puppeteers struck. His communicator crackled. He recognized Eric's voice. "We're ready, Sigmund." "Be right there." Sigmund looked once more about the cavern, then signalled to the ground crew to remove the giant camouflage tarps that hid the cautiously enlarged opening. He took 2 paces to the nearest stepping disc, flicked aboard, and strode to the bridge. Eric and Kirsten looked at him expectantly. Sigmund nodded. "Let's do this." With the eerie silence of thrusters, the great ship floated from the cavern floor and drifted sideways into the mountainous basin. It hovered there for a moment, as Sigmund waited to be struck down. Nothing happened. Maybe the puppeteers didn't know about shell games. "Engage," Sigmund said. The New Terra starship, Why Not, leapt skyward at maximum thrust. In hours, it had left the planet's singularity and vanished into hyperspace. 70. Achilles had an epiphany. He had confused reigning with governing. Reigning was pomp and privilege. Governing was annoying detail. Once he had imposed order on the ground, he would import administrators. Vesta cared about such trivia. Let him handle it. Let him handle her. In the bridge display where Achilles had so recently enjoyed the destruction of Longpass, a woman earnestly and endlessly prattled. "I have a team of my best people working on it," she said. Sabrina Gomez Vanderhoff exuded an obsequious sincerity. Doubtless she thought to make a spot for herself in his court. As though he would forget who had led these rabble during their independence. Let her imagine whatever she wished about her future. For now he needed on-the-ground cooperation. If only he could keep her on topic. "All that will wait," Achilles snapped. It made his brain ache that all her minutiae would come back. "Focus on the matter in our jaws." On surrender, quickly accepted, but never quite implemented. "What of the planetary drive?" "I apologize, Achilles. A moment." She leaned out of the field of her camera for a whispered consultation. I have dispatched technical personnel I consider extremely trustworthy. They will assume responsibility from the custodial staff. There is a problem first.
There always was.
I do not like problems, Achilles shouted.
She averted her eyes submissively. At least she remembered how to behave around citizens. In more conversational tones he prompted, "What is the problem?"
Securing the drive. The staff at the drive facility refuses to relinquish it. We know they have stunners stolen from an office of public safety. We will remove those who resist, but it may take time. The drive is on Atlantis, beyond stepping disc range, so it will take a while to get sufficient loyal staff to Atlantis by boat.
Of course the drive facility was off Arcadia. No sane citizen would have permitted even tame humans free reign on the same continent as a planetary drive. Only now even the pretense of docility was gone. Now, suddenly, one-time caution had become a problem. Below the view of his camera, Achilles pawed at the deck in frustration. All human spaceships were destroyed. Victory was in his jaws. That insubordinate humans might damage the drive now was intolerable.
"Proceed with caution," he said, "but once that is done, I expect action."
Her head bowed.
The question is...
Is what?
Her shoulders slumped and her voice fell.
The question is, what then?
What do we do with the controls?
Match course and speed with the fleet? Slow down or stop? And let the fleet catch up with us?
Com delay made every exchange that much worse. Remembrance remained stealthed because, as Baedeker was so quick to remind Achilles, ground-based lasers were a threat if humans spotted the ship. Lest Remembrance be revealed, transmissions went through a relay of stealthed radio buoys. What an annoyance a minute could be.
"This would be much easier in person," the woman said. "Is that possible?"
Was it? On the ground, stealthiness was no defense. Lasers would really be a threat. Concussion from a big enough explosion against the hull could mash him, even while the hull remained intact. So, no landing for now. Remembrance could hover just close enough for this woman and perhaps a few of her staff to step aboard. That seemed possible. Until he remembered Sigmund Ausfaller hiding a bomb inside a GP hull to coerce Beowulf Schaefer. So many years ago the ploy had amused Achilles, then regional president for General Products on We Made It. Would he gamble with his life that another human would not conceive the same trick? No. Baedeker must first assemble isolation booths of hull material and equip them with sensors before anyone from New Terra could come aboard.
"Soon, Sabrina. I am making arrangements."
Ausfaller. The man plagued him even in death. The universe had gone insane. Nessus listened to Nike's message over and over. Each time he hoped to glean some positive element. Each time he failed. His own frantic communications, hyperwaved to Sabrina, went unanswered. New Terra had been attacked, its paltry few ships destroyed. Achilles poised to take over or to destroy New Terra's planetary drive if thwarted. It was madness. Nessus tore at his mane, waiting now for Omar to respond. And then a reply from Omar finally did arrive. Sigmund, gone to meet with the outsiders. They knew where Earth was. The repercussions were beyond imagining. But Sigmund did not know exactly where the outsiders were. It would take Sigmund time to find them. The Starseed Lure network gave Nessus a fairly precise location. He might still reach the outsiders first. He had to. Nessus sent a belated reply to Nike.
another lie, another deception, to fester between them, and then Aegis dropped into hyperspace. He must get to the outsiders first. The universe had gone insane. Why not? Dropped from hyperspace to find absolutely nothing. Sigmund studied the bridge sensor displays, smiling with a serene confidence he did not feel. Eric and Kirsten stood by expectantly, both looking like they hadn't slept in a week. Crew across the ship waited to hear good news over the intercom. It was all they had to do, beyond waiting to repair whatever next failed on this jury-rigged hulk. They were here to support Sigmund, endangered because of him. If only he and Kirsten had gotten back aboard Aegis. They never got the chance. Nessus changed access codes, whether from suspicion or routine. A second mysterious fainting spell was not credible. Then even the option of more direct action was lost, as Concordance business reclaimed Nessus' attention. The puppeteer left, and Earth's location remained lost. But we have the outsider coordinates. Make it work. All right. Sigmund rubbed his hands briskly. Spotting outsiders on passive sensors was too much to expect. Kirsten found out where they were, not where they are. Eric, a radar ping. Aye, aye, Captain, Eric said. Now we sit and wait. Sigmund shook his head. Now we use the telescope and look around the nearest suns for starseeds. Find a starseed and the odds are good the outsider ship is following. Just don't ask me why. Look near, Kirsten said. That's rather vague. And it's not like I understand what we're looking for. Sigmund had Bay's description, but none of his eloquence to go by. Usually it's only a node, maybe a mile or two across. Could be taken for a boulder, a little asteroid. We'd never see it. But sometimes, well, most of that ball is a gossamer thin, silvery sail tightly rolled. Unfurled, it's thousands of miles across. When it catches the sunlight... A lump caught in Sigmund's throat. He had been a bastard to Schaefer. Maybe, just maybe, the man was having a decent life now, beyond Sigmund's reach. He hoped so. Got it, Kirsten said. Look for light glints that don't behave like planets. Hours later, neither radar nor random peering had found a thing. Sigmund asked a question whose answer he dreaded. Kirsten, did you recover a date for Nessus' visit to the outsiders? You never wanted to know, she said. I do now. How long ago? She checked her pocket comp. The coordinates on Aegis were last accessed about 2.5 years ago, but didn't Nessus say he hired another ship? A known space human ship? Sigmund twitched. I died. Nessus scooped me up. He went to the outsiders, and I was awakened. How had Nessus put it? It became urgent to find the antimatter before the ARM did. Buying the coordinates from the outsiders no longer seemed a waste of resources. For technical reasons, I hired a human ship and crew for the mission. We found Ship 14. Only Nessus had glossed over a minor detail. He waited a couple years to revive me. Why? If we get through this, Sigmund thought, I'll ask. The key was getting through it. 2+ years? That's not too bad. The outsiders don't use hyperdrive. They can accelerate to near light effectively instantaneously, so they're somewhere in a sphere of about 2 light-years radius. Somewhere within? Do you know how big that volume is? Kirsten asked. It's a lot smaller than the whole Tange galaxy, Sigmund snapped, and we can cross it in days. Plot a search pattern. Err on the side of searching nearer stars. We hop, look around with radar and telescope for, I'll say, 10 hours, and then repeat. Aye, aye, Captain. From Kirsten's lips the words were sceptical. All hands, Eric called over the intercom. We'll be returning to hyperspace soon. Details to follow. Kirsten plotted their course with her usual eerie dispatch, and they did, as the nothingness beyond the void engulfed them. Sigmund wondered how Sabrina was faring. His final advice to her before Why Not left on its desperate mission had been, stall. The colonist woman, safe behind an isolation partition, droned on non-stop. With no encouragement, she would segue into minutiae, the so-called rights of the people, emergency assistance, satellite services disrupted by debris from the attack, a sudden urgent need to erect a tall wall around the pathetic Arcadian government compound for protection against the apparently inexhaustible supply of extremists. Now she had somehow diverted herself onto the resumption of grain exports. So many of the fields that once grew Harthian grains have been replanted in terrestrial crops. Cargo floaters have been dispersed to new uses. We'll need new shipments of seeds and Harthian fertilizer, and ships, of course. At least negotiations were progressing with the extremists who occupied the planetary drive facility. If he had to, he would return to the fleet for a shipload of robots. They would clear the building. But things were so close. He could taste success. He would wait a little longer. Eric walked into the relax room looking apologetic. "Nothing, Sigmund." "Thanks." Sigmund managed a smile. "That's progress. We've found one more place the outsiders aren't." What was this, their fourth hop? For an elder race who had roamed the galaxy forever, the outsiders were deucedly hard to find. Sigmund took a long sip of coffee from his drink bulb. "This is taking so long you'd think we were looking for Ship 13. Unlucky numbers were as foreign a concept as games of chance. "This will take a while, Eric. Hold on." He called Kirsten on the bridge. "You're clear for the next leg of the search." She called a warning over the intercom and plunged them back into the nothingness. Something nagged at the borders of Sigmund's consciousness. Something he and Eric had just been talking about. He let it go. They were talking about superstitious nonsense. At least explaining superstition gave Sigmund something to do for 2 days in hyperspace. Knocking on wood, black cats, actually any cats, walking under ladders, tarot cards. He had not quite exhausted this topic when they returned to Einstein space. Once again, they found nothing.
"That incompetent fool!" Achilles raved. "He got himself captured."
Harsh discordances echoed across the ship. Baedeker cantered to the bridge. "Who?" he asked cautiously.
"Nessus."
Achilles summarized the message from Hearth.
"He got a short message off before his comp was confiscated."
Baedeker chose his notes carefully. Achilles in a rage was frightening. "Captured by whom? Where?" New terror hung in the main bridge display, and Achilles straightened a neck directly at it.
"There! He sneaked back to negotiate secretly with his friends. Fool that he is, he allowed them aboard his ship. Now they control Aegis."
A stealthy ship, its location unknown to Achilles' spies. Baedeker quivered. He could not dissolve a ship whose location he did not know. Worse, Aegis would have a fleet space traffic control transponder. Change the transponder's identification code, and the captured ship could approach the fleet, even Hearth itself, with no questions asked. Baedeker shook off the horror that threatened to paralyze him. He, had attacked the new Terrans. Now the humans had a weapon. "I will begin a search for the ship."
"And I will—"
Achilles stopped mid-phrase, harmonies dangling.
"I will await your success.
Until then you will say nothing about Nessus or his ship to our human guest.
Step, step, turn. Sigmund was exhausted, but he could not sleep. He could not stay still. He could not let the crew even suspect his doubt. And so he paced about his tiny cabin. Step, step, turn. 6 jumps already on their search pattern, and nothing found. Back and forth across the volume of space where logic said the outsiders must be. Fear of failure gnawed at Sigmund, scarier than the nothingness on the other side of his cabin wall. This search wasn't working, and he knew of nothing else to try. Step, step, turn. The intercom emitted 3 quick clicks, a pending announcement. Dropping out of hyperspace in 5, 4, 3... Kirsten had the con, and it was her voice. She sounded as weary as Sigmund felt. Step, step, turn. Each time Why Not dropped from hyperspace, Eric retrieved hyperwave radio messages from a remote comm buoy. Sabrina was reportedly still on Achilles' ship, supposedly negotiating a hostage. And Omar, out of touch with everyone when Nessus contacted him, had made a judgment call. He told Nessus about Why Not, and where Sigmund had taken it. What Nessus would do with that information was anyone's guess. Sigmund squeezed water from a drink bulb into a cupped palm and splashed it on his face. The tepid water helped, just a little. It was time again to act hopeful and positive. Sigmund opened the cabin door to go help man the sensors on the bridge. A victorious cheer burst from the intercom, Kirsten shouting with glee. "I've spotted a starseed!" 71. Calling outsider ship. Calling outsider ship. This is the human starship, Why Not? The starseed was more or less a light year away. That distance was an estimate, based on a guess at how much light the sail reflected. Eric had likewise approximated its velocity, reasoning from the apparent tilt of the scarcely detectable sail and the red shifting of sunlight reflected off the sail from the nearest sun. Calling outsider ship. Calling outsider ship. This is the human starship, Why Not? The message repeated endlessly, recorded by Sigmund in Interworld, each time hyperwaved along a slightly different path. Hope that the outsiders with whom Nessus once parleyed had chased this starseed? How soon after the meeting did they start their pursuit? How fast did they travel? What might have distracted them along the way? Finding the starseed reduced their enormous search sphere into a still vast cone. If Sigmund allowed himself to dwell on all the variables, he would go insane. Calling outsider ship. Calling outsider ship. This is the human starship, Why Not? This is outsider. The cheering was so loud Sigmund had to replay the incoming message. This is outsider ship 14. Greetings, Why Not? Can we help you? We have information to trade, Sigmund hyperwaved back along the same bearing. May we join you? We are about 9/10 a light year apart, Ship 14 answered. We'll wait for you. How far was that? Because of Nessus, Sigmund had no idea how long Earth's year was. New Terra's calendar followed Hath's, measuring years that had lost all physical significance ages ago. The puppeteer's treachery was much of what Sigmund had to trade. He would not let slip that secret by asking for the distance to be specified in puppeteer light years. There had to be something, he remembered. Something Nessus did not think to remove that related to the calendar. Maybe there was. New Terrans were puritanical about sex, Sigmund thought. They probably got it from the puppeteers. Kirsten, excuse me if this is a bit forward.
What fraction of a year does it take a woman to have a baby? From conception? She blushed.
About 5/6 of a year.
On Earth, if you were lucky enough to get a birthright, it was 9 months. Ergo, on Earth it's 3/4. An Earth year is about 11% longer than your year. 3 days later, why not emerged again from hyperspace? A city made of ribbons lit by its own artificial sun, exactly as Bay had once described it. The outsider ship waited for them. Hovering alongside, tiny in comparison, was a GP hull. If not for Beowulf's stories, Sigmund would never have found his way here. And if not for Bay's stories as warning, Sigmund would now surely have gone mad. Giant cat-o'-nine-tails clad in exoskeletons came out to why not. So slowly Sigmund almost screamed. They ferried him back to their ship. The gas pistols they used barely nudged them along. He was miles from both ships. If they were to release his hands... He closed his eyes to shut out the universe. Subtle manoeuvring alerted Sigmund to their imminent arrival. He opened his eyes, and the outsider ship loomed. So many interlaced bands. They had been woven and swirled into a convolution his mind refused to grasp. Up close, glimpsed through random loops of that Gordian knot, the central spar seemed more like a mountain than a mast. They landed finally on a ribbon. The feeble artificial gravity seemed inadequate to the task, and he activated boot electromagnets before he dared to take a step. After his heels snapped to the ribbon with a reassuring clang — there was a lot of metal to this ship — he allowed himself to be led. He passed hundreds of outsiders, basking in light and shadow, before reaching a door. One of his escorts held it open. Sigmund pressed through a weak force field, and the door closed behind him. A puppeteer waited inside, his mane a dishevelled mess. He turned. One eye was red, and the other yellow. Nessus. Why not had a long head start. How had Nessus gotten here first? He obviously knew exactly where to go, but how? A clear dome was the only feature in the room. An outsider reposed beneath. "Take off your pressure suit and stay a while." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Wall and ceiling speakers, Sigmund decided. Vacuum creatures do not use sound. "You will be quite comfortable." "My name is Sigmund. What shall I call you?" 14 will do." Sigmund removed his helmet. "We have a common acquaintance, 14. Beowulf Schaefer." "Indeed," the room said. Inside the dome the outsider had not stirred. "Schaefer has been here before you. Now as to the information you wished to sell." Nessa's heart skipped beats as a human entered. The human turned toward him. Sigmund, of course. It was too soon. Nessus had just arrived himself. He had had no time to do anything. The conversation veered all too quickly to business. "Now as to the information you wish to sell," 14 said. That was surely the secret of New Terror. "Sigmund!" Nessa shouted. "Stop and think! The consequences would be—" He stuttered to a halt, at a loss for words. "Unknowably huge." "Can you call off Achilles? Can you make everything as it was? Can you guarantee it will never happen again?" Nessus lowered his head. "You know I cannot, but this will be worse." Sigmund bared his teeth. "For you, perhaps. That's not my problem." Sigmund set down his helmet. "We should talk first about price." "What do you think the information is worth?" 14 countered. "The lives of everyone on New Terra? How did one set a price on that?" 14 Beowulf has assured me your people are very honest traders. That is our intention, 14 said. Now we'll test that, Sigmund thought. Is it satisfactory for me to reveal what I know, and for you to then set the price? Perhaps we cannot afford an honest price. I'm sure you can, Sigmund said. If we can agree on no other terms, I will take as payment the right to independently operate one of your planetary drives. Interesting? The room grew deathly quiet. Sigmund's impression was that 14 consulted somehow with others of his kind. Your price is the cancellation of that part of the Concordance's debt. It is. A princely sum, 14 said. We are intrigued. Then you accept my terms? Sigmund pressed. I do. Proceed. And so Sigmund revealed, as Nessus moaned softly beside him, the long secret history of Longpass and New Terra. 72. I must consult, 14 said abruptly. Return to your ships. We will meet again in 1/2 day. Their own ships. Sigmund suddenly pictured Nessus' indestructible ship plunging through his cobbled-together vessel, like a laser through butter. Nessus had kept him alive, for years apparently, within a stasis field. The puppeteer could shelter himself from such an impact in stasis. If not for such contingencies, why even have a person-sized stasis field generator aboard? Sigmund cleared his throat. 14, I would like to moor my ship to yours. That is not customary. Explain. For the safety of my crew. Given what you have just heard, I'm sure you can understand. Nessus, 14 said. All who visit here are under our protection. You are aware of the power we wield. For the sake of the Concordance, you should respect our rules. Sigmund took Nessus' shiver as acquiescence. Calling Nessus, calling Nessus, calling Nessus. I must confront Sigmund soon enough, Nessus thought. Then it will be faces to face. What harm can come of talking by radio now? He rolled out of a nest of pillows. The ex-colonists would see the despair and panic in his unkemptness. He left video turned off. This is Nessus. I suggest a secure channel, Sigmund said. Eric tells me we use fleet-standard encryption from before independence. I assume your automation knows the algorithm. So now Sigmund would keep secrets from the outsiders. Not for the first time Nessus wondered what depths of insanity had possessed him to bring an ARM to New Terra. He just has the algorithm, but we will need a common secret key. Use the name of the man who killed me. That should add to the outsider's confusion. Despite everything, Nessus could not help but look himself in the eyes. Done. There was a moment of static, while cryptographic software took over the channel. All right, Sigmund. What else can we possibly have to talk about? Starseeds. I do not understand. Nessus hoped he did not. Omar advised us you were coming. You were scouting ahead of the fleet. You got a report from Hearth about Achilles' attack and you contacted New Terra. Correct. Video was off, and Nessus plucked frantically at his scrambled mane. I had hoped to help you resist Achilles. Instead I heard where you had gone. Now I must stop you. Ahead of the fleet, Sigmund repeated. We were but a few light years from here, yet you reached Ship 14 before we did. Hence you knew where it was. Keep it simple. Don't lie. Sigmund will find you out. Just don't tell the entire truth. I was here before. That's the thing, Sigmund said. You weren't exactly here.
You visited Ship 14 more than 2 years ago. We went to where Ship 14 was. We headed where you went that last time, where the navigation computers aboard Aegis said it was. You came here. The truth wouldn't work. Nessus had to try lying.
I found it with sensors.
No. Sigmund's flat tone admitted no doubt. The sensors on this ship were scavenged from Explorer. Surely a Concordance scout ship had the best available sensors? Caught in a lie, as Nessus had feared.
Why do you care? He asked. We have other matters to concern us.
Call it a thirst for knowledge. Sigmund paused. Even non-paranoid humans have it.
Ah, curiosity.
A very human trait. Wandering away from the herd got animals killed. Any semblance to curiosity was bred out of Nessus' ancestors long before the first glimmer of sentience. It was one of many reasons scouts were rare, and why, in his foolishness, Nessus once thought colonists might serve. The difficulty with curiosity was it knew no bounds. To continue, Sigmund said, you went straight to a distant outsider ship. It occurred to me you might have hidden a beacon on the outsider ship, something to report instantaneously by hyperwave. But I've seen you around the outsiders. They terrify you. You wouldn't risk being caught.
I can almost admire your fascination with puzzles, but this is not the time. Sigmund, our escorts are due soon to return us to 14.
Sigmund would not be deflected. Do you know how we found 14? First we found a starseed. If an outsider ship were in the area, it was likely to be nearby. Do you know why the outsiders follow starseeds?
Truly I don't.
A bit of truth at last, Nessus. I would appreciate it if you'd turn on video. As you say, our escorts will fetch us soon enough. I'll see you then. Unless you have something to hide.
No, but if I don't, you will conclude that I do.
Before activating the video link, Nessus looked himself in the eyes again.
See my coiffure in all its splendour?
Judging by appearances, Sigmund had not rested well either. Despite the dark bags beneath his eyes shone with excitement. Here's how I put it together, Nessus. Outsiders follow starseeds. Know where a starseed is, and chances are you can find an outsider. Just as I don't believe puppeteers would dare bug an outsider ship, I don't believe you would dare bug a starseed. I don't believe you would touch one. One of the few things anyone knows about the outsiders is that starseeds are special to them.
Really, Sigmund, it's time for me to prepare for the...
That leaves one possibility, Nessus. Outsiders follow starseeds. And what do starseeds follow? Nessus was afraid to speak. You should not be so modest. The Concordance has some kind of bait. Outsiders follow starseeds, which follow bait, which is controlled by puppeteers. What do you suppose 14 would pay for that information? 73. Sigmund was suited up, helmet in hand, standing in the corridor by the main airlock. Eric and Kirsten had come to see him off.
You don't have to do this alone, Kirsten said. Either or both of us would come with you.
He never doubted that. But he had another role in mind for them. Can I trust you?
Of course,
Kirsten said. Who don't you trust? Eric said at the same time. His eyes darted about, looking for eavesdroppers. He seemed not to notice his mate's worried expression. Eric is driving Kirsten away, Sigmund thought. Emulating me is driving her away. It made Sigmund sad. I sent a file to both of you.
It contains everything I know or suspect about puppeteers and outsiders. If I don't come back, use the information as you see fit. Things could go wrong in so many ways that Sigmund couldn't begin to be specific. Consider immediately hyperwaving everything back to New Terra. Until then, I trust you not to look. Then Sigmund snapped on his helmet and walked into the airlock. 4 outsiders floated beyond the airlock. 2 took his hands. They towed him at their accustomed glacial pace toward Ship 14. Why not vanished in the dark behind him? Stars surrounded him, impossibly distant. It wasn't the vast emptiness that most terrified Sigmund. It was the loneliness that all the emptiness represented. His life, light years removed from everyone else in the universe. If they survived this, Sigmund swore, he would change. Sigmund's escorts led him to a room indistinguishable from yesterday's. Lights came on as he entered, and air whooshed in. The clear dome, at the end opposite the door, remained dim and unoccupied. This time he was here first, and he saw Nessus arrive. They removed their pressure suits in silence. The dome brightened, and an outsider appeared. The dome could function as a transfer booth, or contain the equivalent of a stepping disc, or project incredibly lifelike hollows, none of which mattered. Nessus sidled closer to the dome. 14? As before, sound issued from unseen speakers. We shall forego pleasantries, this will be brief. Sigmund forced himself to be calm. Sigmund, you brought news and asked us to assign a fair price. Upon due consideration, the information matters only to New Terra and to the Concordance. It is without value to us. Sigmund could only stare. The puppeteers are deeply in your debt. Knowledge of their duplicity surely matters. It is less of a surprise than you imagine, 14 said, at which Nessus twitched. Intervention had been Sigmund's last hope. How could the all-powerful outsiders react with such indifference? And why? Puppeteers will enslave a world of humans, or destroy it, or set it adrift. Whatever happens, they do it to placate you. We are blameless in this. How can you not act? Settle your petty differences amongst yourselves. Our interest is only the payment due to us. Who pays is your affair. Be glad we do not react to your presumption.
Thank you, 14, Nessus said. The Concordance appreciates you leaving this matter in our jaws.
There must be options. Earth would pay a fortune for this information.
If you believe that, Sigmund, you do not need us. Go there and sell it yourself.
And what could he sell to get Earth's coordinates? The suspicion that puppeteers could lure star seeds? Beside Sigmund, Nessus quivered. Despite his victory, he remained as terrified as ever. A puppeteer could never learn how not to be afraid. The fear was wired in his genes. And in that instant, Sigmund finally understood. The truth had been in front of him the whole time.
I think you will help, 14, Sigmund said. No, I'll restate that. You will help.
Beneath the dome, tendrils writhed.
You will help, 14, for the same reason you are so eager to remain uninvolved. For all your power, you are far fewer and far weaker than anyone imagined. But I know. My people know. And if you do not resolve this matter to my satisfaction, then everyone will know.
What truth he had surmised lay scattered across the files left for Eric and Kirsten. In time they might connect the dots, as he just had. Sigmund hoped it wouldn't come to that. Nessus pawed the deck. 14, I do not know what troubles Sigmund. He does not speak for me.
Noted, Nessus. Sigmund, explain. What do we know about your people? Sigmund mused. Very tangy little. You live on enormous ships. You follow star seeds. You sell information and technology always for a premium price. You lease the occasional remote planet or moon, always offering a generous payment, and you buy occasional supplies. You overpay for worthless real estate, flaunting your wealth, so that no one gives any thought to what you really need. Metals. In inner solar systems where exposed metals are to be found, the briefest interruption in your protective gear and you would be boiled away. And then there's the fact we think we know, but don't, that yours is an ancient galactic civilization. Almost every question anyone ever asked about your civilization goes unanswered. The answers are priced, quite symbolically, at 1 trillion stars, effectively beyond purchase. I stress almost every question. The facts of your species, extent and venerable origins, that information is dispensed freely and at no cost. Had he learned to read puppeteer facial expressions? Nessus seemed perplexed. Sigmund pressed on. So, what of the elder race that roams the galaxy at sublight speeds? The civilization that in some mysterious way involves the slow migration of star seeds from rim to core and back again. It's common knowledge, yet it's something puppeteers and humans and Kzinti cannot possibly know. None of us have been sentient long enough or travelled far enough to confirm these things. What if it isn't true? Our business is none of your concern, 14 said, his tentacles still a-tremble. Dress for vacuum and go. Sigmund ignored the order. A galaxy-spanning race, ancient of days. Can it be true? Humans and Kzinti travelled the stars for hundreds of years before first encountering any outsiders. And that was all sublight travel. We didn't have hyperdrive until you sold it to us. Imagine this is the only outsider ship in all of what humans so grandly call known space. How many ships must there be across the galaxy? 1 billion, maybe? And yet here we are on ship 14. What are the odds of such a low number? They seem, well, astronomical. Nessus found his voice. Sigmund, I don't understand. You know more than you realize, Nessus. If we have been told the truth, why aren't outsider ships everywhere? You know they aren't. You would never have allowed Explorer to fly with an all-human crew if encountering an outsider ship were a risk. You expect my help in return for your numerology? 14 said. This is pointless. Prepare to go. Ah, Sigmund said. I should mention another thing we know. Outsiders do not haggle. Now we see why. Your take-it-or-leave-it attitude sustains an aura of power. It's also why you wouldn't overlook the concordance transferring a planetary drive. Your forbearance might lead the puppeteers to infer weakness. Any odious consequences of your actions, of your cowardice, matter less than maintaining your image. The time for posturing has passed, 14. Reconsider your decision. Help New Terra. Tendrils wriggled and twisted. And if we refuse, do you plan to spread these speculations around known space? Sigmund smiled. Yes, if you force me to. But there is another alternative. Triumph and despair chased each other in circles. Nessus had almost lost track of his mood. Only exhaustion and fear were constant. What could Sigmund possibly hope to gain by taunting the outsiders?
The shame of it all was the Concordant should have seen through the pretense long ago. Citizens were dealing with the outsiders, while the ancestors of humans still swung in the trees. The mystery of it all was, why did Sigmund freely share this insight with him? Sigmund spoke interworld. He knew Beowulf Schaefer. Of course 14 believed Sigmund could reveal the outsider's secret across known space. But Sigmund had lost the way to known space, and Sigmund knew Nessus knew that. First, starseed lures, now this. Sigmund expected something of him. What could it be? 14. What if we have something you need? Sigmund asked abruptly. Hardly likely. 14. Let's talk of starseeds. Across the room Nessus plucked at his already tangled mane. He was all but catatonic. Would he have the wit to follow Sigmund's lead? What of starseeds? 14 asked. The puppeteers accepted your false history, so your race is older than theirs. 1 trillion puppeteers now live on Hearth, while you are few. Compared to the other intelligent species, you are frail. With thoughts of Kirsten blushing, Sigmund chose his next words carefully. Your children must be exceedingly precious to you. Silence. I can only speculate how starseeds figure in your life cycle. The outsiders lived in the vacuum, soaking up faint, if artificial, sunshine, lying prone in scarcely discernible gravity. They must have evolved, eons ago, on tiny, cold rocks, far from an ancestral sun. Sigmund imagined spores or eggs expelled from those rocks into space, slowly growing on a thin diet of solar wind and cosmic dust. How long would it take to become a miles-wide starseed? To what purpose did the starseeds wander? Did it require some rare cosmic event to germinate the seeds? Sigmund had no idea. It was enough that Nessus knew. Truly, how hardly matters, 14. I apologize if I am being unseemly. What matters is that you follow starseeds. They do not follow you. Because when the radiation wave arrives from the core explosion, even sooner if it is true starseeds migrate to the galaxy's core, your history, however venerable, must end. If Sigmund was correct, hope once more pushed away despair. Starseed lures? With them, the outsiders could stop their next generation from the slow-motion death of migration to the core. With them, the outsiders could learn to modulate their own artificial suns. They could lead starseeds rather than follow them. And Sigmund was leaving the manner of disclosure to him. The price of Sigmund's discretion remained to be determined. Nessus set his hooves far apart, feigning a self-assurance he did not feel. He had nowhere to flee. Assuming a confident stance did him no harm. He found his voices. Our scientists have studied starseeds. To what end? 14 asked. Into his lack of inflection Nessus read suspicion. Scientists, Nessus dissembled, why do they study anything? The fortunate thing is that they did. They discovered stellar spectra to which starseeds are attracted. And now the lie. They theorize it would be possible to remotely stimulate a stellar magnetosphere, thereby attracting starseeds. Would you consider a trade? A trade, 14 said. Possibly. I will need to consult. Sigmund cleared his throat loudly. Not so fast. My dealings with the Concordance do not concern you, 14 said. Still, I would expect you to be pleased.
If we forgive the transfer of a planetary drive to New Terra's control, your problems are solved.
That might have been true, once. Achilles' attack changed everything. New Terra was helpless. The fleet would try to reclaim their lost colony while they could. Or was he being paranoid? Tange should be paranoid. Why else was he here? What else was he good for?
The problem will be solved, 14, if you do a bit more. Support our independence as part of the deal. Grant perpetual rights to use the drive now on New Terra as we choose, and so that any of it matters, guarantee us these rights.
More writhing of tendrils eerily evocative of Medusa.
You have high expectations of beings so feeble and few.
Irony from an outsider. I still have much to learn, Sigmund thought.
No one on Hearth yet knows what we have discussed. They remain terrified of you.
14 considered.
It is our policy not to intervene between other species. Policies change, Sigmund said. Make independence and puppeteer non-interference a condition of the trade. Then you won't have to intervene. And if we refuse?
Puppeteers did not understand bluffing. If Sigmund wasn't imagining things, though, the outsiders were consummate bluffers. Well, so was he.
Then everything we have talked about becomes common knowledge across known space.
Sigmund didn't know the location of known space, which made it an empty threat, and Nessus knew it. Sigmund glanced at the puppeteer. The Concordance had pulled the strings of the outsiders, too.
About certain matters you and I discussed privately earlier.
Understood, Nessus said. More squirming of tentacles.
And conversely, your eternal silence on these matters, if we reach agreement, I will need to consult with— And I have requirements, Nessus interrupted.
Sigmund froze. What was Nessus up to?
The conditions, 14, are these. First, you never convey location or navigational data to Sigmund or his ship, or anyone you have reason to believe comes from New Terra. Second, you withhold what you know about New Terra from the species in known space.
The room shrank to only Nessus' eyes. Peace and independence for New Terra. Surrender all hope of ever going home. Sigmund understood the bargain. He kept his silence gladly, as 14 finalized arrangements. 74. Paraphernalia and supplies removed from cargo holds and never returned. Out-of-tolerance equipment awaiting recalibration. Tens of empty food trays and hundreds of abandoned drinking bulbs. Wrappers, crates, straps, padding, and packaging of all sorts. During the operation above New Terra, the corridors, cabins, and rooms of remembrance had grown progressively more chaotic. Just the thought of such dangerous clutter made Baedeker's shins hurt. Chanting as he worked, Baedeker recycled trash, identified and sorted apparatus, repadded and repacked, and began moving things back into cargo holds. He would normally resist such work as beneath him, but this was different. This was a step toward going home. Somehow, the specifics remained elusive. Nessus had resolved the crisis. The last thing Baedeker had heard, Nessus was a prisoner. The humans apparently took Nessus and his ship to the outsiders. There Nessus escaped his human captors and negotiated a three-way deal. The shape of the deal was the most nebulous of all, in all but one respect. New Terra would go its own way. Hence, hostilities had ended, remembrance was recalled. Baedeker was deep in song, happily stowing repackaged equipment, when odd sounds intruded. Muffled conversation.
It could only be Achilles and the human woman Sabrina. She would be home soon too, her home. Only it didn't sound like conversation. Baedeker was pleasantly surprised how quickly everything was going back into the holds. The rooms had seemed crammed on the way here. Early in the operation, whatever he needed always turned out to be behind or under everything he did not want. Like the 2 cargo floaters he had just found half a ship away. Like the big crates that held... The 2 big crates were gone.
"Talk all you want," Achilles said. "Personally, I would save my breath."
Sabrina gabbled inarticulately. Invisible restraints encased her from head to toe, the same force field that pinned her to the second crash couch on the bridge. It was a citizen couch, of course. On a human it did not look comfortable. He had set the field strength to maximum. Even breathing must be hard. She would quiet down soon enough.
"This is a fascinating experiment, very advanced science. You should be honored that your world can take part."
Her eyes never left him. With a struggle she managed to get out.
"Tush, truff! Initiation sequence is complete."
Let no one say he was not keeping her informed.
"Probes are active."
Telemetry streamed in an auxiliary display. He continued his narration.
"Thrusters nominal, guidance nominal, sensors nominal."
The sensors had locked onto the nearest of the orbiting suns. He flashed the ship's comm laser against a random spot on Atlantis, and the probe sensors immediately changed their lock. They resumed tracking suns when the laser turned off.
"Tracking nominal."
The main hollow showed a real-time image of New Terra. They were in synchronous orbit above the continent of Atlantis. Too small to discern at this magnification, they were also almost above the planetary drive facility. Veins stood out in Sabrina's forehead and neck. Her face was turning purple. Her struggle to communicate went beyond what little breath the restraint field allowed her to take. She would faint soon, and then who would see his accomplishment?
"Very well," Achilles said.
He adjusted the restraint enough to free her head.
"I can restore it just as easily."
"Don't have to do this," she wheezed. Please, see, don't."
"Probes inbound," he answered.
He had parked both probes at 10 planetary diameters, with Baedeker none the wiser. The probes were quite simple, really. Thrusters, a bit of electronics, and a lot of depleted uranium, far denser than lead.
"I do have to do this."
Achilles monitored the probe's progress as he spoke.
"Somehow you have become too powerful."
She jutted her chin just enough to suggest pointing at herself and her helplessness. "Too powerful?"
"A few years ago your people coerced the Concordance. Now somehow you have intimidated even the outsiders. Whatever the course you choose, New Terra will be near the fleet for a long time. You are far too dangerous to have as neighbours."
She breathed deeply for a while, gathering her strength. "But the hindmost ordered you back to Hearth. He ordered that we be left alone. You told me so yourself."
"All the more proof that you are too dangerous. Even the hindmost has fallen sway to outsiders, compelled to do your bidding. I will destroy you while I can."
"Defy the hindmost, and you become an outcast?" She spat on the deck. "Herdless." Achilles twitched. The insult had teeth. She knew something of citizen ways. No matter. In time the herd would see the wisdom of his actions. The probes continued their breakneck plunge.
"Accelerating at 30 gravities, the probes will impact in another 17 minutes. By then they will be travelling about 217 miles per second."
It will be instructive to observe how a planetary drive shuts down.
Baedeker did not know how long he had stood, paralyzed, just outside the bridge. This was madness. The energy from the collisions alone would be stupendous. The energies that might be unleashed by a wrecked planetary drive, those were beyond imagining. The death of everyone on New Terra and on this ship? That he had no difficulty at all imagining, and he did not think the catastrophe would confine itself to the planet's surface. He wanted, more than anything, to run, to hide. Neither running nor hiding could possibly save him. Disaster would happen, unless he stopped it. With growing excitement, Achilles tracked the probe's descent. His prisoner raged. She begged. She finally fell silent.
3 minutes to impact, he told her.
Nothing.
2 minutes to impact.
"Stop it!" she shouted. "Stop it now! You win! I surrender the planet to you." Would she? Could it possibly work this time, or was it another ruse? There were no notes, no chords, no symphonies for the hunger he felt, to rule a world. But the outsiders demanded its independence. Nike would never let him rule here. The human was merely stalling until help could arrive from the fleet.
"Laser illuminating the drive facility."
He spoke over her scream of protest.
"Probes locked on target. Ship's instruments on and recording. 90 seconds to impact."
Edging forward, onto the bridge, was the hardest thing Baedeker had ever done. That way lay madness and death. Could any argument prevail? Achilles already had defied the hindmost. Baedeker stood there numb, the final seconds dribbling away. Could any action at this late moment even stop the cataclysm? Somehow Baedeker managed 2 steps forward. "Achilles, you must not do this. I cannot predict the consequences. No one can. You endanger even the fleet. You endanger the life of every citizen." Achilles swiveled one head around. The other remained fixed on his console.
"I will do this, and I do so for the fleet. Our former servants have somehow manipulated even the outsiders. We must destroy the New Terrans while we are able. So be thankful you are here to observe the drive shutdown. Watch and learn."
The head that tracked Baedeker turned momentarily to check a timer.
45 seconds.
The restraint field arched the human prisoner around a crash couch. It must be excruciating. She said, "You must stop Achilles. He's insane."
30 seconds.
Imminent death. An implacable stare. The entire herd in danger. The impossibility of flight. What could he do?
20 seconds.
Baedeker spun on his front hooves as though to flee the bridge. He didn't. Heads turned backward, spaced far apart for perspective. Baedeker lashed out with his massive hind leg. Just before impact, he locked the hip and knee. The jolt up his legs snapped his jaws shut and rattled his teeth. All his weight struck Achilles on the cranial dome. Baedeker's hoof sank into the mane, through the mane, into bone fragments. Achilles collapsed like a popped balloon. "Turn off the laser, now!" the woman shouted. Baedeker teetered in a fog. Nothing could stop the probes. The projectiles were too close to stop, too close to miss. Even an ocean impact, if he redirected the beam and the probes could veer that far off their present course, would cause massive tidal waves. "Trust me! Do it!" The timer showed 15 seconds. There was no time to think. Baedeker cut the laser beam. 10 seconds to impact. 5. The main display flashed impossibly bright. His eyes snapped shut, but even the after-image was blinding. Tears streamed down his faces and necks. But he was alive. Blinking through the pain and tears, Baedeker opened his eyes. Safety interlocks had cut out the bridge's main viewer. He reached over Achilles to release the human from her restraints. She sat up, groaning. "Show me," she whispered. Baedeker reset the external optical sensors and the main bridge hollow, and there was New Terra. It looked untouched, and yet something was different. In the skies over Atlantis, 2 suns were gone. Epilogue. Earth date 2660. The sun's hot on his back, his mane a sweat-sodden, bedraggled mess. Baedeker crouched over his work. He painstakingly untangled weed stalks from red melon vines. When the whole row was freed, he picked up a small trowel. Working slowly, it was an edge tool in his mouth, he dug out the weeds one by one. 4 more rows of red melon remained. After that, 9 rows of rabichi, then a thick patch of steppe grass. Once he had craved the attentions of the elite, for rehabilitation, for vindication. Then he wanted only anonymity and tranquility. And now? Now, for as long as the humans would have him, Baedeker wanted only to putter here, in his garden. 1,000 dancers, fleet-footed and lithe, glided about the stage. Sometimes they moved without a sound. Sometimes every hoof struck the floor in the same instant like a clap of thunder. When they sang, it was in voices so pure and poignant that hearts could break. Rhythm and movement and melody became one. Time slowed. And beyond the incomparable glories of the grand ballet, Nessus thought, I am here as Nike's guest. Nessus leaned closer. Nike leaned closer still. They touched, and somehow their necks were twined, and so they remained until intermission. Nike sighed. In time we'll have more scouts. And New Terra would once more have ships of its own, and I won't be sent yet again far from hearth and herd, and you. I know, Nessus said. And yet, words sung in anger could not be unsung. Trust lost was not easily rebuilt. Rejection still hurt. Lies and deceptions hung between them, making the past off limits and obscuring the future. Yes, the hindmost needed him. What did Nike feel? What did he feel? They sat with their necks still twined, in safely ambiguous silence, until the ballet resumed and conversation became impossible. The heap of onion grew as Sigmund chopped. He swept it aside with the blade of his utility knife and went to work on the green pepper. He started the butter melting as he diced the last of the ham. Some day he'd get just the right proportions for the perfect Denver omelette. And maybe he wouldn't put it into a synthesizer. When you had the time for it, cooking was satisfying. A Brandenburg concerto played softly in the background. The puppeteers had purged Beethoven, Richard Strauss and McWharton, all too martial. But Bach and Mozart remained. Bach, New Terra safe, true friends, Kirsten and Eric, Sabrina, Omar, Sven, if only... Sigmund did not dare let his thoughts go down that path. The butter started to brown, and he began sautéing the chopped ingredients. There was a soft knock on the door, a woman's voice, indistinct. Probably Kirsten. She had been at loose ends since Aegis last set off. Once Eric and Nessus returned from their joint scouting expedition, Sigmund hoped Kirsten and Eric would patch things up. Eric would be a fool to drive her away. "Who's there?" Sigmund answered.
"Faithful Penelope." Sven had finally impressed upon Sigmund the importance here of colour. He checked his pants and shirt. Charcoal grey. Passionless, hiding from the world, grey.
"I'll be right there."
As the onions charred, he hurriedly set the grey much paler and the collar and placket bright blue. Was the effect too distant? Too forward? He crossed the apartment and opened the door. Penelope, clad head to toe in hot pink, waited outside. His jaw dropped. "The great hero has returned back from an epic journey across a sea of stars," she smiled. "Only somehow he forgot his last stop. Would it be all right if I come the last few feet?" Life, home, and love, all lost. Rebirth, a new home, and new love. The most beautiful music ever written, swelling in the background. Sigmund found his voice at last.
"Not all right, exactly."
That would be perfection. The combine floated effortlessly above the field of grain. The hum of the motor filled the cab. Behind the combine floated a small trailer into which clusters of tiny orange seeds flowed in an endless stream. The harvest disappeared instantly, teleported to a distant storage bin. Endless harvesting, endless fields, endless droning, endless menial labour, and, like the constantly emptying trailer, nothing to show for it. Achilles stared ahead at the setting suns. Like the fields and the droning, his thoughts never varied. Power over a world like this had almost been in his jaws. He did not know exactly how, only that he had been betrayed. By Nessus, again, certainly. By perfidious humans. By Baedeker. Day after day Achilles struggled to remember. How had things gone wrong? What clues had he overlooked? Would he ever know? Or were those memories forever gone? He had returned to Hearth, ignominiously, in an autodoc. The bone of his dome had knit. His mane grew back, lustrous and full. The injured lobe of his brain regenerated. But as for the holes in his memory... Some things he did remember. The splendour that was life on Hearth, the beauty of brides, the incredible instant in which a moon became neutronium, the adulation of acolytes, that Baedeker once invented his way out of exile. So shall I, Achilles thought. When that day comes, someone owes me a world, and I intend to claim it. End of Juggler of Worlds by Larry Niven and Edward M. Lerner. LARRYNIVEN and EDWARDMLERNER. Read by Corrie James in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services Incorporated for the Library of Congress, December 2010. Published by Tor, Tom Doherty Associates, LLC, 175 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10010. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.